goes first. I think I'm weak because I'm not like you. I know.
There's no more you or me, me or we, yes we are. Yes we are. And I can see so much better. I can see when carefully precious things fall apart. Just let it be forever. Loving me in spite of me. Bless your heart. I can breathe so much better. Yeah. I won't let anything tear us apart. No. We are we forever. You could be my location, so I feel like you could be my location, so can I can be your location, so it's only if you be my. It's alright, it's okay. You gotta deal with Mac Miller beer. Notorious. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag on your face. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag on your face. Hit the right one, tap that one, got the light one. Hit the right one, tap that one, got the light one. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag on your clips. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag on your clips. Squeeze your lips, hit the right one, tap that one, got the light one. Squeeze your lips, hit the right one, tap that one, got the light one. And dangerous, ain't too many can bang with us. Straight up, no angel touch, label us notorious. Look, that lot of bus is strange to us. Y'all be scrambling, gambling. I'm restaurants with mandolins and violins. We just sitting here trying to win, trying not to sin. How often you lots of gin, so much smoke, need oxygen.
Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats. The show will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
Look at all the bullshit I've been through. So-called beef with you know who. A few female stars or two. And I'm blue like, looking blue like mine is. Not to be with. You better duck quick. Cause me and my dogs love the buck. It's the luck is strictly aim. No aspirations to quit the game. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your, call your clip, squeeze your clip, hit the right one. Pass that in, I got the light one. All them niggas I got to fight one. All them boys I got the light one. Our situation is a tight one. What you gonna do? Fight or run? Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag, call your clip. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag, call your clip. Squeeze your lips, hit the right one. Pass that in, I got the light one. Squeeze your lips, hit the right one. Pass that in, I got the light one. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag, call your clip. Spit your game, talk your shit, grab your bag, call your clip. Squeeze your clip, hit the right one. Pass that in, I got the light one.
Ladies and gentlemen, twist up. Make money, live and marvel us. Sing God with trust. Don't wanna start with us. Got big for the cars with us. But said any I can hide with us. Don't really wanna show you what a GIB. I'd rather be sipping room in your VIP. When you hear the music, it'll be by me. Twisted with the legendary B.I.G. Brooklyn and K-Town. When you checking out the flow, you know what's gonna rain with persistence. Two legends on the same track. Two different planes of existence. Let's get it cracking. I love the bus flows. Hit it from the back 'cause I love the boy. Spit it for the city. I love Chicago. Both of us love the bus though. You think you can spit on the mic like you Biggie and flow just as steady?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jeff Keighley.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the E3 Coliseum. This is so cool that the fans are at E3. You guys having fun? Well, hasn't started yet. It's only going to get better. We are going to go live around the world to people on a lot of platforms, and we're really excited that Facebook is our partner for the E3 Coliseum. So you guys are here now. You get to experience it in person, but if you can't stay for every hour of all 2 days, I understand there are games to play over on the show floor, but you can watch everything on Facebook. And right now, I want to introduce someone from Facebook, Rick, who's going to tell us all about what we're doing with Facebook. Rick Kelly, the global head of gaming for Facebook. Come on up.
Thanks,
all right,
man.
good to see you.
How's it going?
All right, so
Hi,
this is so cool that we're streaming around the world on Facebook, and even better, fans are going to be able to ask questions on Facebook. So you'll see during a lot of the panels that hosts will be taking questions from fans on Facebook. But tell us a bit about gaming on Facebook, because I'm sure most people here have a Facebook account.
Yeah, well, I mean, gaming is a massive community on Facebook. There's over 800 million people that play Facebook-connected games every month. And what we feel, we really appreciate an opportunity like this, because what we'll be doing over the next couple of days is really hearing not only from people at E3, but people around the world that will be able to participate with all the panelists that are on stage, being able to ask questions and really engage with all the content that they're going to see without having to be here in LA.
All right, well, everyone around the world, that's what Facebook does, connect folks. I know during the, in between the panels, you guys are pulling a lot of statistics, which are kind of interesting on like which games are trending, what people are talking about online, right?
Yeah, this really launched last year when we were able to take a look at all of the conversations taking place on Facebook, as well as how many people were watching different video trailers that were announced at E3, and to be able to compile and bring those insights to the community and really declare a winner of E3 by the end of the week. So this week we're going to do something similar, where we're going to be bringing, hey, what's the the number one most talked about RPG? What who won this particular day when it comes to the community talking about these games throughout the week. So you'll see it on the screens over the next couple of days, and in between some of the different panels.
Yeah, I saw you had like a heat map about where in the world people are talking about E3. Big in Australia, it looked like. US, Australia, all these countries around the world. That's what's great, is that E3 is global. And I'm sure anyone from outside the US here, E3?
Me.
Look at that. That's cool. People coming from around the world to check out E3.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much to Facebook for helping us bring the E3 Coliseum to life. You guys have been big supporters of the idea of bringing E3 to the fans. And over, I know, on the outside the show floor, there's also a Facebook Live stage, right?
Correct. Yep. So we'll be bringing, actually, you'll see some of that over here over the next couple of days.
Yep.
People being able to ask questions from the E3 center stage. So we're
All right.
excited.
We are excited, too. Time to get on with the show. I will be back in just 1 second to kick off the E3 Coliseum. Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right.
Good luck over the next couple of days.
All right, we are getting ready to go live around the world here with the E3 Coliseum. You guys know what we're kicking off with today? All right, I don't even need to tell you the schedule. All right, well, we have an awesome couple days, and this has been a passion project of mine to bring E3 to the fans, and thank you all for coming over here. I'm sure you'll be getting to the show floor later. We've got a full day of incredible panels for you, including God of War, and tonight we culminate with Jack Black and Tim Schafer on stage, and a whole day tomorrow. So keep coming back, or you can stay in your seats all day. How many of you are just going to sit here all day? All right. Well, you can get food and drinks back there, and we'll have a good time. Lots of cool stuff. All right, we're going to start streaming in about 45 seconds around the world. Let people hear you. do it. Hello, gamers. Welcome to the E3 Coliseum. I am Jeff Keighley, the inaugural E3 Coliseum. We are here at E3, where it all starts for gaming, and this is a special moment for all of us because this is the first year that consumers, the real fans, are here at E3. You guys excited? Well, this is going to be a really special couple of days. We've got 2 days of panels. All the biggest game creators will be here live on stage, and we'll be streaming it around the world. We're excited, and we're going to get right started now with our first panel. Really excited about this one. The team from Sony Santa Monica Studio. They showed a little bit of it last night. We're going to hear more about it. Let's get to God of War Behind the Curtain. Enjoy the show. Joe Castillo. All right, and ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host for God of War Behind the Curtain, Michelle Morrow. Michelle?
Hey guys, what's going on? All right, well, first of all, I think we should thank Joe Castillo for that incredible performance. So please help me in giving him a warm round of applause. All right, well, I want to first start by welcoming all of you guys to the God of War Behind the Curtain panel. Most of you guys know why you're here, obviously, but I'm a huge fan of this series, so I was really, really just overwhelmed by the fact that they asked me to moderate this. So without further ado, there's a lot of questions because we saw a really cool World Serpent come up last night in the trailer. So let's bring out the team from Santa Monica Studio and get a little bit more. Guys, want to come on out? Let's give them a round of applause. But I'm going to let them go down and introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Shannon Studstill. I was one of the original founders of Santa Monica Studio back in 2000, and I spent many years with the studio, and now I'm heading up the crew and head of studio.
Hey everyone.
That's you.
Shannon. I'm Jeet Shroff. I'm the gameplay engineering lead on the project. I primarily work with the gameplay, animation, design, and tech teams in realizing sort of the vision of that crazy man over there, as well as sort of bringing the gameplay and narrative experiences to life in the game.
Hi everyone, I'm Ariel Angelotti. I'm on the art side of things. I'm a producer for the concept art team, the character art team, and the character tech art teams, as well as dabbling in some other aspects of the art for the game as well.
Hello everyone, I'm Corey Barlog. I'm the director of the game and I make their lives completely miserable on a daily basis. That's really it. That's the best description of it.
All right, well, let's get to it because we have a lot of questions going on. You know, this is a big reimagining of God of War, so I think my first question really would be for Shannon, being the studio head. You guys were, I guess the fairest way to say it is at a crossroads a couple years ago for the studio. So when you were looking forward, did you envision God of War to be a part of that future?
You know, a lot of people felt like God of War needed to rest and breathe after the release of Ascension. And I was pretty strongly, you know, my gut knew that there was so much more that we could tell in terms of story and character arc with Kratos. We've seen one dimension of him. And, you know, as we were kind of at that crossroads, it was really apparent to me that we needed to really look for a new beginning and someone that could tell that new beginning in a way that, you causing
Sorry,
problems?
I was arranging the furniture.
Jesus.
Go on, you were saying.
So, in my mind, there were two people that could retell this story and really pivot the franchise where, you know, the fan base would, you know, it would be a compelling experience. One of those people is Dave Jaffe, the father of the franchise. He was pretty busy at the time, so the second person that immediately came to mind, and I was still in contact with Corey. For me, as a producer at heart, even though I'm studio head, I still love the production process. You keep in touch with creatives, and you never let them go. And when they're a true visionary,
we call
always
that
looking
stalking.
Yes. That was before you got married. So good conversation. Not at all. I was like buried with two kids. So we had a good lunch, and I saw the new Corey because we hadn't seen each other for a while, and he had been around the world working with different creatives, and he really resonated with me. I walked away from that lunch feeling sort of, you know, and that you feel it. You just walk away going, this is going to work, this is going to happen.
Especially with somebody who's been a part of the franchise since the very beginning, right? So like for you, Corey, did you know what you wanted to do when you're coming back? I know you've talked a lot about fatherhood and the inspiration of that, but when you were first, you know, consulted, did that immediately come to mind, this new direction?
I think the first thing that came to mind is I knew that if I wanted to jump into something that was probably going to be like 5 years of my life, it had to mean something, you know? I think what I learned when I was working with so many people in the time between was, you know, finding your own personal way into everything that you do. You know, that every story that you tell, everything that you make, you have to have some kind of personal connection to it, some kind of truth that comes from your own life, right? So I don't think it was the first thought, but it definitely was, as I started circling around ideas, the one that kept resonating more and more, that actually felt like it's something that had a little weight to it.
Yeah.
Little life.
Yeah, and then why Norse? Why did you go into that direction?
Well, we looked at a lot of mythologies, actually. Norse was the one that sort of rose to the top, but there was a top 3, I think, and our team was about 11 or 12 when we were choosing the mythologies, and a lot of very fierce debate. There was camps on either side of this, and I ended up just making the final decision, kind of looking out to where I wanted to see the franchise go many games into the future and kind of how we were going to grow it. And I realized, like, I think the best place to start is Norse, you know, that it had such an incredibly rich mythology, and it was so vastly different, I think, than what we had done before.
And I think I've heard you talk before about how it's just kind of in the areas, right? Like each kind of area within had their own religions and whatnot. So Greek was part of it, so he just took a boat over to Norway or something.
I mean, mythologies are sort of creation stories of each culture, right? And cultures are essentially separated by geography, right? So their creation stories, they date back. So there are mythologies happening around the world at all times throughout history, all the way back. So we are sort of positing this concept that at all times there are various gods walking the earth in each of these different mythologies.
So we get to the Norse mythology. We get to an older Kratos with a son. Shannon, did this worry you at all? Because Kratos is kind of known as like our beloved, committed to anger, maniacal anger bot. So how did you react to that?
I love that description. Anger box.
A child abuse fear or something along those lines. Yeah. You know, I think production is, I mean, there's risks everywhere. And, you know, my time with the team has always been asking questions, poking at issues that I think could be controversial or maybe not taken well, but trust. You know, I've got to trust in the team and know that if they, or Corey as an individual visionary, if he feels really strongly about something, he's going to be able to push that. If it doesn't really work for the franchise, he's going to listen to his team. And even though there's tons of passion, there's a lot of very strong individuals on the team, he has to be able to be steadfast in that. Yeah. And if it doesn't necessarily kind of work itself at the team level, I know that it's going to find its way in playtests. Playtests are so you know, deep into the fabric of the way that we build games. We listen to the players, right? So that's the last stop that I think everyone relies on, and certainly Corey.
Yeah, they end a lot of arguments.
Yeah, it's true.
How about for Jeet and Ariel, being a part of the team, how did you guys approach this, and how did you feel about the new direction?
I mean, I think for me and for the team, sort of going in this new reimagining of Kratos and the world, I mean, to some degree, it's very bold, very challenging, and honestly, a little bit terrifying in the sense that, you know, when you're going from a sequel, you've got your foundation sorted, you've got your mechanics sorted, and you're building on something solid, right? You're going from something tried and tested and moving on to the next step. When you're going for new IP, you've got sort of a clean slate to some degree, right? Imagine whatever you want. When you're going for what we're doing right now, which is sort of this reimagination, you have something that's familiar, and you have something that fans really care about and players really care about. And we want to sort of maintain that, but we still want to flip everything, break it apart, and then start putting it back together slowly, right? So for us, that in itself was, you know, to some degree terrifying, but also really rewarding in the way that we've changed everything from the combat to the mechanics to including the sun to the environment to everything is different, new, and fresh.
And scary.
And scary. But I think, it is a little bit, the way I look at it is, it is for us to be able to carve out sort of our own little space in the action-adventure, close combat, melee genre, and define something that includes exploration, includes progression, includes sort of the sun and companionship, and really give players something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Ariel, how about you?
I mean, even on the art side, this presents a new challenge. We're in an entirely different land than we were in the previous games. There is a new mythology. Specifically for this game, you wanted to go for a pre-Viking era with the art direction, but what does that look like? We'd established, tapping into the Greek mythology that, well, how is it that we make something look Greek? Well, you put a column in it, put like a nice. Like,
that is really what we did.
It
doesn't look Greek enough. Put a column in it.
Is that like red color?
Fucking worked every time.
Yeah, but what does that look like for our game when there were actually so few surviving artifacts from the era that this game is taking place? So on one level, that's extremely restrictive. Like how do we make the game look Norse? But on another hand, it gives us a certain degree of creative freedom to establish what that language is. And I mean, one of the things we sort of, in the concept art team, we sort of developed a little tagline that well, how do we make something look Norse? Put a rune on it.
Put a rune on it. Put a rune on it, that's right.
Put a rune on it. Yeah, well, the interesting thing about using runes is that it not only gives it a Norse feel, but there are opportunities for world building and character building in it. That you might see some characters with tattoos, building into figuring out what those tattoos are going to be saying is sort of giving some background behind a character or a piece of architecture.
It's incredible how much research goes into making a game just in general, and I heard that you guys actually took a Nordic trip. Is that right?
Yes.
How many of you guys from the team went?
It was me.
You did?
Yes.
Yeah, I wasn't allowed to go.
From the panel here.
It
was awesome. I spent about a month there. No. We had about 6 of us, environment artists, rendering engineers. We really wanted to do a cross-discipline look at, and it's just a beautiful landscape there and so diverse. It was amazing how much we were able to pull from in terms of the landscape visuals. Every almost half a mile, you're seeing something completely different. So we had a lot of reference material that we were able to bring back. And we were looking at the architecture of some of the older construction there and the boats and so forth. Because a lot of that history is still something that they celebrate. So it was a fun trip.
And to be able to get it right, to be able to come back and say, this is what it would look like, and you guys reimagine it in your world.
I am no art director, but I still walk the floor and say, hey, this looks like an area that we saw in Iceland, and I'll pull out the pictures, and John Palamarchek looks at them and says, okay, I'm going to start to introduce some of this stuff into the levels that he's working on. Yeah.
Well, that really works into a lot of the critical decisions that you guys have to make as a studio in general. And one of those critical decisions I think that I want to ask about is, Corey, did you ever in this process consider having a different protagonist other than Kratos? Because I know it was something that was talked about a lot online, but Kratos is who we all love. Did you ever consider it?
I tried to consider everything, but I think I kind of always came back to the concept that, to me, Kratos is fairly intrinsically God of War, but even more so, there's still a story there. I think when I was, again, perhaps uncreatively connecting things back to my own life, I realized that when I made the first and second game, I was a very different person than I am today. I'm a bigger asshole today than I was then. Growth, people. It's fantastic. It's brilliant. So I kind of was looking at the first 8 games of God of War, because I never want to forget the mobile game in that 8, and realize that, you know, the Greek era is kind of this fantastically long introduction to a character, this sort of origin story for somebody that has a place to go. I mean, to me, the most interesting stories, like in Iron Man 1, right? To me, fantastic movie, because you get to see sort of Tony Stark, billionaire playboy, selling weapons, and really not connecting or caring about any of that stuff, and going through the process that he goes, the growth, the arc that he goes through to become what he becomes at the end of that. Spoilers, if anybody doesn't know that he's Iron Man. But watch the movie, come on. So I think, to me, that's very interesting, and then to be able to take a character like Kratos back from where he was, right? He's in a fucking dark place, man, really dark. But I think that's what's so interesting. I think all of us go through a lot of ups and downs in our lives, right? That nobody's life is just that. It's boring, right? Nobody goes through that. It's all over the place, and I think to be able to take somebody from the extreme to another extreme, I think is, to me, why I consume content. You know, that's drama. That's exciting. So I think that challenge almost immediately, when I kind of realized that, like, this is the challenge I want to take on, right?
Yeah. And stay with Kratos, and, you know, and add in a sidekick, which it looks like we can control at some points. I'm not exactly sure.
It's interesting. It's not like a direct control in the sense that you're going to be ordering him around to do things. He kind of is this fantastically sort of autonomous partner who we have dedicated a specific button to, so that you are, like a father, sort of teaching him, commanding him to do things, but he, like an individual, will do some of the things on his own as well. So that's kind of the interesting dynamics of sort of parenting, as well as kind of dealing with another character in the game. But I know a lot of people are concerned, thinking that he will be a burden. I even heard it on some of the reaction videos last night, because I love those things. And when the son jumps off of one of the enemies and fires the bow, one of the guys said, "Oh, good, so he's not going to be a burden." And I was like, success. That was what the trailer was supposed to do. He is absolutely not going to be a burden. He is 100% an accompaniment to Kratos. And, you know, when you have a character who doesn't talk that much, you have a character who lives a lot of an internal life, you need somebody who is going to speak a little bit more to allow the conversation to continue flowing, right?
Yeah.
So that it doesn't just become fairly one-sided rage. So I think it's fantastic.
Jeet, what was it like for you to be able to deal with the son?
I mean, the son, to Corey's point as well, is so paramount to the story, and sort of this bond between father and son as being a core pillar of the game. When we took on that challenge, I think we didn't want it to just be limited to the narrative, right? We wanted to bleed that sort of dynamics and that combination, or that bond, all the way into every aspect of gameplay as well. So, you know, be it puzzles, be it combat, obviously. And I mean, our game we're so mechanics heavy that, like, every day there's a fight about, like, hey, where should I put this? You know, which button can I map this to? We're constantly fighting about buttons. And the fact that we've dedicated a button to the sun is a sort of testament and commitment to, you know, what we want the sun to be in this game.
It's the share button.
And so, yeah, I mean, I think taking that challenge on was tricky. I mean, I think even a while, right in early development, we had a lot of our sister studios sort of, you know, come down, give us some feedback, sort of to some degree caution us about the challenge that we were about to take on. And I mean, you know, there's so many instances of the son, you know, getting stuck behind something, or not following him, or, you know, following the player correctly, and you know, over time, it's just getting better and better and better. And we've seen him sort of grow along with our development, along with all of us in these last couple of years as we've been working on it. And, you know, just recently we had, I don't know, maybe a month or two ago, we had a situation in the game where he was separated by a gate between, you know, the player on one side and the son on the other side. And everybody was like, yeah, okay, you know, he's just gonna get stuck now. And someone had added a feature where he found a little hole through the gate, crawled through that space, came out on the other side, turned and faced the player and was like, what, Dad? Look, I made it through, you know? And just watching that for us, while it's pretty insignificant from a player perspective as you watch it, I mean, that was like, oh my God, you know, like our little boy, he's growing up. Like, he's making it, you know? And so, all in all, what that does, at least, I think, is really like double down on this idea of the journey and the adventure, you know, of father and son through everything, through combat, narrative, mechanics. And it's been, I mean, the team has done an amazing job in bringing him to life, and you know, it's gonna be great.
Well, I'm excited to learn more about him, like who his mom is and all that kind of stuff. But I think one of the most, he's like, I'm not telling you. It's fine if I didn't ask, I'd be in trouble. But
when you play the game, you will find out.
Yeah. But I think since we're on the subject of him, we were talking about it backstage a little bit. Do you guys want to talk about his hair?
Oh, yeah. That was fantastic. All right. So, for a long time, we didn't have our hair technology, right? So the son was bald, and he looked just like Kratos. And at first we were like, whatever, let's just put it in.
He didn't look like Kratos. He looked like he was sick.
He looked like he was sick. And you say you're not an art director, but you're art directing right now. Yeah, so there was an ongoing battle between her and I. Every time I'd see her in the hallway, she'd be like, put some hair on that kid. Come on. He's looking really sick. And so, being the person I am, I actually didn't want hair on him, but then I started switching to the opposite side of the argument. I'm like, he is staying bald the whole time now.
This is what we have to deal with every day, by the way.
Yeah. I tend to troll people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for a long time, it basically has stuck at that. And Raph Grassetti is our character artist, lead character artist, and he's the guy handling all the hair. He did the glorious beard on Kratos and did the sculpt of Kratos. It's just phenomenal. And he had told me, oh, I'm going to put the hair on the kid. So I told him to go to
Corey
Shannon.
doesn't know I was in the background of the raft discussion. I found my way.
She's the one that set it up. See, I was trying to give her a win as well by saying, you know, Raph, tell her that you didn't tell me. Tell her that you did it, and I'm just going to be really upset about it. But yeah, it's really nice. It ended up turning out very, very good.
Well, I'm glad that Hairgate has been settled.
Hairgate, all done.
Took months.
But G, you brought up something kind of interesting where you said sister studios came by and sort of, you know, gave you advice or warned against or whatnot. And so for Shannon, you know, having the cameras and no cut like the entire time, did anybody warn you against that, or was that something you were looking?
I think I was personally more concerned about Sun at the time. There's just so much work, and Jeet and team have done a phenomenal job, you know, watching him grow.
Our little boy's all grown up.
Camera was a topic of discussion for quite some time, and this was another one where Corey, in my opinion, I'm not sure if this is necessarily true, but he really stood alone on this one. I don't think very many people wanted to go down this path, didn't really understand the value of it, and he pushed, and I think we're much better for it.
For a long time, it seemed like just a crazy idea that I was pushing. It really does have a strong purpose. I think it's interesting to actually be able to play as Kratos without ever looking away. The idea of camera cuts, I think they're fantastic. They're sort of a vocabulary for film that are almost invisible to us when we watch something great. Some great TV, great film, it's just, we don't see it. But I think for video games, we have this opportunity to never look away, to actually exist as the individual character throughout the entire experience. Somebody want to get that?
I like how it's like a regular phone ring, too.
Right.
It's just like ring, ring.
I think it might be my mom. Tell her I'll call her back.
No, but it's a massive undertaking to do that, to just go full on camera the entire time.
Yeah, I think before last E3, the technical director had sat me down and said, you probably shouldn't tell everybody that we're going to do no camera cuts just in case. And I was like, just in case what? We've committed to this. We're doing this.
Right like, after that, you just
and I was like, that's like the worst thing you could tell me, because now I'm telling everybody. I'm going to get a T-shirt that says no camera cuts. He failed social engineering that day.
Well, I mean, we don't have tons of time left. We have about 16 minutes, but I wanted to ask you a little bit about the casting process. Because we have a new Kratos, we also have a young boy. So I wanted to ask you about what that was like to cast those characters, because he's really young, like 9 or so when you guys started?
When we cast him, he was 9 years old. I was advised or strongly cautioned that, you know, it's the film adage of never work with animals or kids, which should be a game development adage considering how difficult it is to get the son to do anything in the game. But everybody said, oh no, it's going to be hard. And I was kind of pushing for the concept of it's the only way you're going to get the real performance is to have both actors on the set during the shoots and actually have it be a kid, right? And I mean, it's even proven in when we watch some of the footage. We have a stunt person and the kids, so when we do any sort of crazy complex stuff like throw them off a building or something like that, we have to get a stunt person in because apparently that's a no-no for kids. I don't know. We're going to change the laws. So you can absolutely tell even the way the stunt person stands, even the way the stunt person walks. You know, oh, wow, that's not the kid. That's not really the kid. It makes a massive difference on sort of the legitimacy of the performance. And it took a long time to find Kratos because, you know, you have to find a very large person, right? Very large. And we were very, very lucky to get Christopher Judge, an incredible performer.
He's such a good actor.
He is unbelievable. He brought an incredible amount of intensity to this. And the son was actually the first part that we cast. So we went through a lot of different meetings, and this kid's audition was just phenomenal. He's like 39 going on 30, just super mature, very on point. We were very lucky to get him.
What's his name?
Sonny Sulik.
Sonny Sulik.
Yeah, he was actually just at Cannes, hanging out with Nicole Kidman and Colin Farrell, so he's not going to return my calls anymore. he's famous now.
And you said when you started this he was 9, but now he's about 14 or so, or how old, 13?
13, I think, 12. I don't really know.
Yeah.
He's still 9 in my mind.
I think we actually have a clip of it.
We totally do.
Aaron, do we have a clip that we could show everybody? Maybe? I always wanted to try this out if it would work. Oh, here it goes.
Nah.
Why'd you say nothing?
So this is that scene from the trailer.
Oh yeah, this is from the actual trailer.
You think I'm weak because I'm not like you. I know I was never what you wanted. But after all this, I thought maybe things were different.
You do not know everything, boy.
No. But at least I know the truth now.
The truth. The truth.
Why did you wait so long to tell me?
I had hoped to spare you. You are welcome to surprise me.
Cut.
Clear.
He could fit in your pocket.
That looks amazing. Wow. Wow. Do you want to talk at all about that process? Were you there the entire time during the mocap shooting?
Yeah. So that's an amazing process. There's so much preparation that goes into it, from the cinematics team, shooting animatics, kind of getting everything dialed in. I mean, I was very, very fortunate to have a really incredible crew, so that every time when we went in for shoot days, it was running like clockwork, like absolutely no issues. And we're doing, you know, single shots that sometimes are 4 minutes long. So I was an idiot who had no idea what I was getting into when I said, no camera cuts. And then the reality of actually going on set and shooting 4 minutes with, say, 5 actors, and you have to get 5 actors' performances perfect in one take. So a lot of pre-work went into making sure that every single thing was dialed in. Dori Arazzi is the camera guy, the cinematographer, and he is just amazing. We have this little VCam thing, right? It's basically like a little or tablet that is getting video of the cameras that are in 3D. And he carries that thing around, and it's like shooting with a Steadicam. But every once in a while, all the controls will reverse. So all of a sudden, up is down, down is up, left is right, right is left. but you'd never know. This guy's so freaking good that on the fly, he just completely just reverses everything that he's doing so that he doesn't ruin any of the takes. So we're like in 3 minutes of a 4-minute scene, and he does that and goes, oh yeah, my camera got messed up. But you absolutely rewatch it, you're like, I never had any idea. So it helps to work with absolutely great people. I am surrounded by people that are so much better than me. And that, I think, is the only, well, it's actually pretty easy to surround yourself with people that are better than you. But, I mean, these guys, it's absolutely astounding. I think I'm so thankful every single day that they're the ones that have to do the hard work.
And that scene was just amazing. How much rehearsal did you have for these scenes?
We would do rehearsal days, like 2 rehearsal days before the shoots, but then we'd also have Sunny come in because in the game, we use a lot of the original Norse language. So anything you actually can read written on all the walls is something. It means something. We've written it, and it's placed there for a very specific reason. But also throughout the game, they will speak in the various languages. The sun, which is kind of a reflection of my own life again, is kind of the translator for him, right? So Kratos is this stranger in a strange land. My wife is Swedish, and I don't speak any Swedish. It's shameful, right? I mean, her parents are in town right now, and I am just the worst. I can say, like, you know, hot dog and drink. I'm like a trained monkey in Sweden. But yeah, the son is a lot like that, because my son, 5 years old, and is speaking Swedish, right?
Wow.
And basically he speaks English and Swedish, and it's just pointing at me and laughing that I'm so dumb. But it's that same dynamic of, like, Kratos can't understand anything these people are saying, but the son is always able to kind of give that conduit. The son, kind of like the player, is the conduit in. So it's really cool.
Well, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of new people on this project, too. You've got Sunny, you've got new Kratos, you've also got Christopher, and you also have a new composer as well, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Talk about working with great people. Bear McCreary, I don't know if anybody's familiar with his work. Yeah, so let's clap for that one. Little show called The Walking Dead.
Little show.
Battlestar Galactica, I don't know. My kid is actually named after a character from Battlestar Galactica.
Really?
So, yeah, Hilo.
That's awesome.
Our favorite character while she was pregnant, that was our favorite character on the show, so ended up doing that, and everybody's completely confused by the name when we tell it. But yeah, I didn't think we were going to get him. Like, they had suggested it, and then we had a meeting, and I was just like a ball of nervous energy, just trying to pitch the project and make it seem exciting, and he was like, you know, matching me for nervous enthusiasm. He was just so excited and so, like, on point with everything that we were talking about. And ever since we committed, and we committed with a high five. That's how we did it. It was the nerdiest moment in my life. I was just like, we're walking around the studio, and I'm like, I finally couldn't take it. I was like, so what's up? Are we going to do this or what? Which is super subtle. Right? And he's like, yeah, man, I want to do this. I was like, right as I did it, I was like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you high-fiving this man? And right away, without hesitation, he high-fived me back, so I was like, all right, we're both dorks. It's fine.
Oh, wow. Shannon, for you as the studio head, having all these new people, new experiences, and trusting Corey and all of this, I mean, as far as personal growth with the studio, how do you feel about how everything is right now?
You know, right now, very, very pleased. It's been tough. It's been tough the last, few years, pivoting this franchise, pivoting. We actually moved into a new facility. We had to grow this team like I've never seen before. The recruiting process on this has been a monster. And it's never easy balancing all these personalities and all this talent. Everybody has a very clear goal for how good they want this game, and we bump in together every once in a while.
Sure.
But it's all for the good of the ultimate goal of greatness and quality, and it's at a point now where I think we can all see it, and I think that's one of the things that really happened to our benefit early on is Corey was able to really get not only the team behind the story and the pivot that he would be making with Kratos, but the whole organization, PlayStation.
Yeah.
We had multiple meetings where he got up and pitched the game, and there was no questions. A lot of times you spend this kind of money, you get executives a little more inquisitive on why you're making certain decisions and so forth, and he was really able to nail it. So that gave us a lot of foundation, a lot of freedom, which PlayStation is so good about. allowing us to breathe through this very challenging time.
Yeah.
So we're in a good position right now. We just got to close the game out, and all the hard work's on the team.
I know. Do you guys have any final thoughts? Because I do have like 2 Facebook questions or so, and I would like to get to those, but I'd like to have, if you guys have any final thoughts on the game.
I think we as a studio have something built into our DNA, our culture, that just inevitably we find ourselves making like really terrifying decisions and going off in really terrifying directions. I mean, just talking about the sun and how like the technical challenges that are entailed in making that decision. Going in a brand new direction with a new mythology. It's a right decision, but it's terrifying. And I mean, as a producer, I find myself sometimes terrified at the decisions that we're making. But
Well, big decisions.
yeah,
of course.
but I think it's a credit to the team, just talented artists, programmers, everyone pulling in a direction of greatness that I just want to give a shout out to everyone on the team and their hard work and dedication you saw that trailer. That took so much effort and talent, and people are putting in 120% to get things ready for everybody to see, and it's just I continually find myself inspired by everyone that I work with.
I think I sold that to people by saying, "Oh, don't worry."
Yeah, it never is. It never is. Yeah.
I think it's the perseverance too that really this group is so focused on taking those baby steps forward, and that's the only way you get through these big risks. And doing that in a united fashion, we're just going to get stronger and stronger through this process, and continuing to make you guys happy.
All right. Well, I do have a couple questions. One is from Joseph. I'm going to say his last name. I know I'm going to butcher it. It's Hamchow. He says, this is for Corey specifically. It says, the new game is about Kratos teaching his son not to make the same mistakes he made. Hypothetical scenario. Present day Corey is talking to the Corey that directed God of War 2. What does he say? Also, second question, how has the process different making the game than making God of War 2 for you personally?
First, present-day Corey would say to old Corey, "You're awesome." Old Corey would say thank you, because I was much nicer back then. I think I would say you need to introduce Gaia as the narrator more, because nobody's going to get it. It's going to feel out of left field. Don't fuck that up. I would say that to me, that one, oh, and then the last sister navigation puzzle thing. I think every one of us who directs one of these games has our sort of terrible choice. And I don't know if I can speak for Dave, but I think we've had many conversations about this. The vertical blade pulls in Hades, those were pretty rough. And I think that one in God of War 2, the weird Sister 3 navigation puzzle, that was just ill-conceived. I think we could have done a lot better on that one. But the process has changed tremendously. We have teams that are 3 times the size now. So trying to get that many people to agree on something, it's like, just get 3 people together and ask them where you want to go to dinner, right? That's never going to work. This is, 270 people all agreeing on a creative concept. Is very difficult. It is a constant management of expectations and keeping people in the loop. Did it break? All right, good. See, I care about people.
He does.
Or at least their phones. So yeah, it's interesting. In the beginning of the game, I did a pitch to the whole team on the story, but I didn't have the story figured out. We hadn't really figured it out, and we needed to do something to get everybody to understand sort of structurally what the game was. So we kind of just slotted a bunch of stuff in. Who knows, and if we have it behind the scenes, you might see this, but it's like some really hand-wavy crap at the end of the game that was just like, and then we'll do this. And everyone's way more savvy to realize, oh, he hasn't really thought about that much. So that's definitely very different than we had to do it before.
Yeah. I do have another question here. It's a little, we'll see if you guys can answer it or not. It's the same person, Joseph, and he's asking, also, does the world serpent betray Kratos and Atreus as he is the son of Loki and Loki is the god of mischief? That's what this person is asking. And it's
Everyone's
on
going to
it.
just be all like dead silence.
Yeah.
Wall of silence, people, wall of
Sorry,
silence.
Joseph. Yeah, that's the only one from Joseph. So no answer on that one, unfortunately. You're going to have to play the game, Joseph. Does anybody in the audience have any questions for the team? Everyone's just like,
Right on.
All right, right up here.
Shows up. Oh shit! Thanks. My question was: are you going to see more Norse gods? Because I know with all the God of War games, you always saw like a different type of god, Zeus and all them. Will we see Thor, Loki, things along that nature?
Gods are a fairly important aspect of this mythology and this world. Specifically, whom and when you're gonna have to play. I'm sorry, that's a sucky answer, I know, but
It actually really wasn't, because there's some fact, because everyone knows God of War, you're going to see gods, but with a lot of aspects of Norse mythology, they were just, no one ever actually saw them, so it's just like, it was just the thought of them, so.
that is a really great point. I don't know if you've ever heard that, but not a lot of, in sort of the Viking era, they always talked about how the gods had abandoned them, right? The gods were these sort of figures that had lived before them. Right? And prior to the Viking era is the migration, when Europeans moved north to Scandinavia and all those areas. And prior to that, the pre-migration is this period of time that we are taking place in the game. We are positing that that is the time when the monsters and the gods and the giants all kind of walk the earth. That's when Midgard was kind of this sort of middle ground between all the different realms. So it gives us a tremendous amount of freedom, and so maybe they will be appearing, who knows?
Maybe.
Again, crappy answer, I know.
I think we have time for one more, and I believe it was right there.
So what I'd like to know is, what was it like when you were thinking about the new weapon, going from the Blades of Chaos to the Axe of Destruction? Calling it the Axe of Destruction, I don't care.
I'm sorry. What was that? Did you call it the Axe of Suction?
No, the Axe of Destruction.
Oh.
Yeah.
Axe of Destruction is much better than Axe of Suction. It's not a very good microphone.
We have tech for that.
We have, right. The weapon was, very, very controversial in the beginning, just because we really wanted to kind of rip everything apart and rebuild it from scratch and kind of see what really is necessary, what is not. And, the combat team is incredible. I have an incredible team of designers, very creative, crazy people whom I fight with on a regular basis. And the sort of genesis of this was years in the making. I mean, this was definitely not flip a switch and it was all good. The kernel of the idea was definitely early on, but it took a long time, I think, to kind of find. We're still finding it, to be honest. I mean, games are essentially, making those final tweaks as it's coming off the lot. I mean, it really is all the way until the end. And this one,
for a long time, there was the idea of not even throwing the axe.
Yeah.
Right. So, that addition in itself is sort of this amazing, memorable thing that you get to do every single time, and it never gets old in the game. And so, I mean,
What forced the decision to throw the axe? Like, what was the impetus for making that
Vincent
decision?
Napoli. Yeah, he had this cool idea, and he had talked about it for a little bit, and I think he really just needed to put it in the game. And did it, and I think everybody was like, oh, this is really cool. This is the beginning of something. Him and George Mall is the programmer, and they both just kind of worked a little overtime and cranked this thing out as sort of a proof of concept, and it was just awesome. So much so that every review leading up to even E3 last year, I was annoying people to no end because I would throw the axe at everything in the world. Like in all the reviews, I'd just be like, boom, and it would just be my way of testing to see if there was any collision. So it'd be like, go through a tree, go through a rock. I'd be like, yep, no collision there. They're like, dude, stop that. They're like, we don't like throwing the axe now because you're ruining it for us. But I still, to this day. What's that? What's the, give the microphone.
No, I was saying, can we get a evil cherry tree boss? You know, just so we can throw the axe at there. Come on.
That's awesome, and it's now going in the game.
But good try. You guys, thank you so much for the questions. And I just want to thank Corey, Ariel, Jeet, and Shannon for joining us today on the God of War Behind the Curtain panel. We got to go, but E3 2017, have a great time.
Wrap it up.
When them other girls ask you if I'm your girl, say ooh, ooh, ooh. A diamond to your pearl, the only one in your world, like ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, there's that love, and it's only between us. Pretend they don't see us, yeah. Ooh, there's that love.
All right, get ready. Ready to go? All right, E3 Coliseum. Great day for gamers. Lots happening over at the show floor and right now at the Coliseum. We got something really special. One of the things we wanted to do at the Coliseum was put together some guests that you would not normally expect to be together, and oftentimes journalists like me and other people will interview game executives. But then, you know, this show is about the fans, and fans come in all shapes and sizes. And right now we've got a really awesome panel. I can't wait to see this. We had a prep call the other day, and it was a ton of fun. Pete Parsons is the CEO of Bungie, of course. They've got Destiny 2. You guys excited about Destiny 2? Well, you can head on over to the show floor. You get a chance to play Destiny 2. Pete has been in the industry for a long time. As I mentioned, he's the CEO of Bungie, and he kindly agreed to come to the Coliseum and be interviewed by a Destiny superfan who also happens to be a WWE superstar, The Big Show. So this is a conversation. I don't know what's going to happen, but it's going to be entertaining. Please welcome The Big Show and Pete Parsons from Bungie. Guys, come on out.
What do you think? All these people here?
Pretty awesome.
I'm nervous. I don't know if I can talk in front of a crowd.
I'm nervous because I'm
All right.
standing next to you.
It's okay. I did have a breakfast burrito, but I think everybody in the room is safe. All right. What is that clicking noise? Is that me? I think it's my beard's beating up my mic. Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
How's everybody doing today? Good? All right. Now, how many Destiny fans do we have here today? All right. How many Titans do we have here? Okay, you guys can leave now. If you guys that don't know, of course, I'm WWE Superstar Big Show. I am a legend in the business, which is a nice way of saying I've been around a long time. But what many of you may not know is I'm also a bit of a gamer. I know it doesn't make sense with hands the size of this, but in my world, in my life, I'm constantly on and being nice and taking pictures and interacting with people. For me, my relax, my escape is gaming. And for some of you guys that understand that are gamers, if you're a gamer, you understand what it's like to get away and get into your game that you love, whatever it is. Destiny happens to be my favorite game. And of course, I'm very fortunate and very lucky because of the things I've done in my wrestling career. I get a chance to sit down with the CEO of Bungie, a great guy, Pete Parsons. You owe me $5 for saying that.
Well, we feel fortunate that not only are you a player, but you're part of the community. And talk about the community and what it means to you.
Well, the community to me, that's the thing. I think I've played different games over the years, and it was funny. As a kid, I didn't get to be much of a gamer because I worked and all that other stuff. But as I got older, I got to get into gaming. And Destiny took me right away. My first patrol on Earth. I was a green noob. I mean, like I was scared if a mouse popped out, it would kill me. And I remember I'm running around my little patrol and not really knowing where anything's coming from or what's going on. And there was a yellow bar that came out. And I knew right away, run. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there were like 4 guys that popped in with speeders that were like, level 20 or whatever they were. They were so much higher than I was. And they killed the yellow bar. And then they all sent messages. And I didn't know anybody from Adam. And I thought, wow, this is a cool game. Like, you don't know anybody. But we all have one thing in common. We're going to kill the bosses and we're going to kill the mobs. So it got me hooked right away. And then for me, it gave me a chance to be a part of a community that really, because we work hard to kick the hell out of your game. You know that, right?
Sure do.
There are some of us that look for cheese spots. I don't. That often. Once in a while, when you have the ogre that all of a sudden starts running faster, there's that one spot you can hold.
I think the ogre just about came out.
I think the ogre came out. Anyway, I love the fact that you have to work together as a team, and everybody has a different role. Now, you guys have known over the years I've always bagged on Titans, how they get the fist of panic. It's not fist of havoc, it's fist of panic. In PvP, I think the reason I have such hatred for Titans, and I didn't run a Titan, is because I got owned by so many Titans in PvP. As soon as you turn a corner, there's a shotgun, fist of panic. I'm nervous. My beard wants more camera time.
Let's try that.
All right, is that better? All right, can you hear me now? All right, and the thing about it is, but honestly, I think with D2 coming out, I'm gonna have to invest some time in a Titan. I really will. I love being a hunter.
Oh, excellent.
I love being a hunter in D1, but at the same time, with the new challenges that I think that I'm looking forward to, we're gonna play this game later today, right?
Yes, right. Yes, sir.
Hey, I get it. I'm happy to do this, but I got a price, right? Hey. But I'm definitely looking forward to it because that's one of the big things that you and I did get a chance to talk about a little bit briefly was the importance of the clans.
Yeah.
You talked about that how there's going to be a little bit more specific things for clans. So the better your clan is, you're going to get clan opportunities now. which, you know, those of us, we all run with our crew. We got our guys, you know, the one guy that eats potato chips the whole time, the one guy whose kid's screaming in the background, the one
Told me
guy.
about the potato chip guy.
Yeah, I got this really good friend of mine, Kadeem, and Kadeem is Captain Crunchy. Because every time I play with him, all it is crunch, 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 crunch. I'm dieting. You know how frustrating it is to play a game and see somebody eating really crunchy chips? It makes it a little harder. But anyway, yeah, I'm looking forward to the challenges going to be put forth with the
Yeah, I mean, I think the plans are going to be great. I mean, by the way, thank you for playing online as well. Like, we're like so fortunate to have the community. I can't tell you, we're part of that community. I can't tell you how much we play at the studio. I get to work with.
I played with some of your guys.
Yeah, you have before. Yeah.
It was funny because, you know, a lot of people think I'm full of BS, not full of Big Show, but full of BS. When I tell them I play Destiny. And then, you know, a couple of the guys that created the game kind of called me out a little bit, you know, oh, come and raid with us. And I'm like, okay, but, you know, you guys better be up to par because, you know.
So was that before or after you sent us the broken controller? Was that the...
The broken controller came after I got owned by a Titan. I'm telling you, there's a lot of hate from Titans. There's a lot of hate from Titans. There's nothing like turning a corner and getting a fist of panic and, you know, I'm going to make a Titan. Yeah. But, so I got to play with some of the developers. Some of the guys actually created the game. And we ran that last raid. And I would like footnoted for the record, your guys created the game. How many times did I die in the raid?
If I remember, you said 0 times.
Right. Who had the most amount of kills in the raid?
I think we're going to go look at the data on that.
I think you should look at the data and find out that Big Show's a hunter.
I roll a hunter too.
No, but that's the thing. You know, there's no saying you say, you know, as long as you're doing what you love, you never work a day in your life. And you can definitely tell one of the great things about Destiny, not just in the community that we have, but also in the developers themselves. They create this game, they play this game, they love this game. So they have the same frustrations, you know, like when you do, you know, a weekly trial and you get you know, 3 strange coins. I mean, it's awesome to put that much work in and get 3 strange coins. And some guy that hid in the cheese spot the whole time gets you know, an exotic. I mean, it's totally fair. Totally fair. I mean, yeah, you're so sorry. You need an exotic weapon to help your gaming. I'll take my 3 coins and wait for Friday to see Zur.
I can tell you we are our own worst critics. So you're right. At the studio, we play Destiny. That's what we do. We don't just play it because we're working on it. We play it because we love it. And we love being part of the community. You were mentioning clans earlier.
Right.
And that's going to be a big part of how do we, by putting clans in the game, how do we bring people together under their own common banner? And then when they do that, then they have guided games. And so...
What was the thing you told me, and it made a lot of sense to me about Destiny, just because I do love the game, but it's the game you want to play with the people you want to play with.
Yeah, so one of the things we say at Bungie is that we want to create a world that people want to spend time in, that they want to be in, a world that they care about. Mm-hmm. Once you have that world that you've built up, you fill it with a bunch of really fun things to do, lots of different activities.
How about the lore in Destiny? The history behind Thorn. You know what I mean? Like me, okay, I love the Marvel movies. I love the DC. I love the Star Wars. I love the larger-than-life fantasy. I love that stuff. Like, let my imagination grow and dream bigger than ever. But when I look at all the history of Destiny, I'm thinking, wow, this is a great opportunity for graphic novels. Is that something that may happen in the future?
I think that would be a lot of fun. I mean, once you build a world, you can do lots of fun things in it.
It's a great opportunity for Destiny movies. We need a giant hunter.
A giant hunter?
See what I did there?
It's a story of a hunter.
Yeah. Yes, you see what I did there? In wrestling, we call that booking yourself. See what I did there? Getting yourself that main event spot, yo. Yeah, but there's so much history. I think that's part of the fabric.
You kind of look like a Titan, though, right?
Yeah, okay, I'll play a Titan in the movie. I got it. I'll be a Titan. Yeah. I'll run around with my fist of panic. Actually, that'd probably work pretty good. Maybe I should change my finish to the KO punch to the fist of panic. So, you know, when you look at all the lore and all the time, and then you talk with the people that created the game, this is not a game that the creators of, you know, the people at Bungie and the creators of Destiny, they said, oh, we're just going to put this game together so we can push a product out to fans so that they spend time and money on the game. Okay, yes, it's a business. We all understand that. But these guys put heart and soul and passion in developing this game with history and lore, and something that they didn't take from anything else, because Destiny is its own unique universe, its own unique concept, its own unique bad guys, bosses, aliens, stories, heroes, you know, fallen heroes. You know, we talk about the Guardians that have fallen before, and some of our missions we run into fallen Guardians and whatnot. I dig that up because to me that puts me in a completely different universe, and it makes it more absorbable, if that makes sense. You know, I love that part of the game. And I tell you one thing, if you guys aren't aware, when you do good work and you're enjoying something, and then you find out that more about, you know, Bungie itself and some of the work that Bungie does, they talk about the gaming community in Destiny. But do any of you know the community efforts that Bungie does to give back to different communities? You want to explain a little bit about some of the
I was just about to
work?
ask you for a job, if you wanted a job, because
Hell
that
yeah, I want
was
a
awesome.
job.
That was great.
I want some codes too.
Yeah. You know what? Oh man, I knew it.
Yeah. We go. You ain't leaving here without some codes, Jack. I'm not waiting 6 months to get a gallon horn this time. I'm getting it day one.
You talk about world building. Hey, one of the things I love, which goes back to our community, if we can create a great world and put a bunch of fun stuff to do it and make sure that everything is more fun to do with or in front of your friends, what's great about that is then you all start telling your own stories. And that's maybe the most heartwarming thing for us, is to see the people who've come together, who've connected, who are playing, maybe never in a way they have before. I mean, I've reconnected with friends from all over.
No, I don't want to see my friends. They all want money. So.
Well, your friends just eat chips too, but
yeah, friends that eat chips, friends that want money.
But the stories around the community, and so hopefully, you know, whether it's with clans where we can make those communities tighter, whether it's with guided games where we can bring in new people into those clans.
Well, you create such a great environment with the clans. The community becomes a big deal. You know how we all work together as you know, when we're doing our raids. Everybody's got their assignments, their jobs. You know, we shoot the high priest. You know, with our touch of malice. Okay, back in the bubble. You know, run around 3 times. There you go. You know, it's a little stressful. Sometimes I think you guys are laughing. Why am I going to run around this 3 times? Okay, but anyway, I get it. It's challenging, and I dig that. One of the things that I was doing a little bit of reading on Bungie before I got to do this, you know, awesome interview with Pete. The Guardian community itself has gone above and beyond outside of the game. Some of the Guardians have done a lot of work with Make-A-Wish. And you know I've done a lot of Make-A-Wish with WWE. It's a fantastic organization. We've got actual gamers, our Guardians, that do cosplay, dress up as Titans, Warlocks, Hunters, and help and go and visit sick kids like at St. Jude's. That's your community. That's you guys. That's you guys giving back. You know.
Yeah, it's super. It's awesome.
You know, that's an amazing testament to your commitment to the community, your commitment to the game, your commitment to each other, but also your commitment to humanity. Because let's just face it, nowadays, there's a lot of people out there that are constantly taking. When we have groups of people that come together to give back, that's when we're really moving ahead, and that's when we're really moving forward.
Yeah, that was incredible for us to see. We've been working on
That's your community that you created.
Oh man, I mean, no, they created themselves. We actually made the great stage, and then all of the players made it a great place to spend time in. I mean, we've been working. We have the Bungie Foundation, which has been doing work for many years, going all the way back to Hurricane Katrina. We do make a lot of Make-A-Wish work, as well as we have.
I'm getting my wish today. I'm getting some codes. Yeah. Just saying, you're not getting out of that. But sorry to interrupt, sir. Go ahead. Codes.
You know, I got to tell you, I'm getting tired of the code question, Paul.
Hey, man.
I'm just saying.
Yo, we're cool, bro. I'll learn it the hard way.
I knew this might happen based on our call.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to bring back up with Cold Heart.
Okay, that's an exotic.
One of our new exotics.
Oh. If you've never seen a 7-foot, 370-pound nerd cry, you're about to. Whew, this is just absolutely beautiful.
All
No,
right.
y'all can't have it. You know, earlier before I was teasing about the codes, wow, this is absolutely amazing. The detail and work in this is so cool. This is like really, like I'm going to annoy the hell out of my family with this. I can feel it.
And so much of this great work actually comes out of the community. It's about
Really?
people playing together. It's about not just the cosplayers. It's about all of the different, you know, gear people are creating, people coming together.
Yeah,
It's pretty awesome.
I love the dedication, the imagination that goes into it, but I also love the fact that Bungie gives back. You know, Bungie does a lot of work. You know, he talked about since Katrina, but also, you know, Bungie donated over $1 million to Nepal after that, you know, that horrendous accident over there.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
thank you.
That's a statement, and that starts, you know, that starts at the leadership all the way down, and that's your commitment to give back to your community as well and the people around you.
Yeah, and that was also part of our community, and we were very fortunate. And you know, I get to work with about 700 of some of the most talented people in the world who are part of our community together. And it's not just about
codes.
And so when we have an opportunity, we've been very fortunate, so we have an opportunity to give back to that community. We get to do great things. And so even the work on Nepal, like part of that was funded by the community through our t-shirts, the t-shirt campaign we did. Our store drives a lot of their profits back into the store. And then we also do our Children's Orthopedic Hospital in Seattle. We have our iPads for Kids program. And I just have to give a huge shout out to the Bungie Foundation team, because at Children's Hospital, there's a lot of sick kids. And every kid, I think in almost every inpatient and outpatient part of the hospital now, a kid who wouldn't otherwise have something like an iPad can come in, they get a free iPad that they can use while they're there. And the entire foundation team is amazing, and the team that backs it up is amazing. Yeah. And you guys are all amazing to help fund it as well, so thank you very much.
That's amazing. Now, Pete, if I may, can I hit you with some questions?
Sure, yeah, sure, as long as they're not about codes.
Well, I have nothing to say then. One of the things, like, you know, I have a lot of my fans that hit me up with some stuff, and there's a lot of talk that I've been getting my way. I don't know if you guys are part of that too. You know, we have the PlayStation platform, we have the Xbox platform. Is there any potential in the future that maybe we'll be able to, us PlayStation guys can go over and, you know, whoop the hell out of some of those Xbox guys down the road?
Oh my goodness.
I mean,
well, not.
You know, I always get the guys that talk trash and they go, what game is this you on? And I'm like, I'm on I'm on Xbox. Yeah, I bet you are. You talked all that smack and realized you're about to get smacked up and you're on a different system. Right.
Well, not currently, but we do focus on making sure that the game is the best it can be on any platform. And you know, we're introducing PC this year.
PC, wow!
So, which is going to be pretty exciting. So.
I know, but my fingers, computer keyboard.
Well, that's all right. You can use a controller.
Okay, yeah, I'll be all right.
If you want.
I got to keep my rep up. You know, big reach, slinging 187s, yo. So, okay, I'm not a rapper. If I was a rapper, I'd be Saran Wrap because I got it covered. Not good. Okay, bad. That's terrible. But that was terrible. One of the things too is, okay, now Destiny 2 is actually coming out earlier and projected September 6th, correct?
Yeah, so we originally announced September 8th, and on console will be coming out on September 6th.
And we start our beta July 21st?
July, I believe it begins July 18th.
18th? I love it when I'm wrong and it's even better for me.
And then the PC version will launch on October 24th with its beta sometime in August.
Now that PC version, that's the elite gaming platform when you're on the PC version, correct?
I don't know, you know, there's elite gamers everywhere. I mean,
yeah, I know. I mean, hey,
yeah,
I'm right. Like hey. It's okay. I'm glad to be here.
But I think it's exciting for us to be on the PC because there's a whole bunch of people who want to play on the PC and they're going to be excited. But
I like the fact that you're giving this game, you know, as multiple platforms for exposure for everyone to enjoy it and understand what our community is about. And I think that's incredible that now we're also going to be part of PC, Xbox, PlayStation.
Yep.
It's just such a huge community. It's really a good deal. You know, when you when we started talking, you originally came over from Microsoft, correct?
Yeah, originally I was at Microsoft, and then had the great fortune to be on the early Xbox team and meet the Bungie team in the late '90s. And
Right. So you started.
Had been a Marathon fan prior before that.
Marathon. Ah, all right. Now, but you started developing the first Halo, correct? Were you part of that
Well,
team?
so I was working primarily on the Xbox side, and then got to work with the team while they were working on Halo, and then shortly after that came over full time to the Bungie, and started
Right.
working on Halo 2.
And before you went to Microsoft, you were a bodybuilder.
No, I was not a bodybuilder.
You worked for who?
I worked for Joe Weider.
Yeah, he was a
not a
bodybuilder.
bodybuilder.
Yeah, he was.
No.
He was a protein shake, ab sit up, curling kind of guy. It's okay. It's okay to be a nerd with muscles. I'm okay with it.
Well, it was always like gaming, and it was such a great opportunity. I mean, particularly when Bungie came around,
Right.
to really. I remember looking at Halo and saying, "Oh my gosh, that's a world that we want to be in," and that's exactly what we've been able to do with Destiny, is hopefully create a world that you want to be in. And now we get to create these great communities, and then hopefully see the fruits of that labor, which is
Well, I
really
think the
amazing.
fruits of labor are showing because the game's growing, and when we first started, Vault of Glass was ridiculous. Remember, like Vault of Glass was like, oh, this is like so hard. And then once you got your light levels up and your weapons up, and now I go back and play Vault of Glass for fun, just to beat it to death. Like when you run Vault of Glass almost by yourself, you're really being a bully. At the light level I'm at now, it's kind of fun. But I love how the fact that as the game progresses, the challenges become more. What are we doing different with Destiny 2? Is our vault space going to be different?
Well, we're not talking about that, but I think you're going to find a lot of new stuff to do.
Okay,
in
I
Destiny.
do have one thing.
It's big story.
I'm
Can't wait to play.
excited to find out because I'm going to get to play that a little bit today, right? A little bit of a test
Yeah,
today.
you're going to get to play a little bit today. You play Inverted Spire, I
Let me
think,
see.
to Strike. So, and we can't wait for the beta to come out for all of you as well. That's going to be an exciting moment. I know the team is really fired up about it.
Are you going to take the salary cap off? I need to know that I need to see 6
You have all these
million.
questions.
I need
Let's
to
wait
see
until we,
6
we
million
can-
in Glimmer. 25,000 just, it feels like my parents are putting an allowance on me. Just saying.
I
mean, I'll trade the 25, I'll stay at the limit. I just need a couple codes.
Let's just play together first, and then we'll see what you think. Oh, you're asking for codes now?
Well, yeah.
all right.
I mean, hey, man, we're close. We bonded.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
did.
a couple codes, we'll go work out. I mean, we're practically bros.
I think
Right?
I would die. That's, I think, what would happen.
No, you're in great shape. It'll be fine. The only thing, the only thing that I truly want to get the message out today, and you don't get a lot of time to talk, obviously, and you guys are here to see a lot of different things, and thank you very much for supporting Destiny 2.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we're excited about it as well. But one of the main things that I personally want to get across is how incredibly awesome that Destiny community is, and how awesome you guys are that play.
Yeah.
And some of you don't know it, but some of you, when you're playing, may be playing with me. So I enjoy playing with all of you. I enjoy the game. I'm very excited about Destiny 2, the new adventures we're going to have. I'm already itching right now to go try out this new one. And, D2 is going to be the bomb, diggity. So I'm looking forward to playing, and hopefully I'll see you guys out there in the community somewhere. And if there's a big yellow bar and I'm lowballing it, just try to come and help me out, please.
Thanks, Paul. And thank you all again. We couldn't be happier to have you play. And I want a big thanks for the entire team back at home.
Definitely.
We can't wait to see you online. Appreciate it.
You bet.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for this. Very cool. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much. It's going to go get me some codes. That's what it's going to do. I don't know what he's talking about. I'm getting some codes before I'm leaving. Thank y'all. Have a blessed day.
I'm gonna de-mic you right here.
Okay.
Coming up in just 3 minutes, World Builders, featuring Chris Hardwick, Neil deGrasse Tyson, James Gunn, Kiki Wolfkill, and Randy Pitchford. See you in just 3 minutes. All right, the E3 Coliseum continues. A couple great panels already. This next one is something really cool and special. It's an awesome conversation about games with an eclectic group of people that you might not expect to come together. I can't wait to hear what they have to say, and we have an incredible host to guide this panel. Please welcome Chris Hardwick.
Excellent. Thank you for coming out. This is a great panel, a great collection of humans. I'm going to introduce them one at a time. Everyone comes from a different space in the storytelling world, and we're going to talk about world building and why it's so important. And do you stick to rules? Do rules inform story? Does story inform rules? Certainly very important for video games because we personalize them so much. We're very passionate about them. I'm 200 hours into Zelda right now. I don't think it would have killed him for one fucking bit of rain climbing armor would be great. They thought not important. Fine, rains all the time, no big deal. So I still love the game. All right, so I'm gonna introduce everyone, and then we'll talk for a bit, and then you guys will have a chance to ask some questions. So right now, I would like to introduce Mr. James Gunn, Guardians of the Galaxy, Slither, Super. Also, CEO of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford! Borderlands! Tales from the Borderlands! And also head of transmedia for 343 Industries, Kiki Wolfkill is here as well. live via satellite because he is orbiting the planet. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I believe, is coming in. Are we piping him in? This is always, listen, whenever you hear via satellite, like 100% of the time, that goes perfectly. Yeah, it never fails.
At this point.
So I don't know where Neil is, but he'll pop in at some point.
It's not interpretable. It's
I hear him.
Complete static.
Oh no, I don't know if he knows we hear him.
You guys can hear me?
This is a recipe. This is like when someone butt dials you, I never want to hear the message. Never want to hear like, oh, I butt dialed that asshole. Like I never want to hear that.
You gotta grab him by the supernova.
No, don't say. There he is! Neil deGrasse Tyson. I just want him to go, show me what you got.
He's gigantic.
I know, Neil. Neil, you're on a map. Can you see us at all? Can you see us at all? It is the age of Neil. Neil with it. Thank you for joining us, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Good to see you again. So, world building is.
I don't know if they can hear me.
We can hear you.
Oh, we can hear you.
I guess he can't hear us.
Okay, there's also a little bit of a time delay, so we just got to sort of feel that.
It's just
the speed of light sucks.
It's just a 5-minute time delay. It's not a big deal.
It's the
speed of
sound
speed of
we're
light
dealing
so sucks. I'm communicating to you from Mars.
Yes. All right, so we'll start here. We'll talk about world building because everyone represents a different facet of storytelling. So let's start with James Gunn. Let's talk about. Who are you giving?
Justine down there. Yeah.
Oh, hey, what's up? How's it going, Justine? So let's talk a little bit about story building for film, and especially porting a comic over to a film. Do you start with the rules that you're building for the universe, or do you start with the story, and does the story inform what the rules are?
I don't think there's any beginning, and I don't think there's any right or wrong to it because everybody's process is different. I also think that everything is a little bit of this and a little bit of that. I know for me, when I first was pitched Guardians of the Galaxy, it was something that frankly, my first hearing of it, I thought it was not a good idea. I thought it was a talking raccoon with these strange characters. I thought it was too weird. I thought it sounded to me like when they first pitched to me as if it was Bugs Bunny in the middle of the Avengers. And I didn't think it was something that was going.
That's not a bad idea, by the way.
Well, it could be in Space Jam 2 with the Avengers. But as I was driving home, and I knew the Guardians from the comics, and I really liked them, but I just didn't think it was something that was going to fit into the Marvel Universe. But as I was driving home, I thought, okay, well, let's just, take a moment and think about this. And I thought, if there was a such thing as a talking raccoon, what would it be? How could it come to be? If it really existed, how could it come to be? And I found the answers to those questions were actually these incredibly sad, answers. That if there was a creature that was, screwed with, experimented upon, turned into this creature, that he was really a sort of Frankensteinian monster. Frankensteinian?
Yeah, I like it. Go with it.
And he a very lonely, sad creature. And to me, that was the foundation of the entire Guardians of the Galaxy Guardians verse, was that moment of realization that, you could build upon that rule. So that rule, for me, is at the center of everything. It's, the fun of Guardians. They're taking these outrageous, ridiculous pulp fiction concepts that really don't make sense, and then trying to make sense of them. Why does this exist? Why does that exist? In the second movie, I have a living planet played by Kurt Russell. And for me, that was the same question. If there was a such thing as a living planet, how could it exist? So it's always building those blocks one at a time. And for me, with Guardians, I have hundreds and hundreds of pages of the different cultures. What do they believe in? What are their values? What is for the Ravager? For our culture, we think of basically sex and luxury. That's all our technology is geared towards, sex and luxury. I think in the Ravager culture, it's a sense of touch, it's feel. So even though they have the technology to create spaceships that are much more efficient in certain ways, they're into the feel of it, just like somebody loves driving a Ford Mustang and feeling that engine. So I'm always thinking about that stuff, but it is within the construct of a giant pulp space opera, not really a science fiction movie.
So do you feel like when you're watching something and you feel the disconnect where you just feel like, I'm not into this, I don't believe the world, they're breaking all their own rules, do you feel like that was just the function of kind of building off of what you said, how you ask questions? You feel like they just didn't ask deep enough questions to understand the answers that provide the foundation for the rule set for that world?
I feel like oftentimes storytellers will tell a story point at the sake of the internal validity of the story. And so it doesn't so much bother me if things sometimes break the rules of physics, break the rules of science, as long as that's consistent within the story itself. In fact, I love that.
I know.
Well, like,
ladies and gentlemen, your new meme.
Well, listen, I mean, we're telling space, they're stories, they're fables, they're not, I do like trying to be as scientifically valid as possible, but there are times when, there are stories that don't, fit within that.
Yeah.
However, it needs to be internally valid. It needs to follow the rules that the story itself set down. And it can't, I love the movie District 9. But when District 9 is a documentary for most of the movie, and then all of a sudden we see behind the scenes where we're seeing characters that don't have cameras on them, it drives me, I can't enjoy the movie. I simply cannot enjoy the movie because it drives me crazy. There's one guy, me and that dude.
Someone was brave enough, but he still was like, oh, just me.
And it's hard, when you're a screenwriter and a director, it can be really hard because you're like, oh my God, I have this idea for this great scene, but it breaks Rule B that we set up earlier. And for me, I will never break Rule B as long as I know what it is. Now, I've made mistakes, and people have pointed them out to me, many times. But for the most part, if I know a rule is there and I know I'm breaking it, I will not do it for the sake of the story.
So let's talk about, let's get into the video game space where you are literally creating everything. You're making all of it.
Yes.
You're programming it, you're making it, you're building it. So what's the first question you ask when you approach something like Borderlands? Is it, oh, it'd be really cool if it were this kind of a wasteland type of or is there a specific story element that you want to tell?
Well, in video games, I tend to break things down in terms of story, style, and design. Whereas story is it's not the plot, it's like the premise, like who, what, why, where, when, kind of like the newspaper story. Style is look and feel, it's art direction, it's audio direction. And design is the input and output, it's the actual gameplay, it's the camera, it's the control. And in truth, when you begin a concept, it can start on any of those vectors. But wherever it begins, everything else has to kind of fall in line. So with Borderlands, we really began with a design premise. I had this hunch that if we took the addictive stuff from RPGs, things that gave us long-term engagement, we could layer that in with first-person action games, which is all about short-term engagement, and they're not mutually exclusive. I had this hunch that we could jam those two ideas together in a gameplay premise. But from there, like if we're going to make a game where the entire test of the game is basically killing people and taking their shit so you can get their loot and level up, okay, how do we make good guys out of that? So then the story follows where we have to build a universe where you can actually find some goodness in the characters that are doing these things. And then style was actually last, and I think some people that were following us from the beginning noticed that we had it wrong at the beginning. We started with this kind of more realistic kind of style, and then we realized that the tone of the game and also the look and feel had to give us a turn to the kind of graphic novel look that we ended up with. At the beginning, when you have a universe like this but you're trying to entertain people, we kind of found that we didn't want to spend time in the Borderlands. But with the style that we landed on, it kind of took this really ugly and dangerous and violent place, and it found a way to kind of make it beautiful and fun. And the style is what brought that element to it. So all those three things had to come together. But it definitely led on design and then followed with story and style. And that's not always the case. Sometimes they lead on story, and sometimes they lead on style. It's different each time.
Well, with Tales, which I was fortunate enough to get to do a voice for, and I still, just based on the script, I didn't know what the fuck was going on because we had to do, it was so non-linear because we had to do every choice.
Yes.
We had to record voices for every choice. So, you know, even to that degree, the story's linear, but it's still a little looser because you're allowing the person playing to really sort of choose the path that they want.
The interactive fiction stuff, it's fun as a creator, you know, to create all those different pathways and to create all those outcomes. It must be torture as a performer.
That's like the
trying to
hardest life
figure-
ever. It's so hard.
Well, you know, no, just to try to figure out where things are going, because I think all good acting, in fact, all good storytelling, you kind of have to know where you're going to end up.
Right.
And it's knowing where you're going to end up helps you get there. So
Right.
you can amplify and emphasize the things that are going to matter to make that end point even more important. And I think all storytelling, you kind of need to know where you're going. But if you're playing a game, or if you're acting in a game where you have multiple outcomes, what do you do?
Well, yeah, I mean, you sort of have the initial statement, and then you go through and you record every possible outcome for everything, so you don't really know where you are in the story. And obviously, it's much more seamless when you're playing. But I'm curious about something like Halo, where the really interactive nature of people playing with each other really informs a lot of what's going on in the story. Does the game itself feel kind of like, well, we're building an obstacle course and just throwing a bunch of people in and it just becomes Battle Royale, basically?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a combination. I mean, Halo is built on a sandbox, right? So the whole idea, it's first-person shooter, you want the player to feel like they are in the space. And, you know, we basically build all these tools and scenarios so that the player can go through and sort of inhabit the world they want to. So, you know, as Randy said, it starts with design. It starts with that first-person experience, and then it's what is the universe you build around that so it feels believable, right? You need that person in the first-person view to feel a real sense of time and place and connection to the world around them, and then the stories sort of come out of that, right? Who are they? What are the things happening around them? But you know, our universe evolves a lot. You know, we talk to the community a lot. We hear from the community a lot. And, you know, we want to set forth a universe and an understanding of the world in the future that they can feel invested in and then give back to. So we hear a lot of different story ideas and input and gameplay ideas, so we really feel like it's a co-creation as we move forward.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, because especially, you know, when people who don't understand the gaming community go, the gaming community, I don't know, they seem extra passionate. It's like, yeah, because you spend, you know, a movie, you can watch the same movie over and over again, but it's really just a contained 90-minute or 120-minute experience. With a game, you know, like I've been playing Zelda for 200 hours. On Skyrim, I played for a year and a half, and the last 6 months was just running fucking grocery errands to fill my house. Like, I need cabbages in this house, why not? You know, just move out of the way, orphan. I got some cabbages to throw in there. So, you know, we attach so much of our identity to these games, and especially when you're making choices, they really do, and they really are connected to your psyche. So how much do you feel obligated when you say it's a co-conversation? How much do you feel obligated to listen when people are like, this should be this or this shouldn't be this? Like, how do you know how to sort, and how much do you give into that?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because, you know, we have a really passionate community, which is amazing, right? To be able to have a daily conversation, which is essentially what we do, is a gift. And, you know, there's a lot of different opinions. The Halo audience is really diverse in terms of the things they're into and the things they care about. Some people are very universe-driven. Some people are very, you know, those specific gameplay rules around multiplayer. And ultimately, it's a balance, right? Because you have to have a vision and commitment to what you want to deliver, while at the same time being aware of what you're hearing and being aware of, you know, maybe choice X wasn't the best choice. And being comfortable and agile in moving in that direction. But, you know, there's a lot of voices out there, and at the end of the day, you have to sort of move forward with conviction and vision.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson, who's been presiding over these proceedings.
He did
the
not
wizard,
agree
the
with
wizard.
Here he is. Wait, keep doing that, keep doing that, keep doing that, Neil. I hope I got that. So Neil understands literal world building. He understands world building in the actual universe, if, you know, presuming that we're not a simulation. So what is it, Neil, especially being someone who will watch things and say, that wasn't entirely accurate, or the stars were off, and that, how important is real world physics to you, real, you know, like that kind of world building, especially now that you're embarking on your own game, Space Odyssey? how is that important, and how is that informing the type of product that you're making?
So first, that's an important question. Let me first assert that I'm not as obnoxious about it as people want to think I am in terms of pointing out what a game or a movie might get wrong. And let me begin by talking not about world building, but about world destroying. So in Star Wars Force Awakens, they had this sort of updated, updated Death Star where it could suck the energy out of a star and use that to destroy planets, more than one at a time. Was it a half dozen? I don't remember the number. And the reason why I'm citing this example is if you calculate how much energy is contained in a star, if it took all of that energy, it could destroy 1,000 planets. So somebody missed that calculation where the real physics could have further...
The fuck, JJ?
Could have made it...
Why don't you blow up 1,000
could have made
stars?
it much more deadly.
That's Gary Whitta.
Oh, it was Gary. It was Gary Whitta.
Oh,
Gary.
So, wait. So I don't have the patience for people who say, I don't want the laws of physics to constrain me, because in fact there's so many cases where the laws of physics liberate you, and I just want to just put that on the table. So now we talk about world building. The laws of physics. Look at how many hours we spend in front of these games, especially you, Chris.
Yes.
So, wouldn't it be nice if you learned something about the actual universe in all of those hours that you spend? So the goal here is to get the laws of physics as we know them and as they manifest in the real universe, and then give you access to these laws of physics in such a way that you have the power to build planets, to build stuff on planets, to build weapons, vehicles, and it's all operating under the accurate expression of the laws of physics. And so this is, well, consider, do you remember, I'm thinking of two films. I'm thinking of the first Hulk movie and Catwoman. When the Hulk and Catwoman...
You might be the only person thinking about those.
No, I'm thinking about those also right now.
Now
My mind was wandering.
But do you remember when they jumped? In each of those two movies, it just didn't feel right. Something was wrong, and you knew it. Even though you were not calculating the ballistic trajectory of a green person through air, you knew it was false, okay? And so a part of me wants to honor what we know you should be feeling when the actual laws of physics are operating. And then once you have this power, run with it. And I'll tell you, for example, we have thousands of exoplanets in the catalog right now where we have some basic information about it, but not total information. All right, we know that some are in the Goldilocks zone. It could sustain liquid water, but does it? Will it? Does it have life? Okay? And by the way, there is no understanding of chemistry without physics, and there's no understanding of biology without chemistry. So once you have these laws of physics in here, you can create anything. Ow. Sorry. You can create anything.
That was a demonstration of Newtonian physics.
Yes, it was. Sorry.
Newton's first law, I think.
So that is the goal.
That phenomenon you're talking about.
And by the way, I just want to add, before we send it back to the panel, I just want to add that the least interesting command you can give an engineer is to say, there are no constraints. Do whatever you want. Well, those are not the seeds of creativity. The seeds of creativity are you tell the engineer, well, we have this much fuel, you have this much payload, you can only go this fast here, but faster over here, and you got to come back and you only have this much food. Go. And then full creativity gets expressed in the face of these constraints. And so I don't think of the laws of physics as constraining. I think of them as liberating.
Excellent. And you
I,
had
well, yeah,
you had a comment off
two,
that.
two things, actually. Echo that for fiction. It's with constraints that I think we're most creative, fictional constraints. And even though we could invent anything in a video game, it's in fact dealing with the realities of hardware limitations, software limitations, and the constraints of the universes we have. That unlocks creativity there too. So it's not just in real life. But what I was going to say was that phenomenon you were talking about, though, where we kind of have this innate ability based on our expectations to detect whether physics are simulating correctly or not. Like when we see a character in CG jump impossibly, our brain kind of rejects that as not right. But that same phenomenon, though, also kind of forces us in some cases when we're creating entertainment to break the laws of physics. It's why all spaceships in fiction tend to fly like airplanes instead of actual spaceships. Real spaceships don't need to bank with the wind.
Yeah, they can't.
They can just rotate and keep the trajectory
Yeah,
going.
yeah.
But our mind rejects it because we're used to seeing airplanes.
But also in deep space, you wouldn't hear a ship go.
Right. And there's no friction.
But for the audience, and I feel like that's.
But you also wouldn't hear a musical score of playing over everything. So
in my mind.
But that's sort of the agreement that we have as as fans of things. Like, okay, so yes, I understand the Hulk can't jump across a state. Like a Green Man couldn't jump across a state. However,
are you racist against green people?
Why
can't green people jump that
They
far?
can.
Yeah, but what the thing is with CGI, and I know because I have to deal with this for hours and hours and hours. One of the most difficult things to get into the completely CGI characters is the sense of landing and jumping.
Yeah.
It takes a lot of work. You see some fabulous movies with fabulous CGI where they cannot get landings right. And it's something that we spend a lot of time doing. And it's a lot of times you'll see these CGI superheroes who they're jumping and they're just like bloop and they're up in the air as if they've just used the tips of their toes to do that, which of course is impossible. But it's and landing even more so because people pay less attention to it.
There's a lot of inertia going on in real life. Like even our cheeks will just sag a little bit if we jump off the couch. But in CG, it's so much more difficult to simulate those things. And in a video game,
then when you're dealing with
when
a
we're
character
doing
with
this stuff in real
fur.
time, oh my God,
Yeah, but at
it's
some
impossible.
point, right, you just have to, there's a believability call, right? Like, I like physics. I don't maybe love physics as much as you. But at some point, you're just going to play in what feels right because these scenarios don't exist, right? For us, we tried to base a lot of our human factions in the UNSC very much in what we understand today because moving that forward doesn't mean those rules change. But when it comes to creatures who have to move and have features that don't exist, you maybe start with what's real, but then you go to what feels believable.
Well,
I
think
you start
that
playing with tricks to make it feel like something your body and eye doesn't reject.
There are certain times when things look, in all respect, there are certain times when things feel wrong when you're creating
Yeah, and they can be
CGI,
completely
or even
right,
when you're dealing
right?
with stuntmen and wires and things like that. There are times when things feel wrong, but they actually are right. Or even with, the first movie I ever made was a movie called Romeo and Juliet.
Yes.
And my brother was supposed to get punched in the face by my friend Val, and he went and he punched him in the face, and he actually punched him in the face. And he broke his nose, which was what he was supposed to do in the movie. And the sound that happens when you break a nose is kind of like this weird popping sound. And as much as we had a great recording of that popping sound, but it didn't sound right when you watched it. Now that was real, that was what it was, but to make the scene really work, and it is probably one of the greatest movies of all time. To make the scene really work, we put in another sound that was more like the sound you would expect a breaking nose to make.
That's an interesting point, though, because that is definitely a product of our collective consumer experience just getting it wrong for so long because they had to make some sort of a noise that we were programmed to think, oh, when you hit someone, it goes, you know, and it doesn't. So, I guess you don't feel like there's a responsibility like, no, this is how it really is. You really want to make sure that people, because that's just part of the agreement you have with the audience.
I feel like it's my responsibility to, first of all, my responsibility is number one and all as a storyteller. Yeah. So for me, physics is a tool to make things more believable. And the more I can involve real science in a movie as pulpy and space fiction-y as Guardians, the more believable people will feel inside of it, and it'll work better. That's my number one thing. My number two thing is, as we all know, we're living in a time when there is a siege on science and scientific belief. And that somehow it has become for reasons unknown to me, a political belief to believe in science, which seems ridiculous. So I do feel some sense of responsibility to the world and to the consumer to keep taking steps forward towards making things more scientifically believable, and to just make a statement that I myself believe in science and that it's an important thing for us all to believe.
Well, I do think they're two slightly different conversations in the sense that, if you're making something and you want to tie it to real world science versus, I think people will, as long as your rule set is strong enough and you stick to it, I feel like you can create any rule set that you want. Like obviously I think Neil's preference in a lot of cases would be that it be more toward real science, but you can build those worlds as long as you can explain them, because I think people, the gap of disbelief is in as much as you give them the rule set and follow it. When you break it, what you're saying is, well, these rules weren't really that important, or we just didn't really see it through all the way, or fuck you. You know what I mean?
You're talking about You're talking about internal consistency.
I'm talking about internal consistency, and I think people will believe, as long as you are very clear about what the rules are and you follow those rules, you can bend those rules, and I think you can even break them as long as you come up with a really good fucking reason for why you're going to break those rules.
Sure.
And if you don't, it feels disrespect. As an audience member, it feels kind of disrespectful.
About fiction?
Yeah, we're talking about fiction. We're not talking about actual science.
Yeah, so just a moment ago, we talked about fiction. Of course, fiction, bad fiction is interactions of characters that no one finds convincing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everyone you know who has that personality would not behave in the way you just wrote that into the story. And so I'm agreeing with the comment earlier that even fiction follows certain rules, and you want to stay consistent within those rules, otherwise you'll just lose your audience entirely.
Right.
And so I have no problems with internally self-consistent rules, and in fact, that this entire gaming community, the whole geekosphere, is going to hold you to those rules.
Yeah, you're a part of the geekosphere.
They're going to tell you. Yeah.
Well, my things are, I think my high, like you were talking about your number one, your number two. My number one is I tend to put information, like the audience has to know what the hell is going on. They have to understand, and if you've done a good job, then they'll like it. But if they don't understand what's going on or what you're trying to communicate, then you lose. So that's the highest priority. Then it's entertainment, but third is plausibility. It has to be on the list. It's definitely there, but I always put information and entertainment a little higher than that. I know that when I get behind entertainment and I'm on that team, I'll forgive certain things. For example, fans will tell us better than the story did why it is that the performance of the Millennium Falcon can be measured in parsecs instead of speed, right? A parsec is a measure of distance, right? So Niels had fractures because if you're going to talk about how fast your ship is, you don't talk about that in terms of it made the Kessel Run in under 12 parsecs. But then fans will say, no, you see the Kessel Run, it's about optimizing your path, so distance is the metric. And it's about getting around the black holes and shit.
And those are fun. Those are fun debates to get into.
But the fans will work for you if they like your entertainment.
Absolutely. They will write their own narrative, and that's the sign of a really good property. And so when people really start, becoming engaged and figuring it out, other than like, oh, when they were writing it, people weren't that sciencey, and parsec sounded like a cool word, so they just threw it in the thing.
And that's the truth.
Which is
Which
is the true boring reason, but it's fun that people build an air around that. But with Halo, with so many successive iterations of Halo, do you find like, well, we want to add rules, or we want to sort of take rules away, or we want to, like, how do you expand each time? Because obviously, every time you put something out, there is an expectation like, oh, well, this is going to be a better thing than the previous thing, because it's a new thing.
Yeah.
So how do you keep that up with a property that has been going on for so long?
Yeah, I mean, there's rules and then there's canon, right? And they're a little bit different, right? Because the rules are sort of the underlying foundation of how the universe works and what is possible to happen or not possible from a simulated physics perspective or new science perspective or space opera science perspective. And then there's canon, which is what are the stories that you've told, what are the backstories, what do people understand about characters, and can a character suddenly go from being male to female, or do you change the chronology of something that happened in the past? And that one's tricky, right, because canon serves a lot of the same purpose, which is provide understanding of the universe so that when you add to it, you know what you're building on. On the other hand, if there is a good reason to break canon, and it is a better experience, we will always have that conversation, right? And in some cases, we will say, we have broken canon because of X, Y, Z, it has to be meaningful. And in other cases, we'll retcon a little bit, and we'll play, so Franco O'Connor, who's the franchise director on our team, is a master spackler, right? So sometimes we'll have big holes in our backstory.
I like that
or
term.
in our universe.
A
Yeah,
spackler.
he is
Yeah.
it is seamless and smooth spackle. But there are times when, especially when you have so many stories, you break your own story, right? You don't mean to.
I had to face this yesterday.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm writing Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, and and I told Chris I finished the
I'm
first.
writing Guardians of the Galaxy.
I finished the first draft of the treatment yesterday, which I'm excited about. I feel really great about. But there's one little thing that I had in the first movie. Now, there's canon, Marvel MCU canon is crazy. Yeah. And then there's, and I'll get super geeky for 2 seconds. There's a 616 universe, which is the Marvel Comics universe, which people get hung up on that canon. And then there's the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which has a separate canon, which is inspired by, but not exactly the same as the 616. And I did something in the first movie of Guardians where it was in the background, but it's distinctly there, and people know that it's there, and I'm like, God damn it, I don't, because I have a really good storytelling reason for breaking that canon, and I stayed up last night figuring out if I'm going to do it or not. I still don't know.
Just don't lie about it, right? Like, don't try and hide it.
Let's vote.
It's like
Should I break canon or not?
Well, mostly, yeah.
This guy says no. This guy
You
says,
say that
What was the thing?
Neil has something to say on that.
What was the thing in the movie? What was the thing? Maybe our collective genius in the room can help you solve it without having to break canon.
You want to crowdsource your decision?
I'll actually tell you. I won't tell you the specific thing, but I'll tell you the general thing. In the first movie, there is the mugshot sequence where the characters go through and they're being, going through the mugshots. They're having their picture taken, and the Nova Corps has information about each of the characters coming up on their little, their machinery.
Yeah.
Now, those things are something that your average viewer doesn't see at all and doesn't read, but there's a lot of background I put into those things about who they've worked with, where they're from, what's going on, and it's one of those things that I'm thinking about changing.
But see, that's amazing though, because that is.
But this guy
Here's
will
the thing,
get beat
though.
the shit out of me at next Comic-Con.
No, you're good. You're good.
Somebody's gonna stab me.
You're good. You're good. That information source is unreliable. They just have bad information.
That's good.
But
There you go.
that type of detail in world building is so appreciated by people who, because you might just appreciate something on the surface, but when something is that rich and has that much dimension and that much, and informs things that, I would say for anyone who's really trying to understand how to craft a perfect world, just watch all of Breaking Bad. It is a perfectly self-contained story that sets up, came out before a lot of you were born. But it perfectly sets up the rules, it bends them, they constantly set up these story points that you go, how are they going to get out of this? And not only do they get out of it, but it's the only and perfect way.
Yeah.
And things
Those are
that
my
happen in the
favorites.
first season
Yes.
get paid off like several seasons later. And so it's that kind of really detailed story building and world building that I think true fans really, really, really
And that's
do.
how you respect your fans, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's how
Exactly.
you pay back to the fans who are investing the time and the energy to care.
Right.
So,
Well, I think that if you really love what you do as a creator, or as a world builder, or a storyteller, you're a fan of that world that you're
Exactly.
creating.
Yeah,
I mean, I often, and this is a strange thing, and it's a strange thing to say out loud because it sounds insane, but I think of myself as a journalist. And the journalism that I'm writing is just writing down these stories of a talking raccoon and a tree and this, because there is an element where I just kind of sit back and I kind of watch these things occur. And then I have to arrange them in such a way, but it really is existing as an audience member and allowing myself to be fully creatively in that space as I am witnessing what is happening and just writing it down and then sharing it with everybody
So I just want to
else.
make sure, because we have about...
Can I add something here?
Sure.
Just there's. Sure. So I think, was it Mark Twain who said, if you're a compulsive liar, you have to have a very good memory?
Right.
Was he the one who said that?
Yeah,
Probably.
something.
Because
Sounds
if
like-
you
sounds
only
like
tell
it.
the
No
truth...
way we'll ever be able to find out, I guess.
yes.
If you only tell the truth, then you don't have to remember anything because it's just always the truth.
Right. Yeah.
So in the world building, every step you take away from what is the natural order of the universe, you would then have to remember every one of these details all the way down the line to stay consistent with that. So dare I suggest that if what was going on were fundamental physics but still exotic, as long as you stick to the physics, you don't have, it's all there. You can be 10 seasons down the line and you will make decisions and worlds and shapes and things, and you don't have to remember what you happen to have invented at some other time, because it'll be consistent with how the universe intended it to be.
Yeah, and well, especially if you like sci-fi too, though, because I think any Doctor Who fan has a bit of like, oh, okay, I guess they're doing this now. Sure, it's a fixed point in time. I'll accept that. Like you, because your relationship to, or Rick and Morty is another perfect example of like, how do Justin and Dan keep all these insane rules in place? And but you have a relationship with like, okay, this is batshit enough that if they break stuff, it's actually kind of funny. But that's part of the agreement that you have with that particular thing. But is there anything that you guys can think of, and then I want to make sure we have 15 minutes for audience questions. Is there anything you can think of that you really wanted to do and something you were working on, but the rules or the world that you had already set up absolutely forbade it, and there was no way that you could figure out how to sandwich it in?
Yeah, I'm dealing with, as we're working on the next Borderlands game. I've got this conundrum that's, and inside the studio there's even different opinions. There's a lot of speculation on the internet between the relationship between Tiny Tina and this character named Krieg. And some people think that, they're actually related. But there's some reasons why we haven't been able to do that and feel like we're internally consistent. And this is like what he was saying, where sometimes the rules are about your fiction and not about the physics.
Yeah.
And we're struggling with that right now. And I can see there's a lot of people that want it to be one way. And there's some reasons why it's not that way yet, but I don't know. We'll see. You'll find out where we end up.
Well, that's fine. So when you do make that choice,
Yeah.
if you have a very compelling reason, but people just don't want it,
yeah.
Are you in like damage control mode? Where you go,
And well,
no,
that's
here's the
trick.
reason why.
And that's the trick, because quality, and I maybe can say something about quality in this context, since somehow I ended up being responsible for Duke Nukem Forever. It has nothing to do with what you actually do. What it is it's relative to the expectation of the audience. Quality is entirely relative to expectations. So if everyone's expectation or wish is for one thing, and you subvert that, then you're just hurting their impression of quality.
Sure.
And it's a dangerous game to play.
But sometimes, and I find this now because we are so, as a culture, we're so used to being in control of things, being heard, getting exactly what we want, however we want it, whenever, how, in any form. So when people see something and they go, it's like if they watch an episode of Game of Thrones, well, this is dumb, this didn't have to happen in this episode. It's like, You fucking haven't seen the whole show yet.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Yeah.
Like, how can you even comment on something in an educated way if you don't know what's coming up? So there is, I imagine, a challenge with balancing the patience of the audience and like, please just hang on for a minute and you will find this will pay off.
But that's our problem too as entertainers. We've got to figure out how to engage and hold on to them. If we're going to get somewhere and take them somewhere, and we have to have them take some medicine in order to get there, then it's on us to keep their engagement before taking them to where we need to go.
And it is exponentially more difficult in some ways because when you come out with the first Halo, the first Borderlands, the first Guardians of the Galaxy, exactly like you say, people have no expectations.
That's right.
Nobody knew who the Guardians of the Galaxy were, so there was like, 2,700 fans that thought, they knew what they wanted it to be, but everybody else just was like, okay, it's a talking raccoon. They went and they saw it, and then they loved it. Well, from there, people fall in love with it, and their own imaginations start to come to play. And that's one of the fun things about creating the kind of stuff that we create, but at the same time, then people become proprietary. And so they believe that because they think that, whatever should happen in that story, that's what should happen. And then they become disappointed and upset when that isn't what happens.
But they
and
still
that's
care.
always a
what's,
thing.
Like super interesting is you'll get all this feedback. Oh, I hated that. I hated this. Why are you doing this? You suck. But but they still love being involved, right? And so
it's better to have that than
they
just
wouldn't say those
complacency.
things if they didn't care about
right,
it.
That's right.
Sometimes they do.
Right.
That's personal.
Sometimes.
Well, that's just that's just shit posting.
But that is passion. I mean, we had an interesting situation, which was sort of the reverse, which is obviously with Halo 1 and the design of Cortana and the AI. We gave the AIs a 7-year lifespan before they go rampant and they basically overthink themselves to death. Well, now 15 years later, Cortana is a super valuable part of our universe, and I think we played with that a little bit with Halo 5. We explored the rampancy in Halo 4, I think, successfully. In Halo 5, I think we were still sort of trying to figure out how do we keep her, but keep to the fact that she's going through these things, and I think we're still figuring those things out with her, right? But it's a little bit of a hole we painted for ourselves, just not thinking 15 years ahead, right? And now we have a main character we're trying to keep meaningful, but also true to what she is.
I always use Guardians as an example like the Mummy just came out this weekend and it didn't do what they had hoped it would do. And so then they always do these ridiculous breakdowns like, oh, maybe it's Tom Cruise or maybe people don't like classic monsters. And I always go, fucking just make good movies. Like just look at Guardians. You know what I mean? Like Guardians, and I know it's a very simple thing to say, it's an oversimplification, but on paper, Guardians should not have made $1 billion according to their rules. Like, not everyone knew what it was. It was, untested, film stars, basically. And you essentially broke every rule that Hollywood follows, and it was one of the biggest movies of all time. And so I just feel like if you make good things that have good detail and good story,
that's the only rule that I can live by as a filmmaker is to make it good. That's all I can do. But that isn't always true because if you saw, Edge of Tomorrow, which was
a good movie.
One of Tom Cruise's amazing movie, and also didn't do very well.
Right.
Did very, very
they didn't know how to market it because it was
Okay,
sci-fi
but-
Groundhog
but
Day.
I mean, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
You didn't know what it was.
You
You were
know?
just like, oh, it's another Tom Cruise in the not too distant future movie, and people just didn't really understand that the story mechanic was really compelling.
There's a lot of good movies that don't get seen, and then there's a lot of bad movies which are making over $1 billion like in a few weeks.
Right.
So it's a difficult thing.
Well, I want to have some time for audience questions.
Wait. But then, how are you defining bad movie?
Right?
Excuse me. No.
Well, you got us.
Wait.
How am I? Well,
Because wait. Because you can't apply different rules to movies than you can to your games. You will define a successful game by a game that sells well.
True.
And you're happy and you'll boast of what you've infused in it to sell. So now you're getting on the case of movies that you all agree are bad but sell $1 billion.
Well, I don't think
They're
Well,
successful.
wait a second, Neil. I never got on the case of. I never said anything about
Fight!
I never said that. I believe that there are good movies and there are bad movies, and I mean they exist.
He is much bigger.
And if you want to go by just the very basic thing about what an audience feels about a movie after they see it, at least go by that. And there are movies which people are walking out of unhappily, and they don't like the movies, and yet they go to see the sequel because the promise of the next one is there. And the trailer works, and they're tricked again. Now, that may be stupid, but it happens. But at the very least, a movie is, for me, I believe a good movie or a bad movie is what I think it is, and what I enjoy, and what I think is well put together, and what isn't, you know. But I think that other people don't enjoy movies, and they're tricked into going to see them. And there's other movies they do enjoy, and they don't see.
But there is something that's extra special about a good, sticky thing, where it's like a movie or a game, or like Borderlands, or like Portal 2, or BioShock Infinite, or Halo, like whatever it is that sticks with you, and there's just like an extra bit of a quality to that world that you want to inhabit.
If only there was a formula. If only we could just.
If only there was a way. But I really
do
want to get some audience questions so people here can get some of this stuff that
Can
they
I
want.
ask the first
answered.
question?
Sure.
I want to know what video game or film passes the Neil deGrasse Tyson test.
Oh, I know what he's going to say. I know exactly what he's going to say. I know what you're going to say.
I thought The Matrix 1, of course, was brilliant in its self-consistency, except for that one little bit about humans having to serve as part of the energy source of the Matrix. That violated all known laws of thermodynamics. But other than that, you know, I just thought they thought that through
of the whole film.
brilliantly, beginning to end.
Excellent. So he liked The Matrix. I thought you were going to say The Martian. I know you like The Martian too. So let's ask. Yes, you sir. Do we
No,
have
but
a
The Martian is not didn't go anywhere other than real physics.
That's true. Do we have a microphone for this gentleman up front here?
Mark Watley got home. He got home.
Hi. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Rhino, and I'm from Iraq.
Hello. Welcome. What is your question?
Thank you. My question is, there's one issue that the video game industry and the movie industry is suffering from these days. It's the lack of originality and the repetition of the same stories and concept and the fear of trying to go into new territories. So, for example, there are so many ancient civilizations that we don't get to explore in video games, even though they are very valid and they need representation, like Sumerian, for example. And there are so many games which repeat the same concept over and over and over in every game and resort to adding multiplayer in order to make the game engaging without presenting anything new. So how do you think we can solve these issues? And is it our fault as fans for buying these content? Or is it the fault of the directors not being efficient enough? Or there's budget issues or lack of research?
I've got an answer for you.
Thank you.
And I don't think it's ever the only. Honestly, I don't blame. I mean, you can't blame people for what they. The only thing that I blame people for bringing to power is the Kardashians. Other than that, everything else, like you can like. What
There's
you
another.
Like.
There's somebody else. There's somebody else. I blame the people for bringing to power.
There's one other. I can't think of. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
I have an answer for you. It's the same reason why I became a.
So you almost jumped out of your thing. Yeah. There's one other guy. I'm sorry, Randy.
No, it's okay. It's the same reason why I became a creator. If there's something you think deserves to exist in the world, you can't count on other people trying to make that exist. Everyone's trying. All creators are going to create whatever they want to create, whatever they think their art should be, and that's foundational to any artist. So if you think there should be something that needs to exist, you should become an artist. You should create
that's
it yourself.
a great piece of advice. Because that's where you feel like there's a gap there. You feel like there's a hole there that's not being serviced. And if you're passionate about it, it's very likely that there are, X number of other people who are also passionate about that. So if there's any way that you can figure out how to manifest that in some way, I feel like that you have a responsibility to do that if you feel like it should be in the world. I think that's a great place to start. Why isn't this? Oh, well, maybe I wonder if I could make that thing. So if that informs you in any way or helps, then maybe we will see you here next year, hopefully up on the stage. Do we have any other? Yes, you. Whoever. Yeah, that guy right there on the end.
My name's Zach. I don't know if you guys were subconsciously talking about DC when you said keep getting tricked and over seeing their movies. But, Mr. Gunna, I have a question for you.
I wasn't. I was talking about something else. Think about it for a second.
All right. Well, I know the Telltale Guardians of the Galaxy game, the first episode came out really recently. I was wondering if you had experienced that at all, and if that has had any influence on you writing Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
I have not played the Telltale Guardian. The only interaction I had with the folks that made that game were that they came to me and said, these are the songs we're going to use. Are these songs that you're planning to use? And are they okay for you to put it within the Guardians universe? And I said yes.
Yeah, those
so
are
that
definitely
was it.
Great choices. I actually loved the soundtrack to the game. I listened to that almost as much as the Volume 2 soundtrack, which was fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Where's the microphone? How about, yeah, this guy right here in the third row. Yeah, yes, you, sir. You, sir.
So I feel like there are very few things more important in life than storytelling. I think that's super important as far as history, telling history, so we don't repeat the same mistakes. Having such an ensemble of great creators on stage here, I would love to hear where you guys like to see storytelling go in the next few years. Where would you love to see it evolve to?
Yeah, it's really interesting, especially with VR, because I feel like you as a director, or any of you as directors of a story, essentially tell people like, look at this, go here, do this thing. But when VR, where you're putting that power in someone's control, how do you tell a story? How do you tell a story when there isn't really a linear story to tell? When someone can just wander around essentially. So where do you see that going?
That hunch is kind of why I feel like in video games we actually haven't cracked the nut yet. I mean, on one level, interactive entertainment is this incredible new medium that our species has devised, and it's the first medium where the audience can actually manipulate the situation. It's the first entertainment medium that we've created that can do this, but at the end of the day, we're still learning a lot of our lessons in storytelling from, like, we're learning from linear media, and we haven't truly explored what the gift interactive is for us in storytelling. And I still think someday we're going to get our Citizen Kane moment, where, oh, this changes things for us. And we haven't yet seen it in interactive entertainment. And when we do, I think it'll be the most obvious thing in the world in hindsight. But the fact that we haven't seen it yet means we're still struggling to find it. And I wish I could be one of the guys that find it, but
There's a mismatch.
I'm hunting.
What do you mean?
I'm hunting.
Yeah, maybe there's a mismatch there because, right, in a VR environment or any kind of game that creates an environment, there is no story other than the story sort of you make, your adventure. And that's different from linear storytelling that would go on in a novel.
Correct.
And to be concerned that it is not that but should be, maybe is not where your energy should go. It should be setting up the circumstances where that becomes what is the experience. So, for example, a playground is not a linear place. The kids go run and they just go every which way, and they're having a good time. And take a look at the TV show Seinfeld. There's no story there. It's just you set it up, and then stuff happens.
What are you talking about?
And the entertainment.
Well, I'm getting the wrap it up sign because I know there's other programming here today, and there's still a lot of E3 to be had. So I would talk about this for 3 more hours. But as we're sort of winding this down, do you have like one bit of advice for developers out there or storytellers? And we'll sort of go around the 4 of you, and I'll start with you, Kiki. Just one really solid bit of advice that you kind of follow, or a mantra, or something you always remind yourself, or something that you live by as you're constructing these worlds and telling the stories.
Yeah, I mean, I think we look at it as a craft, right? And it's about giving a player a sense of place and an emotion, and what do you want them to come out of the experience feeling, and how do you craft every visual detail and everything you see and hear and what that player is doing so that they can leave that world just wanting to come back to it. And so we take every little piece of that moment to moment really seriously, and how do we create the space for people to play in and ultimately to feel.
Excellent. Randy?
My thing is that life is worth living because we can experience joy and happiness. If we couldn't experience that, there would be no value to us. But because we can experience joy and happiness, and we figured this out, where we can commoditize it, we can experience entertainment. If you're a creator, that's the most noble thing in the world. If you're a consumer, there's not only no shame, embrace it. It's what gives us, the joy and happiness we experience from consuming entertainment is what makes us human. It gives us our lives value. So I'm so stoked that there's so much love here in this room and at E3 and for all media. So yeah, keep at it.
Great, James.
Oh, sum it up. I don't know. It's, you know, I feel like I should answer this guy's question here because I am in a different world than these guys. And I think that now is, and this is outside of the context of gaming, but now is an incredibly important time in filmmaking. And how do people move forward, I think, is by taking risks and being honest and being compassionate. I feel like the middle echelon film, the films that cost $30 to $50 million are almost dead. The only movies that drive cinema these days are spectacle films. And unfortunately, or fortunately, that's just the way it is. And that's the province I live in. But to make cinema exist, it's got to continue to take the chances that filmmakers took in the 1970s with movies like The Godfather and Rosemary's Baby, and these movies that were artistic and heartfelt and true.
Or Get Out,
and honest,
like Jordan Peele's
Or Get
movie.
Out.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
be able to do that also within,
Yeah.
within the system of the high budget spectacle film, because that's what brings people into a theater. And without bringing some creativity and honesty and difference to that, it's going to die. It really will die. And most of the movies that come out there are cookie cutter, and they are the same. And that'll make a little money this year, a little less money next year, a little less money after that. So to truly, to let movies survive, it really is on the part of the directors and the writers and the actors.
And then finally, Neil deGrasse Tyson, any parting words?
Yeah, just quickly, in Space Odyssey, we want to first go to Proxima B, which is the nearest exoplanet to our solar system, but there are thousands more that are currently in the catalogs. And I fantasize that we will find one such planet, or you invent one in this game, that has the right orbital parameters that give you the climactic cycling that, for example, you find in Game of Thrones.
Oh my God, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you all right? Do you smell burnt toast? Are you okay?
So it might be that all these worlds that everyone is creating in all these various universes have counterparts in the real universe, such as some of you know that I found a star that represents Krypton for Superman. Some of you know that. It's an actual red star in the southern hemisphere. You can take some of our culture that we've worked so hard to build and extrapolate it out into the diversity that is our universe. And there's no limit of stories to be told or heard or explored there.
Excellent. I want to thank you guys for being here. I want to thank this stage, E3. I want to thank Kiki and Randy and James and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Enjoy E3. It's an amazing time to be making stuff and consuming stuff. There's so much for everyone. And make the thing that you don't see out there. Make it. I'm Chris Hardwick. Thanks so much. Have a great week. Bye-bye. That was awesome.
It's great. Oh, Val. What's up?
Sure.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, great. But I was going to see you
Going
first.
that way?
How did it all start? Where is it going? These are questions that restless thinkers have tackled over the millennia. Kepler and Galileo, Copernicus, Isaac Newton.
We choose to go to the moon.
This continuing journey, there's no reason why it has to stop. Allow me to introduce to you all the next generation of exploration that we call the Space Odyssey.
All right, E3 Coliseum continues. We're moving right on now to Assassin's Creed. So let's bring up the guys from the Assassin's team. Come on out, guys. Hello. Good to see you.
Hey, buddy.
Carl, good to see you. How's everything? Come on in. Grab my iPad for your questions. In this session, we're going to talk about the newly announced Assassin's Creed Origins. First of all, congratulations on the announcement. Game Informer cover. Microsoft press conference, Ubisoft press conference. Lots of news out there about it. So for people that may just be catching up on the news, we're going to show you some amazing gameplay, lots of gameplay, so stick around from the game. But catch us up. You guys took a year off for Assassin's Creed last year, back this year, new setting. Tell us about the decision to go to Egypt for this one.
Yeah, so right after Black Flag 3.5 years ago, we started working on this project, so it's been a long road for us. The intention back then was really, oh, the mic? Okay. The intention, so we started 3.5 years ago, right after Black Flag. And we had this urge, this need to somehow create something very authentic AC, but completely reinventing the experience. And when we talk about reinventing experience, we're talking about the narrative structure, the gameplay, the world, but yet wanting to do something that was important to the series. And this is where we started talking about things like, can we tell the origins of the Brotherhood that we knew from AC1? We've had the conflict between Templars and Assassins, or I should say free will and order, for a very long time, since Adam and Eve. But to show how the Brotherhood came to be from AC1, this was the story we wanted to tell. Now, how do you tell that important story in an important setting? And we naturally went into ancient Egypt, and it's been a dream project for many of us to do Egypt, to be able to have the tech to build this country. And so it was a very quick succession to say, we're doing ancient Egypt, it's going to be the birth of the Brotherhood, and let's reinvent Assassin's Creed.
And this is Montreal, Singapore, and lots of studios getting involved, and this is normal, right? Awesome. All right, well, you guys have 2 demos you guys are going to see. I know we've had lots of talking, lots of different types of things this morning. Now this is all about showing you guys a lot of gameplay. You guys into seeing some gameplay on Assassins? All right, so they got 2 demos we're going to see, and then we're going to take some questions in between each demo. I'm really going to hand this over to you guys. Why don't you tell us about this first extended piece of footage we're going to see, which is like 20 minutes, right? Something like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll move my mic. Yeah, so the first demo, it's so we have a playable here at E3. So we encourage people to come by and check it out, play it, feel it for themselves. It takes place in an area of the world called the Fayum, which is a beautiful lake in the world. It takes place about halfway into the story, let's say, to the quest line, the main quest line. And we catch up with Bayek, who is our protagonist. He's a native of Siwa. He is effectively the embodiment of ancient Egypt. We wanted a character that, how can we physically represent ancient Egypt? Bayek is that guy. Yeah. And we catch up with him at level 20. So he's outfitted with that kind of gear. And then we kick off the adventure for the demo from here.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's take a look.
Let's start.
You guys are going to guide us through it, what we're seeing, right?
Perfect, yep. So here we are. So we're in the Fayum. As you can see, we have a quest up there that says the crocodile. That's the name of the quest. So the adventure we're going on effectively is that Bayek is unraveling a mystery. Something has happened in his hometown that has pushed him out into the world of Egypt. He is discovering the world of Egypt as much as the player is, to a certain extent. He knows about it, but he's never really been that far from his home. And something has happened that has pushed him out. And here, all he really has is this information that he's looking for someone called the crocodile in this part of the world. That's kind of the hidden name of this person. Here, we're just introducing the idea. We have a military camp here. The military camps, you go to them for many different reasons. Obviously, quests take you here, but it's also a great place to find gear and equipment. It's a military location. Here, what we're seeing is our companion, Senu. Senu, she's Bayek's eagle, and you use her to scout the world, to find opportunities, to tag dangers, so enemies. So here we've done a little bit of tagging. The reason we're going here, it's really just to get a little taste of what it is to infiltrate an area, to find some gear, do a little bit of stealth. There we can see the bow usage. So bows are very important in this time period.
They will attack on sight here.
Here we're gonna go in and kind of try to be sneaky about it. We've worked very hard on the combat element, the stealth element. Combat has been built from ground up. We wanted to go with a different paradigm. We wanted to go with something that was much deeper in terms of the behavior of the characters, in terms of the player understanding how does my weapon work, the speed of the weapon, the distance of the weapon, how many enemies am I fighting. So here we're showing that combat is dangerous. So that guy running away, he's going to light a brazier to call in for reinforcements. So there we go, creating some chaos. I'll let this play out. So what you see there, this is a very fundamental change in the combat system. In previous ACs, you could never swing your weapon and hit air. It was a paired animation system, if I'm getting very technical. What we have here is a hitbox-based system, which effectively means you swing your weapon. If something's there, it gets hit. If it's not, well, you just swung at air and you exposed yourself. All of a sudden, that means the length of a spear, the speed of the weapon, the number of enemies all matter. Enemies will not be kind to you. They will attack more than one at the same time. So we give a lot of defensive options as well. So there's a dodge, you can defend with your shield. There's also a parry. Here we wanted the idea that flowing between range combat and melee combat was also very fast, very seamless. Depending on the playstyle you prefer. You know, if you are someone that likes using the bow inside combat, we try to support it as much as possible. What we've seen with our players in AC is that we have really two types of players, the people who are warriors and the people who prefer to be stealth. And what we try to do is cater to the different play styles and to say, if you want to go in one direction, it's totally valid. One is not better than the other. If you want to be a ranger with a bow, if you want to be that stealthy assassin, or if you want to be a warrior, there's ways in the progression system to dedicate yourself to that style of play. So this guy's a commander in this camp. So he's a little bit more difficult. As you can see, we wanted players to care about understanding what equipment does this enemy have. Having a shield, like that, it means that certain attacks will be blocked. So you will have to dodge, you'll have to jump around. You maybe want them to commit to an action before attacking them. This is a military location, so it's a great place to find loot and to find gear to outfit Bayek. There we go. So here, leveling up is very important. XP is very important. So in this case, we've leveled up to 21. We've received an ability point. Here's the gear. So this is the ability graph. The reason. Thank you. So on the one side, the seer aspect of the graph, it's really about manipulating your enemies, animals to get the job done. The center is about being a warrior. And on the left side, we have the hunter path, which is really about either being an archer or being that stealthy assassin. You can dedicate yourself in any direction. The reason it's a graph is we wanted for players to be able to form their own path. Maybe you want to be a mix between 2 styles or 3 styles. The thing is, every tree, every part of the graph, I should say, has an end node that you can keep pumping points into. If you want to focus on being the ultimate warrior, you can do that, or you can spread yourself out. It's really up to you. Here, we can see gear really matters, the level of the gear, the types of gear. You can see they have stats, they have attributes, they have properties, and they have rarity. So the more rare weapons, the legendary weapons, they have more attributes, more properties. So fighting with a Kopesh sword that does bleeding damage is drastically different than a spear that is poison tipped. And this stuff really matters when you start getting deeper and deeper into the combat of the game. You wanna jump in, Carl?
Hey guys, so I'm going to stand up because it's easier to see the screen if I stand over here. So yeah, I'm Carl. I'm a producer at Ubisoft Singapore, and in Singapore we've really worked on the areas around the water. So the water tech, the ability to go underwater, and any vehicles on the water. So here we see Bayek on a felucca. He's currently identifying where his next objective is, and as it is a locate objective, we've actually worked on that being something that you intrinsically need to use Sinu for, Sinu your eagle. So here we see the new locate mechanic, and somewhere on this lake is Hotefres that we're looking for. That was very quickly found, but he's on that ship. So in playtest it usually takes players a lot longer, but he identified that quickly. And what's interesting about this new locate mechanic is that often the next step of a quest is moving in the world. So you might not know exactly where it is, and us as game developers don't know where the player is going to discover that next part of the quest. So that really makes the world much more open, much more different, and everyone has a unique experience. Yeah, so here Bayek is sailing a military felucca, and he sailed past one of the islands there, which actually has a hippo den on it, but that's we haven't gone into that just here. He's very focused on the quest, so we'll see if Hotefres is on this ship. Oh, there, the flash on the screen indicates there's some threat nearby, so that's probably either a crocodile or a hippo. Oh, but they're hidden away. So we have two types of ships that go around the world. There's the Kirkross, this one, which is more of a merchant ship, and then there's the trireme. I'll leave the cutscene for you guys to enjoy.
So, now they send the son of Egypt against me. It has been a long time since I spilled so much blood.
I was sent by Polydorus. We share a common interest.
Who are you? And what do you want, eh?
I'm Bayek of Siwa, and I seek information on the crocodile.
The phantom that has brought Fiam to its knees. What could you want with him?
He belongs to a group that is destroying Egypt. I intend to hunt every last one of them down.
Then you are looking for the same thing these soldiers were.
And what would that be?
I stole a ledger from a Greek magistrate I suspect of corruption. It should reveal the identity of this crocodile. And if we get it to Apollodorus, we may be able to bring down the whole organization.
Where's the ledger now?
I gave it to my wife Henut to hide. As long as the Ptolemies think it's with me, my family is safe. That is why I have to stay on the move. Here. This will tell Henut you are a friend to be trusted. It is for my daughter, Shadia. Once you have the ledger, find me at the docks south of Euhemeria. Bayek, take a look around my ship before you go. I keep records of local problems which may have the crocodile at their root.
So here it's really, we're showing that there is a deep quest structure in the game. So this is one of the main quests where we just met with one of our informants who's giving us a little bit of a hint about how we can find the crocodile, this person known as the crocodile.
Who is this shrine dedicated to?
This is a side quest that we happen to pick up here.
People killed by fires in Dionysia.
So what players can expect is that there is a ton of side quests. Put a lot of effort into telling these really beautiful, deep stories of Egypt. We did a lot of research on ancient Egypt, and we found hundreds of really amazing characters and stories that we wanted to bring to life and to propose to our players and have them experience this, but also kind of wrapping it in why is Bayek helping these people, and what does it mean when it eventually leads to the birth of the Brotherhood. So that was a very poorly timed jump. Luckily, Bayek is a proficient swimmer. There we go. Yes, yes. So as you can see, the world is very seamless. We wanted to make sure that you're constantly immersed in the world. So by the way, you know, the fauna of Egypt. We wanted to do it justice and represent it well, but also make it truly living in the world. You can see the blood of the other croc back there. It will actually attract other predators to the area. Eventually, I've had situations in this context where the felucca, which is this type of boat, it'll start sinking. You'll go in the water, it'll sink all the way down. You can actually swim with it. At some point, it was actually pushing me down while I was trying to fight a hippo. It was super cool. The world, we tried to make it as immersive as possible, really selling the fantasy of being inside ancient Egypt. All this water is fully explorable, and there is stuff to find underneath the waters, hidden sunken tombs, sunken temples, sunken ships, with opportunities there for the player. Here, you can see I think we have some of the most beautiful water in games. Kudos to Ubisoft Singapore, Carl, for this beautiful water.
Good water guy.
Yes, that's good water. Thank you, Jeff. Really, this area that we're in, the Fayum, the story, the narrative of this area is that there's a major land dispute. And so this was historically what happened in this place. When the Greeks came to live at this part of Egypt, there was a huge dispute between the Egyptians and the Greeks. But here we're not here, Bayek is not here to settle that dispute. But naturally, because we're in this area, he will get caught up into that conflict, and that's part of the aspect of learning about Egypt. We use the quest structure not only to have awesome gameplay and to meet really great characters, but also to, we wanted to do ancient Egypt justice and to show how amazing and beautiful this land was, to show its beliefs and its rituals and so on. So here, as you can see, we don't have a mini map anymore. We're trying to have people more looking at the world itself. We're super proud of our artists, our engineers that are able to bring like such a beautiful, vast world to life.
Hold there.
Here you can see the draw distance are incredible. It's
we need to clean this place
I'm super
up
proud
and
of
get
the
it
team
running
for this.
again. Don't worry.
So I'll let this
I won't
little
let them
cinematic
close
play.
down this kitchen.
Henut?
Yes.
Hotefres sent me. I am here to help. And I have your daughter's doll.
Great. I was awaiting word from my man. Thank you. Come, eat and we can talk.
Oh, I love my new doll, Bayek. I will name her Iset, and she will be the protector of all Fayum.
Ever since Hotefres got a hold of that ledger, Fayum has been on edge. Soldiers with torches patrol every night, and this alms kitchen was practically razed to the ground. They have left Shadia and me alone at least. Hotefres has made sure of that.
Where is the ledger now?
I instructed our most loyal servant to hide it in our villa. They can search the place as many times as they want. They will never find it.
Can you take me there?
I have been summoned to the lighthouse for another of their routine investigations.
That may not be safe. The Ptolemaic authorities seem to be working with the crocodile.
It happens every few days. Don't worry. They wouldn't dare touch someone in an official position. Shadia, show Bayek the way to our home.
Come on, Uncle Bayek.
So the beginning of the game's story starts all the way back in 49 BC. So for us on Assassin's Creed, that's obviously way further back than we've ever been. So an interesting challenge we've had is we don't have blueprints or a lot of historical evidence of what life really was like then, the architecture, the villages. So it's been really interesting having a historian on the team to try and imagine what it was like, to try and look at like satellite data of Egypt in current day and imagine what it was like a few thousand years ago. And so the artists on our team have really had to be more imaginative and creative than ever before because we don't have those blueprints.
I come up here a lot. Everything looks so beautiful. The people should be happy, but they are not.
Don't worry. Your mother and father will look after them. Where is your house?
On the hill there. See it?
Yes. And soldiers. Thank you, Shadia. You should go back to your mother now. It might get dangerous.
Nothing bad will ever happen to me. Iset can fight, you know. She will protect me. La la la, la la la.
So here,
Bye,
we're going
Shadia.
to show off a little bit more,
You and
more
Iset
stealth.
enjoy your life.
We're going to show a lot of combat, and later on we're going to show a little demo for the Gladiator Arena. But here again, so this is Senu once again. So Senu is also helping us find our objectives, as we did with the ship earlier. Here we're tagging enemies. You can see these enemies are level 20, which generally means that they're about the equivalent challenge for Bayek at this point. It makes sense. So of course, everything that Senu can do in terms of scouting, Bay can do himself. It just, obviously, a bird's eye view is way more efficient. Senu is able to fly through the world quite fast. You can actually fly across the whole world. There's no limit between Bayek and Senu. You can fly across the whole world. It's beautiful, and instantly come back to Bayek. That's something that we're super proud that we've been able to engineer. So this situation is actually Hotefri's home. So this is his place. It's been taken over, commandeered by guards because they're looking for this ledger. And this ledger is going to give us more information on who is this crocodile person. So we've worked on a lot. You'll hear a lot about combat, but we've worked a lot on stealth. By the way, it's incredible the amount of stuff Bayek can do carrying a body. Very strong thighs, very strong thighs. So there's a lot of abilities linked to the stealth path if that's the approach that you want to take. But again, we fully assume that if you wanted to go through this fighting or using your bow, it's totally fine, it's totally valid. There's a lot of abilities linked to manipulating AI, to messing with them, even animals.
Who's that?
So we can see there's some guys inside the house.
Stop! Ha!
There's a guy up there. Oh, he wants to run away. So loot, as you can see, loot is actually very important in the game. We have a massive loot system.
Where is it?
Finding gear
They
with
said
different
it would
levels,
be
with
here.
different rarities and stats and attributes, especially off of soldiers, is one way to actually get through the game and improve Bayek's loadout. For those of you who know the lore of AC, you might ask, where did this hidden blade come from? So just for the fans of the lore, we obviously know our lore, and it's in the story. You'll get it. It's cool. It's a nice homage to the series. Okay. Oh yeah, it ends there. Okay.
That's the first clip.
Yeah. Thank you.
Back down. We get some time for some questions. There's another demo we're going to see in a second. It looks great, and I love seeing so much raw gameplay here, which is what a lot of people want to see at E3. So we got some questions from the global gaming community on Facebook that we're going to get to, and if you guys have questions, we'll get to you in a second. But let me ask a question from Facebook. First of all, this one comes from Tina Kova, and she wants to know, are there any playable female protagonists in the game?
So this is primarily Bayek's story. We do have other playable characters that are played in select quests, but that's as far as we're going with today.
Okay.
We don't want to. There's some surprises in there. We don't want to ruin them. Yep. There are other playable characters in the story, but it is primarily Bayek's story.
Right. All right. Next one comes from Chris Smith. He wants to know, what can you tell us about present-day Abstergo? How will it feature in the game?
So, again, we're not talking about present day or that kind of stuff just yet. At this moment right now, we wanted to focus on announcing the game, introducing the high-level concepts of the game, because it is a drastically different AC. And I can say that and we can show videos, but this is why we have a playable demo. We want people to come and actually feel that the experience is really drastically different. There's a ton of stuff in this game. We know our lore very well. We listen to our fans. We pay attention to the feedback, to the forums. As harsh sometimes as they can be, that's okay. We love the feedback. We're here to make the best game we can possibly make for our fans and for ourselves. We take a lot of pride in what we do, but also wanting to pay homage to our fans who have been with us and who invest their time and money into our experiences. So we do listen. Having said that, more stuff will come as this campaign goes on. For now, we're really focused on Bayek's experience, the birth of the Brotherhood, and ancient Egypt.
All right, one more question here, and then we're going to go to someone in the audience. Think of your questions. Gil Martins, I'm not sure if you can answer this, but will the game include online multiplayer, in parentheses, the Brotherhood kind of multiplayer?
So we do have, Assassin's Creed Origins is primarily a single-player experience. And we do have online features that are there to enhance that experience for sure. Again, later in the campaign, we'll get into more details about those online features, but it's a primarily single-player experience.
So not a full kind of separate multiplayer mode or anything?
No, we wanted to put all our effort and really nail this reinvention of Assassin's Creed. We wanted to make sure we got it right. In terms of scope, the game is absolutely massive. I don't think anybody will complain at all that it's that the scope is not massive. We're super proud of what we have, and yeah, I think people will play it soon and send us some feedback, I'm sure.
Looks cool. All right, tons more Facebook questions coming in, but I want to get to some folks in the audience with questions. If you have a question, raise your hand. We'll bring a mic to you. Let's go to the guy in yellow back there.
You go ahead and stand up.
Hi, I'm Justin.
Hello.
You were showing the demonstration where you can upgrade your weapons throughout the gameplay. Will weapons be destructible in this game? I mean, will they break? Will you have to fix them by picking up equipment to fix them?
Good question. Yeah, so questions about destructibility of equipment or weapons. So we don't have durability or that concept. Instead, what we wanted to focus on is finding new loot and upgrading that way. So new levels. There's many different types of weapons, and each type of weapon, so there's 8 categories of melee weapons, 4 categories of ranged weapons. They have a drastically different playstyle, each one. And what we wanted players to do is that every time you find a new type of weapon, to start understanding how it works, to start understanding the combos that you can do with them, and actually to find the playstyle you prefer. And then it's all about levels, attributes, properties. So at the beginning of the game, you're going to be learning what is it like to fight with a spear versus dual swords, which are super fast, but you have to get in close. Once you start understanding this, eventually you start getting more rare weapons, and at that point, you're going to start seeing, okay, a poison-tipped spear is even more different, or a weapon that does bleeding damage, or a weapon that you can light on fire. These are the elements that, as the game progresses, we wanted players to always be proposed new depth, new layers of thinking. We had played around with the idea of durability, but it wasn't comfortable for us. We didn't like it that much. So that was a design decision we had made.
All right, one more question, then we're going to get to the second demo, get more questions. You asked one already. We don't have mics upstairs, unfortunately, guys. If you can shout it out, maybe. Go for it. Okay. All right, so the question, for those of you on the stream, sorry you couldn't hear it, but I thought it was important to get someone in the balcony up there, because there are lots of you guys up there too. Historical, yeah, thanks for sticking it out, guys. It's going to be a fun day. Historical accuracy, you heard it, in terms of, characters, Alexander the Great. I think some people wonder the pyramids, how will they factor into it? What can we expect?
Yeah, so precisely speaking, this is 49 BCE. which is the time of Cleopatra's ascension to the throne. So this is the context we're in. Ancient Egypt is huge in terms of its span of history. At this point, there's 3,000 years of history. When we were debating at what point of history do we go into, we looked at different parts. We even looked at the time period where the pyramids were being built. The issue there was that there really wasn't much else there. We wanted an ancient Egypt that was already filled with mystery, with things to uncover, things to discover. Bayek is exploring the world as much as the player is. And so we wanted this land to be absolutely rich with content. So that's why we chose 49 BCE, which is at the height, it's centuries of accomplishments and grandeur in Egypt, but it's also the beginning of its demise. It's, the line of pharaohs is about to end. The gods are about to die. The way of life for Egyptians is going to forever change. And Bayek being this embodiment of ancient Egypt, he is the physical representation of ancient Egypt. What does he have to do? What does he have to become to be able to exist in this new world that's coming? And this is how it leads into the birth of the Brotherhood. And it's the journey that we propose to our players. So of course, we know the history we've chosen. We play with that a lot. For sure, you meet amazing, bigger-than-life historic characters going through really epic historic events. As I said, this is the moment where Cleopatra is about to ascend her throne. I think that's enough about the context. I don't want to give too much away to spoil that, but for sure we know this history and we play with it.
Cool. All right.
I hope that answered that question. Think so? Maybe? Thumbs up?
We can see. Thumbs up. All right. You have another demo we want to get to. So let's. You guys want to introduce what we're going to see here? Arena stuff, right?
Yeah. So another demo that we have here at E3 is the Gladiator Arena. And what we're going to see is a few minutes of the structure of it. So you fight a few round waves of enemies, and then you're introduced to the boss. So one of the big things we wanted to push in Assassin's Creed Origins are boss fights and challenges. Yeah, for sure. Cool. And the combat system allows us to do this, and we have epic boss fights. We have many of them, a lot of them even optional. So if you want those, that extreme challenge of combat, it's there. So we'll get a taste of that right now.
Yeah, let's take a look at the arena. Here we go.
So just for the context of the situation, you originally get introduced to the Gladiator Arena through the main quest line. So Bayek, he's trying to lure out a specific target. And so he covers himself going into the Gladiator Arena to pretend to be a gladiator to be able to lure this person out. That's how you get into it. Once you've gotten into it, it becomes optional. And we have a ton of bosses and a ton of rounds. There's a lot of cool gear to get to win through the Gladiator Arena. But again, it's the player's choice. If you want to keep going down this rabbit hole, you can. And if not, that's okay too. You're going to miss out on amazing bosses. That's your choice. Here, we're seeing a new weapon, which is what we call a heavy bladed, so like a giant axe. And you can see some of the combos here. Fighting an enemy with a shield is very different than an enemy with a sword or a spear. Here we finished the first wave, a new wave is coming, so we can see the shields are bigger. There are different types of shields. There's guys with hammers. Here you can see at the bottom of the screen, we've built up this adrenaline meter. So this is kind of a meta strategy in the fight system where you can build up this meter to unleash massive attacks or what we call Fury mode. Each weapon has its own style of devastating attacks or Fury mode. And eventually what we want players to do is to, here we go, this is it. Yes, yes.
Round of applause for the team.
There we go. See, very poorly timed swings. The person who played this, I don't know, we're gonna talk to him after this. He's standing just off stage. So here we can see two massive dudes. Yeah. This part is hard. Even for me, it's very hard. But you can see, so a little detail. You saw him get knocked to the ground. things like status effects, like knocked to the ground, stunned, breaking open their shields. All of this are properties of weapons, properties of combos and attacks that we want people to learn that depth and master it. And every weapon has its own style. So here we're able to knock him down, which allows us to start unloading. But he still has his shield up. So here we want to play with things like having the guy be committed to a move before going to his back and doing a critical hit. So there we go, so the waves are done. Now it's onto the boss of this area. So we'll let the introduction play. But again, just to repeat, we are introduced to this through the main quest line, and then after this point it becomes an optional piece of content as now Bayek has the right to enter an arena. It's up to the player to continue or not. So we go with the Slaver. So as you'll see, every boss has their own unique set of combos, unique weapons. Keep in mind, this is, I'll say it, I'm super proud of what we have, and I'm really happy that we're able to show it off. It is still a work in progress. We still have, we're still working on this thing. We're tuning and balancing, working out the wrinkles. But we're super proud to be able to show it off and have people play it here at E3.
This is playable over at E3?
This is playable here at
E3,
yes.
Okay.
You have to watch out for those spikes, so the environment matters. You can use the environment against the enemy if you're clever, if you know how to use your weapon, if you know how to use push attacks, this kind of stuff. We really wanted to craft, it's a dance between these two. So now he's getting pissed. So as he goes through the fight, he gains new attacks. His strategy will adapt to yours. He's gonna get tougher and tougher. As you can see, he's actually getting faster with his attacks, getting more aggressive. And I'll say this is one of the simplest bosses we have in the game. We have some super cool, unique bosses. We put a lot of effort into this.
Almost halfway there.
So that's something important that you can do. You can kind of prepare an attack, feint an attack, be able to dodge last second. Hitting an enemy in the back will actually do bonus damage. Hitting an enemy on the ground or getting them on the ground will also do bonus damage. There's quite a lot of depth. It's a very different fight system than we've ever done. And that's why we have this here at E3. It's because, we can say it till we're blue in the face. We can show awesome videos, but it's not the same if you don't feel it. And that's why we have this here. We want players to feel it and to realize, okay, yeah, it is drastically different. It is something new and hopefully something quite cool.
It's pretty intense here. Is he gonna make it?
I don't know. we'll have to talk to him afterwards to see how he feels about this.
Oh.
Wow,
he took like 2.5 bars of damage in like 2 shots. Wow.
What a finish.
All right. Very impressive. No mercy. That's how this crowd.
Boo. Man, this crowd is vicious. Wow.
We want blood. All right. You did it.
So here.
Very cool.
Thank you.
All right, well, we have a couple minutes just for a few more questions. Jump into Facebook, and of course, if you guys are watching online, you can ask your questions on Facebook with any of the panels over the next couple days. Let's see. Here's a question from Stacy Bork. She wants to know, do you get to choose which weapon you want to take into the arena battles, or are you restricted to only specific types?
So for the Gladiator arenas, we wanted it to be actually a showcase of the weapons. And we've actually crafted that experience to really be highlighted when using certain weapons.
Mm-hmm.
So for the arenas, you do have a loadout that you go out with. But in the world, obviously in the world, it's a different story. In the quest line, it's a different story. You actually have, obviously, whatever you have loaded on.
Yeah.
So we play with both, actually, trying to highlight equipment if you've never seen it before, because there's a ton of it. so that's in the arenas. But the bosses in the world, the bosses in the quest lines, obviously it's the gear you have on.
Yeah.
We have bosses in the open world, so you'll come across them in certain forts and
wow.
and military
Okay.
locations. So that will be obviously you'll have a unique loadout, whatever you choose there.
Open world boss.
Yeah.
Can go for probably quite a bit of area, right? Is it chasing each other?
Yeah,
Any contained
actually,
areas, or is it sort of more open?
We have both. We have bosses that are in forts, or just optional world. We have bosses that are roaming the world who are hunting for Bayek. So I don't want to ruin the surprise of that.
All right.
Yeah, we have both. We have
cool.
guys who are on vehicles. Vehicles are really important to the combat system as well.
Yeah. All right, cool. Time for one more question from the audience. Someone hasn't asked a question yet. Any questions for the Assassin's Creed team? Yes, all right over here. Sorry. You guys this side. Start with you in the glasses right there. Probably get you a mic.
Excuse me, guys.
Thank you. I was wondering, do you learn new combos with each weapon, or do you have all the moves from the start when you get the weapon type?
No, each weapon type has its own combo set, and it's actually quite deep. You also unlock, if you go through the ability graph, you can unlock deeper and deeper combos. So actually, that devastating attack you saw with the axe, you can unlock actually a combo that launches from that attack.
Oh, nice.
You can actually have combos that launch from picking up somebody else's weapon and throwing it at someone else. There's a huge depth to the combat system.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Very cool. All right, well, thank you so much, guys, for bringing so much
thank you.
gameplay to the
Thank you.
E3 Coliseum. Lots of great
Thank you
stuff.
for
And
having
we
us.
have an incredible afternoon ahead for you guys. We've got Wolfenstein II will be up here. Matt Pat will be here shortly to talk about the world of online streaming. And then we've got Dissidia. We've got Spider-Man for PS4. And, of course, we got Jack Black and Tim Schafer a little bit later. So lots of great stuff happening. Stay in your seats. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with Matt Pat. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
everybody. Thanks,
Bye.
Jeff.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the game theorist himself, Matt Pat.
Yeah, hey. Hey, friends. All right. Hello, upper deck of this auditorium. Thank you for coming to today's panel. How are you, sir? I'm doing very well, thank you. Thanks for being active participant in this stream. Awesome. Hey, he's holding down the fort. These guys down here are looking kind of tired. How are you guys feeling? Come on. Yes, get excited, friends. This is E3. It's like, oh, there haven't been any good games announced. It's all right. Blah, blah, blah. So anyway, we are here today to talk about the difference between what makes a good video game versus what makes a good game for online consumption, right? For people who are watching you either on YouTube or Twitch or LiveMe or wherever you're live streaming, what is the difference between a great graphical game that's going to take you hours to complete with a super immersive story versus what are people going to actually want to watch you play online? What's going to make you the next Markiplier or PewDiePie or, you know, Corey X Kenshin or name it? So I am here with an esteemed panel of guests who should all come out together. Here, come on, come, it's fine, it's okay. They should have introduced us all at the same time, but this is just an awkward walk-on now. It's all right. Because I could have done it one at a time, but this is raw, man. This is what it's all about. We are on the, I don't know, is it on? Check it out. No? It's all right. Don't worry about it. So anyway, I've lost my mic. There we go. If you would be so kind, down yourself to the audience. Can I do it with this one? I don't know, can you? I think it's on now. Nope,
Am I
not
making
on.
noises? I'm making noises. Hey, what's up? My name's Soinky. You probably know, or maybe you don't know me from Smosh Games, and that's about it. I play video games online.
Wow, that's really unique.
And I'm a professional.
My mic, oh, there it is. Okay, they turned it on me. I am Pamela Horton. I am a Twitch streamer.
I'm going to join you like this, by the way.
Yeah, man, gotta get cozy. Everybody feel free to get cozy in the audience, because this is a comfortable panel.
Would anyone else like to have a solo conversation like Matt just did? Do we like, yeah, how are you doing?
Anyway,
that's the benefit
Excellent.
I have as the host, Matt. Like, as the host, I could have left you backstage the whole time.
I would have been like, when's he gonna bring me on?
If you keep acting, I'm gonna send you backstage.
Sorry, I'll take my feet off the couch. I apologize.
But we got it.
My micro, there it is. Hey everybody, I'm Kyle Bossman. I belong to a group of streamers and video content producers called Easy Allies.
Hey! And formerly of
Game Trailers.
Game Trailers.
Yeah.
The site that I grew up watching for all of my quality gaming content. So
Sure. It bums me out.
Sure you did. Okay.
When I said Easy Allies, I was like, oh. And then Game Trailers was a louder audience reaction. That bums me out.
Hey,
Maybe they just didn't know about the transition.
Yeah,
Maybe take an opportunity to tell them.
Check out easyallies.com immediately.
Yeah. See, look at that. They just didn't know.
Thank you, Pamela.
.com.
Yeah, you got to have the web address.
Well,
Someone
we're on
steals
everything.
it.
You know what? Google Easy Allies. Google it.
All right. So like I already introduced, was really jealous of. I talk loudly if the microphone phases out. I'll make sure that I project from the diaphragm. It's that quality theater training. If I can't do it, the guy up there in the balcony will shout the questions for me. So like I introduced earlier, it's when I turn to talk to, so I will keep open to you guys and gesticulate this way. There it is. That'll solve the problem. So the question for you guys first and foremost is, as online gamers, as online live streamers, what is the difference between a good game versus a good game? What is the defining characteristics of what people want to watch online? Every other word. Fine. What do it? Thank you.
That's a.
Thanks. Hey. Yeah. Give it up for the backstage crew. There you go. Now you're slacking off up there.
It's a pretty complicated question that you just asked, Matt Pat.
I'm a
of the Game
complicated
Purist.
guy.
I think there's a lot of different qualifiers that make something watchable. There are certain games that normally wouldn't be watchable, but you like to watch them on the highest level. Esports is one of those things. So like any game that you might consider to be competitive, and you like to watch the people that are the best at it. Other than that, sometimes you like to watch the people that are the worst at those games. So I think what it comes down to is games that a creator can take and run with and have fun with is sort of the most important thing.
Yeah, I think I try really hard not to spend a lot of time analyzing what does well for other content creators, because their audience is not my audience. So I have a very open and fun relationship with my audience, and I feel that since my content is personality based, I run it by them. Like, so what do you guys think about this game specifically? What do you guys hype for? I mean, last night I did a live stream talking about all the announcements, what people wanted to see me play in the future, and left it up to that. But actually, the funniest part part was most of the games that my audience wanted to see were ones that I was excited about, like, you know, Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, because that's the one I'm really excited about.
Yeah, because I think that best streaming games are wild games with a wildness, games people want to see you react to things. And so games with unexpectedness are the games that are going to be best to watch you do. And also, there's that investment. If you are personally not into the game, it's not going to be an entertaining stream no matter what that game is.
So, and that begs the question then, is there a difference in the platform that you're streaming on, right? So, you know, we do a lot on the Game Theorist channel with our live stream GT Live. Any GT Livers in the audience? One guy, yeah! Hey, yeah! Well done, thank you. Everyone else is like, what the heck was that? It's all right. Maybe you should watch, huh? But we do a lot on YouTube live streaming, but I know you guys do a lot with Twitch. Like, in your opinion, what is the difference between those platforms? Do you see a difference in the type of games that really work on those platforms versus not?
Well, I think the main difference between the two platforms as far as live streaming goes is the audience that's already embedded there. So when you're talking about YouTube, people often, you know, became fans of the person first. Whereas I think a lot of times, I mean, I know there are a lot of personality streamers on Twitch that people have come to love, but like people that are just hopping on Twitch, it's like, well, which game do I want to watch? So when it comes down to YouTube live streaming, I think like people like to see those personality-driven things, whereas Twitch, it becomes a little bit more about the game and then the person playing it secondarily.
Yeah, actually, and that's something that we've seen, you know, people who watch the Game Theory stuff know that, like, I'm an uber nerd. I'm always looking at the data, and that's something that we've seen as well, where Twitch seems to be the platform that is more for the competitive scene and the hardcore gamers and the people who are like, I'm going to watch, like you said earlier, the best Rocket League player and the best Dota player and the best League of Legends, and I'm going to see them grind for hours a day, every day, doing their craft, you know, honing their game until it's time for, like, you know, the end of the season, the big tournaments, right? Whereas on YouTube, like you mentioned, you know, it's much more of a personality-driven platform, and so games like Will You Press the Button, which hardly qualifies as a game. Oh, they're changing the lights dramatically.
It was right when you said, will you press the button? Maybe that got worked on.
Like, I will press that button.
It's a game show suddenly.
Right, but that, right? Who wants to be a millionaire? But, you know, games that don't have necessarily a lot of gameplay, like Will You Press the Button, which is really just like Would You Rather, or like Truth or Dare, or stuff like that, do so well because the online audience is so invested in what that individual creator would or wouldn't do.
I think the other distinction, too, is that when you go on Twitch, you know, I mean, I know they added IRL, but you know you're getting game stuff. Whereas even when you do a gaming channel on YouTube, you get a lot of non-gamers watching you. So the audience is more diverse in that way, too.
So my impression of Twitch is that's where fighting games are intensely popular. Like you said, competitive games, but also just like where emotes are popular, where trashy chat is popular, but also where great chat is popular. I love Twitch chat, even during EVO, even during the biggest events, even when they're being their meanest. It's so fun to just read a column of mean people running by everything you're watching.
Yeah, is that fun?
Because some of it...
Pour the hate on me!
Because some of it's true, and some of it is you actually do feel that thing about what's happening right now, and sometimes it is hilarious when somebody messes up, and sometimes it's so funny what is happening. And so, yeah, I do think that Twitch in particular, yeah, you're right. Competitive things work really well there, but like so does like a Power Rangers marathon.
Yeah.
And I think it's because of chat. It's because of that column, and I love that.
I'm with you on that, Kyle. Like I think a lot of people who watch Twitch streamers or YouTube streamers do it because they want to live vicariously, not only just, you know, observing the personality of the person that's playing, but also I may not get this game, I kind of want to check it out. And so the community creates an environment that makes it comfortable or uncomfortable to play the game. So I never used to play, I shouldn't say scary games, because I played Resident Evil, and I don't like playing them at all.
Well, it depends on when you started playing Resident Evil games,
yes.
whether you define them as scary or not.
Yeah, well,
those are scary games.
Those
are scary.
Was that like, shots fired? Are you guys like, oh, they're all scared? They're not all scary.
No,
I'm sorry.
Resident
Evil 5,
I get physically uncomfortable, and I get physically uncomfortable, and I felt like I had a family of people behind me. Like, you can do this, Pam. You got this. And instead of like, oh, I bet you she's gonna really mess up on this part. I bet this is gonna happen. And just, I didn't get people taunting me. I got, a family. And I feel that with Twitch, I have a family of people. And it makes the gaming so much fun, like much more fun. And whenever I stream on YouTube, I mean, there's some things said that hurt feelings.
Sure. So okay.
That's me in chat. That's me, by the way.
Yeah, you're the hate guy. You're the
It's
guy
like 10
who's
different accounts.
You are just the internet troll in general. So I think that's one thing that a lot of people misunderstand. And I think it's good that, and one of the reasons why I wanted to put this panel together for E3 at the E3 Coliseum is because a lot of people just assume gaming is gaming is gaming, and live streaming is live streaming is live streaming, and all the platforms are the same, right? What is the difference between a Twitch live stream versus a YouTube live stream? But they are very different communities, and if you're looking for success and to become the next big online gamer, first and foremost, you have to match the type of games that you're playing with the platform that you're playing them on, right? All right. So that being said, I just heard that. I'm like, they're speaking loudly back there.
Yes, you are correct.
Yes, they're like, yeah, Matt, dropping knowledge. So that being said, then, that brings us to kind of the main question of the panel of what you've seen at E3 this year from the conferences, because there hasn't been much time on the floor yet. What are the games that are going to work either on Twitch or on YouTube? What are the games that people should be playing now that are going to launch them into kind of being the next gaming superstar?
I think the easy ones right off the bat that I saw were Sea of Thieves and Anthem, like those big open world games with a ton of possibilities. It's possible, and we don't know, all we saw is the gameplay demos. It's possible that Anthem is more scripted than it seems, but even in those moments, it might be like, how is he going to react when he sees this giant monster and stuff? So the sort of big open world ones with all those possibilities jump out to me immediately.
And you're saying that those are kind of going to take the crown of like GTA 5, or because GTA
exactly.
5 has lasted on YouTube for a really long time, and you're starting to see GTA 5 slow down.
Role playing on
Minecraft.
Twitch now is huge in GTA 5, so yeah, that game has had so much life from just people being able to mess around however they want. So I think those sort of are. Jeez, there's a glitch in the Matrix just now.
It's actually Ubisoft being like, how dare you say Sea of Thieves and not Skull and Bones?
The one game that I think will bridge,
it's like the Assassin's Creed guy jumps down.
Cut. And they were just here, by the way. They just left the stage.
I guess
that would be an Assassin's Creed game I would totally play, by the way.
Someone behind the stage right now is ready to press Y. I'm just saying.
And then the one game, dare I say, that I think will bridge the gap between both, Dragon Ball FighterZ. Oh my God, I have not been
these
excited
three people
for a
right
game.
in the front are like,
and when you watch the gameplay, like you don't even yet have to know about a fighting game. It just looks like your favorite parts of watching the series, just the intense fights and the like frenetic action and all the stuff going on. It looks incredible. That game will be huge on Twitch and YouTube, I think.
In my opinion, no. I think there is a gap between the current gamers and the gamers that are trying to flourish in this current community, and older gamers who like, I remember the old days, and I remember when games did this, and so I feel like with a lot of the remastered and the reimagining of older games like Shadow of the Colossus, I feel like that's one of those games that's going to get people like,
again, the three people down here.
Thank you. That's going to get people on board for games that they've never played before. It's like there's lots of people who've heard about Shadow of the Colossus that have never played it, but now they have an opportunity because, let's admit, like in the new HD graphic gaming world that we live in right now, it's really hard to go back and play older games because like when I go back and I play N64, I'm like, oh, it hurts my eyes. I can't. So now we have Shadow of the Colossus, and it'll be a lot easier to be like, hey, do you remember playing this game? I'm playing it for the first time. Enjoy this with me. And so it'll create bridge that gap.
My feeling is you got to chase whatever makes you tingle. You know what I mean? And I think if you're like
that's on a different website, my friend. Chasing what makes you tingle. I don't think that's the streams we're talking about here, my friend.
No, because like when I watch Dragon Ball FighterZ, I'm tingling. It makes me tingle.
I had chills.
Yeah, exactly.
I have the same term, get your wigglies out. So when
I'm
you get your
getting
tingles,
wigglies out. Yeah,
I'm getting my wigglies out.
Super Mario Odyssey, I was wiggling. I was wiggling for 4 minutes.
Wiggling and tingling.
Tingling and wiggling.
Stop tingling. And so I think that, we can't tell anyone what they should stream. Obviously, I think you should just watch what's out there.
But that's the point of the panel. We're supposed to tell them what to
Okay,
stream.
so I got one.
Otherwise, we're just giving them like nonsense.
Can I get one not to stream?
Otherwise,
all
we're
your
telling
own
them what
special
makes us wiggle and
flowers.
tingle.
You do you guys. No, there's a clear formula.
Can I give one not to stream then?
What not to stream?
Okay, did you see Project Darwin in the Xbox press conference?
Oh yeah.
Just don't stream
the guy
that.
with the shoutcaster.
Do not invest any time into that. You can tell, because I think you can sniff it. I think you can sniff. If anybody ever says, like, this is going to be a popular esport, ignore it. Yeah. Ignore that game.
It's going to change the way people see esports.
It never will.
But there was a guy, and he was yelling a lot, and he didn't stop yelling, so it was exciting.
It's getting really intense.
Unless if he made you tingle, then follow it. But I don't think anybody was tingling.
If he gave you the wigglies, come on.
No, you get your wigglies out.
Oh, you get them out?
You don't get,
oh, because you got to.
Yeah, you get the tingles, you get the wigglies out.
Right.
It's a science.
Maybe
like
the
a therapy
tingles
session
force
over
the
here.
wigglies out.
Are you wiggling or are you tingling right now?
No, they're all gonna leave this Coliseum knowing what the tinglies are and how to get their wigglies
Yeah, but
out.
are they going to walk out of this Coliseum knowing what games to stream to make them popular? I don't care about all that garbage.
All right, what is your opinion, Matt?
Yeah,
Pat?
you seem to have a good idea.
Okay, my opinion, because there's a lot, and they're saying go to Q&A, go to Q&A. Don't worry, I'm going to go to Q&A. It's fine. I already got questions. We're good. No, my opinion, honestly, is yes, we've seen a lot of fantastic games that were displayed from all the big companies, all the big publishers, but if I'm at E3 and I am looking for what is going to take off, especially on YouTube, I'm going to the indie arcade.
I was just about.
I'm going to the indie picnic. I'm going to all of the indie events because that's where some of the most unique stuff is happening. That's where some of the most surprising stuff is happening. That's where I'm going to find something new that people haven't seen before that I can tell my own story through. I can showcase my own personality through, and people are going to hop on board. I mean, the success of games like Bendy and the Ink Machine on YouTube, which the one guy who's like, yeah, Bendy. Let's be honest, the game doesn't have any sort of gameplay at all. Like, we're 2 chapters in, and you like hack apart a couple of ink monsters. But that game has been, ink monsters. But that game has been so successful because it has a different aesthetic. It has a different look, and it feels so fresh and new in an industry where, yes, they're producing great, high-quality 4K gigaflop graphics, which is fine, and that's great, but as far as an online teraflops, gigaflops, most flops I could ever want in a game. But it's one of those things where, like, if I play an Assassin's Creed, where do I insert my personality into that game? I don't, because it's all pre-scripted and it's all being filtered through the lens of this one, character and it's a great story, but is it my story? And a lot of times it's not, right? And so I think that's a big difference there.
You took that all philosophical. I feel like my life has changed.
See, this is the sort of thing we're talking about here.
I'm moved.
Well,
this is why his channel is successful.
Just live stream yourself dropping philosophical knowledge. That's all you need. But that's one, and also obviously Life is Strange is another huge. Yeah, see, that gets people excited. Yes. That one. I don't know if people have been paying attention to it, if like people who aren't fans of that game know what it is, but that's the one that's the existing audience is there. They're eager for more. That's one that's going to take off too. Yep. All right, so. Let's hop into the questions. We're going to take questions from the audience, but first we have one that came in on Facebook a couple minutes ago. This is on Facebook Live, coming in from Seventh Sword. How do you get your name out there, especially due to oversaturation? It seems that there is a negative stigma to new small YouTubers and streamers who advertise themselves. So how do you combat that?
I think, first of all, don't advertise your channel in the comments section of other channels.
Yeah. That's a good one.
That's a good one.
But I create such quality content. Click here.
Yeah. It always seems there's just always this like gross feeling about that. I don't know, but what I would say is, and it's the hard answer, but it's just consistency, keeping at it, and then reaching out to people. Like if someone lists a business email address, and be like, hey, here's my channel, like I would love to do a collaboration. And maybe you're not reaching out to Pat right away because he's a very busy guy and he's doing a lot of work. But there might be a channel because he's a very busy guy and he's doing a lot of stuff. But there might be a channel that has maybe a few thousand more subs than you or something that you can reach out to and then partner with. And people are like, wow, I really like these guys. And then you build from there. So the answer is that it's a slow process, and some people got lucky and had overnight success, but there's a lot of new YouTubers. I don't know if you watched Rewind. There's so many new YouTubers out there that are doing great, that are just sticking to it and keeping their schedule tight and doing what I said, reaching out and collabing with people.
The key to doing anything that you love is you have to have a profound amount of patience. No matter what it is that you're doing, it could be streaming, could be gaming, but you have to be the most patient and understand that you're going to have to put in a lot of groundwork. You're going to have to deal with the haters. You're going to have to deal with people saying that you're not good enough, you're not big enough. And remember that you have self-worth. Remember that the person that you want to be, make yourself 10 years from now your hero and strive to be that person and be patient and understand it's going to take a long time to get there. But it's worth it, I promise.
When Kyle's in the chat and he's getting you down, you gotta just keep going.
Yeah. Because I'm there. Because actually, I'm there. There's always one of me.
We got to get you more work to do, man. If you're just hanging around in all these chats, like dropping hate.
But I also feel like, just suck for a long time. You're gonna suck for a long time. And when you say be consistent, I think that's part of it. Is because no matter what, if you keep working, you do get better.
Consistently suck.
Yeah.
Practice.
Yeah.
But it really is good advice. Consistently suck and then suck less the next time.
Yeah.
No, and that's actually a great advice. I mean, even when we started Game Theory, like, I didn't know anything about editing videos, but each new video that I uploaded, I'm like, I'm gonna learn and grow and try to make this next one better and better and better. And like the first one, it's like the end song just blows your eardrums out. I apologize, headphone users. And everyone's like, normalize your audio. And I'm like, what the heck is normalizing audio? And I look it up and I'm able to do it. And I did that from then on. And it was like animation and this and that. And you're able to kind of one up your game, absolutely. From the cold analytical heart that I have, search engine optimization. Remember that Twitch, remember that YouTube, remember that all these platforms function on searchability, right? When I'm going to watch a game, I'm typing in the name of the game. So if your title is best Let's Play ever, that doesn't tell me what game you're actually playing. And YouTube needs that, and Twitch needs that to like cycle, hey, this guy's actually playing Minecraft. This guy's actually playing Life is Strange. This person's playing Rocket League. And so you get suggested against other games. Make sure that you put it in the title. Make sure you put it in the tags. It's simple stuff like that that helps you get more views, and it's stuff that that people always forget and don't place the level of importance on that they should.
Take notes, guys.
There are actual tools where you can say like, does this term do better than this term in Google? And then you realize, oh no, this one that I wasn't going to use is better, and then you
What
put
is
that
that tool? What is that?
It's called Google Trends.
Google Trends.
Google Trends. Just type it in google.com/trends.
I have no idea.
It is.
He was planted on this
It is
panel.
the best. It is the best tool. It's so useful, and it helps
Okay.
you determine what's more searchable, FNAF or Five Nights at Freddy's, because they have different searchabilities,
Huh.
and you can divide it by website and based on YouTube. Like you can parse it that low.
That's
so
insane. That's
they're saying please wrap up. I got
Oh.
2 minutes left. Hold up. Let's do one more question from the audience. I saw your hand earlier. I don't know if I'm supposed to get you a microphone, so you could just shout really loud.
They got a mic on the way.
Oh, here. Oh, never mind. Here they come.
Huge fan, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, huge. I've been there since, like you said, with your audio and everything.
I remember when you sucked more than you suck now. Thank you.
Yeah. So I guess I just wanted to ask, because there was one theory that I always kind of found interesting, and then I was wondering, when is he going to do it? When is he going to do it? And I'm here at E3 2017 finally after working 8 years to get to meet you. Will you ever?
Yeah, that's awesome.
Will you ever do a Squall is dead theory from Final Fantasy VIII? Squall is dead.
Now you have to. You're locked in.
You're locked in.
Oh,
it's
yeah, no.
live. It's
I'm
out
developing my own game, my own RPG.
Hashtag shameless self-promotion. It's all right. Don't worry about
no.
it. Hey, seize the day, man. Rock it. Rock that mic.
I'm not gonna mention the name or who I am, so no self-promotion. But I started playing JRPG, so that way I could learn what not to do. And Final Fantasy VIII was one of those. Okay, that I know not to do that. So, but because I started playing it, and I said, Matt Pat is so awesome with his theories, and there's been a theory that Squall is dead, and I just started putting the pieces together, and I wanted to do a video, and I said, no, I don't want to put myself out there and kind of not do what the awesome job that you would do if you would do it. So that's my question.
Thank you. Well, first off, never be afraid to put yourself out there, man. Like, even if I am doing my own theory on it, or, someone else is doing a let's play of a game, or someone else is doing a review or whatever, you are unique, right? And your voice is what's going to shine through in your content, right? Like, a lot of people have done a lot of similar theories about Pixar theory or whatever. Like, I mean, that applies to me, but everyone has played Minecraft. Everyone's played all these games, but it's what you bring to the table that makes it unique and different, right? So never be ashamed to put yourself out there and do something, even if someone else is going to do it. So first off. And secondly, yes, I will absolutely do Final Fantasy VIII at some point in the future. Yeah!
Probably the biggest E3 announcement here, ladies
There
and
it
gentlemen.
is. You heard it here for teraflops of gaming with my Final Fantasy VIII theory. They'll probably come out as we hear more news about like Final Fantasy VII, just because right now, you know, people are like, meh.
SEO, you need that SEO.
Yeah, exactly, right? Timing is everything. There's a reason why a Super Mario Odyssey theory came out in the day before Super Mario Odyssey got more information from Nintendo. That's called strategery. So anyway, that is it. We have taken up way too much time. So thank you all for being such a great
Thank you guys.
audience.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you for listening to us all suck. Kyle, Pam, Mr. Matt Sohinky, thank you all for joining me on stage. Have a great E3 and enjoy yourselves.
See you guys.
Coming up in just a few minutes, Wolfenstein II. On Sunday night, this game got revealed, and now the team from Machine Games is here to talk Wolfenstein 2. First, check out this trailer.
Here you go, Peggy. There's everything your mother ordered and a ration card. And here's a lakritz schnecker just for you.
Good nutrition is a matter of state security.
Diesel, no! No! Stop it, Diesel!
Now is where it gets really exciting on America's #1 game show. Okay, hands on your buzzers. Here we go.
Yes, the most wunderbar soap.
Darker shame, darling, darker shame. Thank you for all the joy and pain. Picture show, second balcony was the place we'd meet. Second seat, go Dutch treat, you were sweet.
The old and the weak are doomed.
William, I prayed for you to wake up.
You've gotten so fat.
That says we're having twins.
Frau Engel, she's been hunting for you. She's been moving heaven and earth, and today she found you.
You think you're a hero, William Joseph Leskovich?
Monsters did this.
Not monsters. Men.
We gotta put the fighting spirit back in the American people.
Just who the fuck are you, white boy?
We're organizing for a revolution in America.
We?
Now listen, Terry Billy, I respect your ambition, but there's nothing can be done no more. The world has sank into the crapper, and all we can do now is drink this whiskey and watch the vortex suck it all down.
I got kids on the way. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna raise them in a world run by these Nazi assholes.
You take freedom away from the American people, you're playing with fire. And I intend to pour some gasoline.
An American fucking spirit.
Hey, little fella. What are you doing? It's dangerous here. You have to be so quiet. We gotta go.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your host, No Clips, Danny O'Dwyer.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing? Oh, you can do better than that. Come on. It's the first day of E3. Come on. You need to shout out because the next two gentlemen who are coming out have come all the way from Sweden. So they need a nice... This is their first E3 in about 4 years because the last time they showed off a game, it wasn't public. You couldn't have just other people coming in here. There's a massive, like, crammed show floor out there at the moment. So they're expecting a nice big cheer. Isn't that right? Yeah, okay. So let's have a warm welcome, like it's the Eurovision, for Jörg and Jens from Machine Games. You're there. First of all, congratulations for being the most casually dressed person who's been on the stage probably all week, right?
When I was doing the live stage at Bethesda, somebody ran up and said, "You have to close your shorts because I think my balls were hanging out."
I can't see from here, but are his balls hanging out right now? If you're watching on Facebook, please let us know if Jens's balls are hanging out. We're live. Welcome, by the way, to the E3 Expo Facebook live stream here. We're delighted to have you all here. We're delighted to have you watching if you're watching live on Facebook. At the moment, be it on your browser or your phone or you probably do that on an Xbox One now as well and everything, right?
Sorry, what are you asking?
I don't know. What's the shirt mean?
Yeah, if you like the same band that I do, you will know it.
So I don't like the same band. Okay.
No.
It's just like your cool filter.
Yes,
okay.
That's exactly what it is.
Is it an ABBA reference?
No.
Okay, so I guess so. Great to have you guys here. Great to show off Wolfenstein. I don't know where to start with this, to be completely honest. We just saw the trailer. You had pregnant ladies stabbing Nazis, popping LSD tabs and seeing cartoon lizards. I guess you just... The first Wolfenstein was so, like, obscure and absurd. I guess it's a hard thing to sell a second time. Like, people know the level your guys are at. So did you just have to, like, crank it up to, like, 12 or 13? Is that
pretty much, yeah.
That's basically happened?
Yeah, we had to dial it up.
Right. Tell us, first of all, I'm going to talk about the narrative stuff a little bit, because obviously at the end of the first game, if we can call it the first Wolfenstein at this stage, you know, PJ's not in a great state. It's kind of up in the air whether or not he's actually going to survive at all.
Yeah.
Grenade to the face will kind of do that to you.
Yeah.
It's pretty broken.
Right.
This game is a direct sequel, so it starts immediately after.
Immediately after.
Yeah, immediately after when the first game left off.
Okay.
This one picks up.
Right. So I guess everything. So what we've seen takes place in America right after.
Yeah, most of it does.
Yeah?
But so in the first game, you stole this Nazi nuclear aircraft carrying submarine.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the base.
You know,
now.
we all remember that scene from Saving Private Ryan.
Well, it's the biggest submarine in the whole Nazi fleet, and that's become the resistance headquarters for this game. And the core idea that the resistance have is to liberate America and thereby create a platform to liberate the rest of the world.
Right. And I guess when you made the first game, you guys, Machine Games, had worked on a lot of popular games, like especially critically acclaimed games that maybe never got their just due for a sequel. Like The Chronicles of Riddick is a game that I think probably, we got some love for that.
Oh, thank you.
Wonderful game, and a lot of people would have loved to have seen a sequel to that. I'm sure that was very complicated why it didn't happen. When you were making the Wolfenstein reboot all those years ago, did you think you'd be able to get a sequel? Did you think you'd be making a second one?
We certainly hoped for it.
Yeah, I mean, our plan from the beginning has been to make it into a trilogy.
Into a trilogy?
Yeah. So
I think you have to speak up.
That's still the plan. It depends, of course, how it goes with this one, but it's always been the plan to do 3 parts.
So were you writing that first game with a mind to the sequel, or is it the type of thing where you're like, okay, we need to kind of
No,
stretch
like
out
me
these
and
characters?
my co-writer told me we think ahead all the time. So we have sort of the arc for the individual game, but also sort of the meta arc of all of the games.
Right.
And it's amazing for us because we've never made a sequel before.
Right. Machine Games been around for like a good decade and change, right?
Yeah, and before that we were at Starbreeze. We've been making games for 19 years, so it's a long time, but we never had the opportunity to make a sequel. And that's amazing because we're doing it now from sort of our own platform.
Right.
Where so we've seeded a lot of ideas in New Order, like the main antagonist is Frau Engel, which is very properly introduced in New Order.
Right.
And she's now the main antagonist in this game. And we're able to, basically cash in all of that stuff,
Which I guess
is wonderful.
That's a big problem with a lot of games because like Death's Head was obviously a big antagonist in the first game, but if you hadn't have like laid that seed down, then you'd have to reinvent an entire new antagonist at the start of this game.
Well, exactly.
So I just answered your question for you.
I'm sorry, Keely bought me a drink before, so I'm a little bit tipsy.
That's the trick. He butters up everyone before they come on stage. Right. Was there LSD in that drink? Is that what it was? How many lizards?
Who knows? It takes like half an hour for it to kick in. So.
Was that part of your research?
It was part of my youthful research, yes. But which is ironic because the scene that's at the end of the trailer, it seems to kick in immediately, but that character Wyatt has been dozing all day, so of course that's not explained in that scene. But anyway.
Okay, there you go, a hot exclusive for everyone here at the Coliseum at E3. Look, we got a crowd full of mostly Americans. Shout out if you're American. Shout out if you're European. I got some in the back. There's a couple of people from Britain that are not really sure if they should shout for European anymore. So we've got a bunch of Americans here. Whereabouts? I saw New Orleans in one of the scenes. What parts of America will we be going to in the new Colossus?
We're going to be in New York as well. And we also saw a scene from Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh, cool. All the.
And there, of course, a little bit more as well, but we don't reveal everything right now.
Right.
Is there someone from Roswell here? Was that what I heard?
Mexico.
Ah, nice.
There's a really tall, pale thing with massive eyes back there that says that's putting their hands up for Roswell. Okay. It's an alien joke, get it? Cheers, guys. Should have had a drink before we came on stage. So I guess, what are the sort of things that happened? We'll get to gameplay stuff in a little bit, and we've got another little teaser of something to show that you guys brought along. Thanks so much for that. But what type of stuff, like, in terms of narrative, you've obviously got areas to go to. You've got, like, things that you've planted that you can follow up on. But in terms of gameplay, like, the gameplay in Wolfenstein is such a it's such a tight package. Like it's basically a lot of like murderous killing, and then kind of the surprising element was the stealth stuff. I think a lot of people kind of weren't really expecting that. But where do you go for a sequel for this? Because obviously, like 5 years in first-person shooter time is a lifetime.
Yeah, I mean we've done a complete overhaul of the play right now, and I mean Wolfenstein is all about heavy weapons and this over-the-top crazy combat, and of course we are trying to top that now, which I think we will. And in stealth in particular, I think for me Wolfenstein stealth is more about not trying to, you know, sneak by people. It's more about sneaking through people,
right?
Basically. So, and that is also it's you know, it's for Wolfenstein. You know,
right.
That's the way you play it. But of course we support all free play styles. You know, you can sneak around, you can do more tactical combat, you can do the mayhem combat, or just the crazy gun spacing. But yeah, that's been a big focus this time to put a lot of freedom into the player hands when performing and moving around in combat scenarios.
Yeah, we have a huge amount of sort of ways to tackle scenarios, so it's very much up to the player how they want to do that. Different ways to traverse things, different ways to... We have this one thing called a battle walker, which basically allows you to... It's some sort of mechanical stilts,
right.
So you can get up high and shoot over covers, and you can take high cover, which is pretty cool.
That's the tactical ability then.
Right.
Then we have one for the stealthy and for the more guns blazing player as well.
Yeah, like me.
Like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like, that's an interesting sort of element to a game that a lot of people would kind of, you know, have always assumed is like no holds barred, like shooting nonsense. Where, like, I'm kind of fascinated as to why even the stealth stuff got melded into that first game. Is that just, I mean, with Starbreeze especially, you think about a lot of your games, like we talked about Riddick and folks were shouting about that. Like that's a game that was like stealth was really integral to it and was done very well in a sort of unique elements as well. Yeah, so like, has that always been part of your just
I mean,
ethos?
for me, it's always been like if we give something to the player or whatever player is able to do, we should be able to do it.
Right.
And you know, if you decide not to shoot the weapon, of course you should be able to sneak around instead. And we also, of course, we have the takedowns, and there is a possibility to take down enemies silently.
Right.
Which we enforce, of course.
Yeah, we basically reevaluated everything that we think is like really cool Wolfenstein's type stuff, and built it back up from the core ideas. So we don't for sort of close-up kills, we don't have a knife anymore. We have a hatchet.
Okay.
Which is very good for amputation and sort of gory stuff.
Is that part of your youthful research as well? Let's maybe let's go.
I'll reserve comment.
Right. We've got a little trailer to show in a second as well, actually. But I just want to ask first of all, the style of the first game was incredibly stylish. You know, it had a lot of, you know, it reminded me of a certain Tarantino movie a little bit as well. What have you decided to go for with the style of this game? Because obviously it's a different era. Are we in the 60s now, kind of looks like?
Yeah, and we were there in the New Order as well in the 60s. But of course, now we're in America, so it's a lot of this sort of Americana stuff. But it's been subverted by the Nazis. So the term we have internally for that is Germericana.
Okay.
But that sort of, that flows through everything. And like they have lots of projects because America very much was founded on the idea of freedom. So of course, when Nazi oppression rolls in, like how are they going to get the public on, you know, able to suppress public opinion, right? So they have tons of propaganda and all of these things, and they're what's rapidly approaching is changeover day when all of the U.S. changes over to German.
Right. So that's like part of the television bits are kind of
so this thing German or else that's like the propaganda machine is encouraging people to learn German.
All right, yeah, it's a beautiful language, of course. Let's have a look at one of those advertisements. Is it Blitzmensch? Is that right?
Blitzmensch.
Lightning Man.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check out the trailer for Lightning Man.
On a routine transatlantic Zeppelin flight, Olympic decathlete Dieter Gollwitzer was struck by lightning and transformed into... Sabina Vogel as Fraulein Fox. And this week's enemy, special guest star blonde blue-toned Sonnenschein as the illegal eagle.
So, yeah, round of applause for Blitzmensch.
Yeah.
So, how much of your budget exactly did you spend making dumb commercials?
An insane amount. No, it's that was actually the first time I saw that full thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was amazing. But it really is, you know, just all of the sort of villains in this show are like core American ideals.
Right.
It's a cool way to subvert the.
Was The Man in the High Castle, like, obviously the book is, you know, that was Philip K. Dick wrote that a long time ago, but the TV show, would that like come out while you were in development?
Yeah, I guess so. It's fun because we at that point we didn't get Amazon in Sweden, Amazon streaming.
You still didn't have Amazon in Sweden?
No, we have it
Right.
now. We have
Okay.
it now, but I still haven't seen it because it's a hard question because I don't really want to. I don't want, in one way, I don't want to see it because I don't want to be influenced by it. But it's cool because a lot of our actors are also on that show.
Right.
Yeah.
So if I told you right now that there was a show called Blitzmensch on The Man in the High Castle, you wouldn't be able to say if that was true or not?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. There's not, don't worry, you're good.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, like, I mean, you know, Wolfenstein was always like an interesting game from a cultural reason, just because of the nature of the era it was set in and the sort of like, I don't know, revenge story, the Nazi revenge story that's going on. I feel like that was an easier thing to do 5 years ago. Like, just especially with the American setting, like, you know, there's a complicated conversation happening right now.
Things have changed.
Right, within culture. How does that make you feel? Does that make you, like, more worried to, I mean, you're all in now anyway, so you can't pull back, but how much of a challenge is that, especially as a writer, to, like, sort of...
I prefer not to comment because I don't want to be assassinated.
Right, okay. I guess, is there an element of, like, if you go in so far and you're almost like, it's the fact that it's a world, it's so different to our contemporary world, like it almost feels like an alternative universe thing. I'm sure that probably helps in some respect.
Fingers crossed,
okay,
yes.
Right. Then I guess in terms of, like, we touched upon the gameplay stuff a little bit, but what else was there that you wanted to do? You know, you talked about the ability to get through the levels in different ways. There was obviously an element of that in the New Order and the Old Blood as well. But was there anything else that you wanted to do in this game that you didn't get around to the last one, or stuff that you wanted to do to differentiate this from the last game? Or is the style kind of doing that?
Yeah, there are a couple of things in particular. One of the things are something we call the district. Like Jens talked about the submarine. That's also something that the submarine is the game hub now. So in the hub, then we have a war map, and through that war map, you can revisit locations you've previously been in the main campaign, which allows to to let players go back to replay combat scenarios they think are fun, find missed out collectibles. Because that was, if in New Order, then of course you have to go out to the main menu and go through the chapter browser to be able to do that. So that's a pretty big thing for us, that you can complete the game within the game now.
Right.
That's one of the things, one of the big things. The other thing is that you can now freely dual wield weapons in any combination, which is super fun. We talked about stealth previously, and You know, I mean, dual wheel is very efficient if you just want to go in and guns blazing, but it's also very rewarding to have a silenced weapon in one hand and then you have a full
death machine.
Yeah,
in the other.
A fully automatic shotgun in the other.
Yeah.
It's a very, very good, powerful backup if you should get detected. So yeah, those two things are something that I think is we wanted to do for New Order, but you know.
Didn't get around to.
No, didn't get around.
Well, it's so much fun too, because that's what I love about the stealth in our games is it's not like it's game over if you fail the stealth.
Right.
You just
It's like game on.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, and it's pretty fun as well with the alarm system we have, and you know, if the thing is that we have these commanders, and if you take out the commander before the alarm goes off, then no reinforcements come, right? So, but if you want to, you know, go in and just kill people with dual wield shotguns, you can just kill, you know, skip killing the commander and the alarm will go off, and then you will have more enemies to kill.
Awesome. We haven't got all that much time left, so I want to make sure we get some of our folks watching. Of course, you're watching the E3 Expo Facebook live stream. If you have any questions, stick them in the chat, and we'll try and get as many to them, the guys, as possible. First one here comes in from Matt Murphy. He says, so much effort goes into just fleshing out the world in these games. I mean, with a lot of first-person shooters, you know, you tend to be put in a world that is, you know, there's a little bit of exposition. This is what's going on. Go kill all the baddies. Why do you put so much effort into crafting the world, especially when, you know, with linear games, you do breeze through quite a lot of it quite quickly?
Yeah, but we always try to make it so it's up to the player. Some games have almost put a clock on you and like forces you through a level as rapidly as possible, but that's not ours. Our games are much more exploratory, and you can take your time and you can do it at your own pace. And if you want to, you can spend a lot of time finding things and so forth. But I think we just love this world. Like, it's wonderful to think about it and explore ideas, and so we have and it's the full spectrum, because you know, it's one of it is the military component and the technological component, but it's also the cultural component. So it's a fascinating world, and it's fascinating to work on.
If you have any more questions, get them in. Brandon asks, where did the idea for the game come from? I should have read that question before it came out. id Software, I believe, is the answer to that one. Yeah. Speaking of id Software, actually, how different is the world of like first-person shooters now? Because there seems to be this revival of like straight-up linear single-player. You know, Bethesda. I mean, we had Doom last year, Dishonored, Prey. You know, there's the System Shock reboots coming out as well. What do you think about that? Does that even like come into it with you guys? Do you just make the game you want to make, or do you think it's good for everyone that there's more of these like narrative-based single-player games?
Yeah, I think it's great, and I also think that there is an opportunity now. We have the possibility now to make. I mean, even though we still do linear story-driven games. There are very much linear, but we have much more freedom to have a bigger, like combat arena or combat scenario. So there's a lot more freedom within the specific locations, rather than just having a super linear story. We can evolve that a lot, which I think is great.
Yeah, and more to, was it Eric?
Brandon.
Brandon's question. We actually, when we sort of entered the Bethesda sphere,
right.
The first, because we were like diehard Wolfenstein fans from the early days. We're a lot older than we look. Especially me. But so we went to id Software, and we started thinking. We spent like 3 weeks there brainstorming ideas.
In Richardson and the offices there?
Back then it was in Mesquite.
Oh, right. God, that was a while ago. When was that then?
2010 or
right,
11,
okay.
I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, 10, I guess. But we were there, and we had all of these ideas, and the sort of the core idea that we really liked was Nazis won the war, because it was never like that in the earlier Wolfenstein games. They were always during the war, but we thought during the war would be the weapons would be too boring. So we wanted sort of an alternate history technology thing going. Yeah. But anyway, so we came up with this concept, and we thought they will never go for this. And we started writing out on the whiteboard various ideas. So we had like 5 ideas, and we said, are we really going to drop this in? This
Going to the moon.
so finally we decided, okay, let's put this Nazis won the war idea on there. And then we brought id in, and they just looked at the board and pointed to Nazis won the war and like, that's awesome. We want to do that. So that's how that thing got blessed, and we're really, really happy with it.
What was that like, going to see, like, you know, Kevin Cloud and all the folks?
Oh yeah, that was surreal.
Really amazing.
Because they were our hero. Like both me and Jarek, we started as Quake modders.
Oh right.
I'm such a super big Quake fan as well, and you know, seeing Tim Willits then, it was really nice.
And
such a nice guy as well.
In the sort of early mid '90s, you know, people hadn't invented blogs or Twitter, or none of that was around. So they had like the point plan files or whatever.
The plan files.
The id gang. So I remember at the job I had at the time, I was all the time sneaking off and checking their updates, you know.
Excellent.
So and then you get to meet these people and who have been your heroes for all of your life, and you're like, hello, sir. And then it turns out they're all amazing and wonderful. So
well, what does it feel like to be part of this? Like, there's an amazing thing happening with Bethesda and with id in terms of rejuvenating old IP, especially first-person IP. And I mean, in a way, I kind of look at a game like Prey and I think, oh, that's a System Shock, kind of sort of like a reimagining as well. But like, you know, we now live in a world where the Doom reboot was fantastic. You know, like, who saw that coming? But years,
we did.
right? Probably. But like years earlier, it was the same with Wolfenstein: The New Order. I mean, you know, Wolfenstein is it's an old game. It's, you know, it's a first-person shooter. There wasn't all that much to go on. It was just really popular and really amazing at the time. A lot of reasons for the technological reasons. But then you guys came out and just, there was this like wonderful rebirth that had happened to that, which has sort of echoed through what those studios have been doing. You must be incredibly proud of that as fans of id and of those games.
Yeah, it's amazing. I think a lot of it is because Bethesda have such immense confidence in their developers. So you're able to really sort of stretch yourself creatively and do things that, you know, if that was put under like a focus group or whatever, then that would never even be in the game.
Right.
But they trust us to do stuff, and they trust all of their studios. So that's, I think, the reason why really interesting stuff arrives.
Looking at the trailer, I can imagine quite a lot of stuff would get scrubbed from a focus group in that. Thank you so much for coming on and chatting to us here at the E3 Expo Facebook live stream stage. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Before we wrap up, it's coming out pretty soon, right?
Yeah, October 27.
On what platforms?
On PC, Xbox One, and PlayStation 4.
Nintendo Switch?
We'll see what happens in the future.
All right.
But
good stuff. Round of applause, please, for Jens.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Cool. All right. I think the ghostly voice of Jeff Keighley will tell you what's coming up next. Jeff, are you there?
Danny,
there.
I'm here.
Oh, Jesus Christ, where is he?
I'm all around you. Coming up next, Dissidia Final Fantasy in just a few minutes. Stick around. We've got a great afternoon of content for you at the E3 Coliseum. Coming up next, Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. Then we'll also be hearing from some other games this afternoon. There's a big panel coming up on Spider-Man for PlayStation 4. And of course later, Jack Black, Tim Schafer, and a special panel about Project Scorpio hosted by Major Nelson. That'll be at 5 o'clock. But right now, let's start with a look at Dissidia Final Fantasy NT.
Square Enix
これはかりそめの
光栄
姿。
テクモゲームスチーム忍者
ここは滅びゆく世界なのです。どうか皆さん、私の世界を
ディシディアファイナルファンタジー
力を。
離れマテリア。ここは俺の世界だ。さあ、お前たち、滅びゆく我が世界のために戦え。
光は我らと共にある。俺自身で決着をつけさせてくれ。
みんなでかかれば一瞬だよね。
どんな試練も乗り越えてみせる。行くぞ、風の赴くままに。
未来のために戦う。
星よ、答えを見せろ。俺のそばから離れるな。
誰かを助けるのに理由がいるかい？
すぐに終わらせてやるからな。
出会ったことを後悔させてあげますわ。
これは俺の仕事だ。
やるしかなければやるだけだ。行くわよ。集中なさい。私の記憶に残る戦士の姿。
かつて俺に捧げられた戦士の力、共に自由に使うがよい。
さあ、私の世界へ。
Please welcome your host, Matt Kishimoto.
Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for coming out. Thanks to everybody tuning in online. We're excited to be here to talk about Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. So I have some special guests with me today. So let's bring them on out. So first up is game director Takeo Kujiraoka. Next up is producer Ichiro Hazama. Ichiro Hazama-san.
Yeah, they're not going on until later. I'll just be us three for
And translating will be Eileen Matsuo.
We don't go off.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, there's like 30 in there.
Cool. So we're excited to be here today. First thing, before we actually get into Dissidia, is I just wanted to ask Hazama-san why he has a little purple and silver thing on his face.
ゲーム紹介に入る前に、
おー
風間さんがなぜここにこう紫と銀のキラキラのものをつけているのかを聞きたいです。
東京で流行ってるからですね。
Because it's very popular in Tokyo right now.
嘘です。
So that is a lie.
さっきちょっとあれだ、マットと試合して負けて罰ゲームです。
So I just lost to Matt earlier. I'm playing Dissidia Final Fantasy NT, and so this is for punishment.
All right, cool. So we're excited to be here because we have a lot to share with you guys, and we really wanted to give everybody here a really deep inside look at Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. So a few of the things that we wanted to cover off today is kind of what is it from an overview perspective. 2, how do you play? And then 3, we really wanted to show off some live gameplay. So, so let's get into it. Okay, by applause, just curious, has anybody played this in the arcades in Japan?
Oh.
Really?
Thank you, thank you.
All right. Who here, by applause, has played the first 2 Dissidias on PSP? All right, cool. So we got a good mix of people here. So Hazama-san, I'm going to throw it over to you. Can you give us kind of a brief overview of what kind of Dissidia is and what people can expect?
では早速ですが、ゲームの紹介をお願いいたします。
はい。こちらディシディアファイナルファンタジー NT というタイトルなんですが、あれですね。今年で30周年になるのかな、ファイナルファンタジー。そのいろんなタイトルからいろんなキャラクターを引っ張ってきて、3対3のバトルをやると、そういうゲームでございます。で、あともう一個特徴としてあるのが独特のそのブレイブシステムっていうのを採用しているっていう部分ですね。そういったタイトルでございます。
So this title is called Dissidia Final Fantasy NT, and this year is actually the 30th anniversary of Final Fantasy as a series. And in this game, it features a lot of the characters from the numbered of previous Final Fantasy titles, and you will have a 3 versus 3 match, and we also have a unique system called the Bravery system in this game.
Cool. So. We'll get into the bravery combat system in a little bit, but I wanted to kind of ask what made you decide to go in the 3v3 route rather than just one-on-one like we're in the previous 2 Dissidias.
ではブレイブシステムには後ほどお伺いしたいと思うんですけれども、まずはなぜ3対3にされたのでしょうか。
PSP バージョンから新しいものを作るって言った時に、まず前作みたいな1対1の進化系も考えはしたんですが、その中で2対2もありなのか3対3もありなのかって考えていた中で。ファイナルファンタジーの今までのナンバリングって仲間とパーティーを組んで戦うっていうシーンがね多かったので、じゃあそれをディシディアのアクションファイティングゲームとして落とし込むんだら皆さんにエキサイティングな体験がお届けできるんじゃないかということで今回は3対3を選択しました。
In the previous PSP version, when I thought about creating a new game off of that, I thought that a 1 versus 1, like an evolution of the PSP version is fine, but I also thought about maybe doing like a 2 versus 2 or a 3 versus 3 and onwards. But when I went back and thought about the Final Fantasy title as a series, all the numbered titles is about fighting with your party and allies, and I thought about bringing that over to the fighting game genre.
That's cool. And so I think one of the cool things is not a tag in, tag out kind of situation. All 6 people are on the battlefield at any given time. I'm sure it must have had its own challenges to deal with.
ということは一度に1対1で、タッグチームのような感じで3対3になるのではなく、一気に3対3になるというような、ちょっと画面上にすごいことになると思うんですけども、そういったような戦闘を作るのもチャレンジングだったと思うんですが、いかがですか。
そうですね。僕らがイメージしたのは MMORPG のバトルをアクションゲームに落とし込んだらどうなるのかというところから発想を得まして作ってはいったんです。で、実際にごちゃごちゃしたバトルに一見思われるかもしれないんですが、ゲーム自体はかなりタクティカルな戦略的な要素が多いタイトルになっているので、しっかりとチームで連携を取って勝利を目指すといったタイトルになっているかと思います。
And so for this game, I was inspired by the battle system of an MMORPG, and I thought about bringing that into an action game. And it may look chaotic, but that game is actually quite tactful. You do need a lot of strategy into winning in this game, and a lot of cooperation amongst your allies.
Ooh, that's dope. So one of the things I think is really interesting, in case people missed it, is the fact that this is a collaboration project with Team Ninja from Koei Tecmo. So they're really well known for creating Dead or Alive and the most recently launched Neo. Is there any specific reason of why you guys felt Team Ninja was the perfect partner?
本作においてとても興味深いなと思う部分が、ティーム忍者とのコラボレーションなんですけれども、DOD であったり、ニオであったり、そういったようなタイトルで有名なティーム忍者となぜ組もうと思われたんですか。
そうですね。一つは彼らがすごい優秀なプロ集団だからっていうのがあるとは思うんですけども、日本でね、その良質なアクションゲームを作れる会社さんってそんな多くないと思うんですよ。 その点彼らは、まあ、今タイトル名も挙げてもらったけど実績がそもそも十分。あとはそのクジラ岡が次のディシディア作りたいなって言ったタイミングと向こうのね林プロデューサーが一緒に何かやろうぜって言ってくれたタイミングっていうのが本当にこうピタッとあったんで、これはもうやるしかないなっていうそういう感じです。
So for one, they're just very good at what they do. They're professionals at what they do. And to be honest, I don't think there are that many developers in Japan that could create a high quality action game. And I believe that they are one of them. And you have mentioned a couple of titles earlier, but even they have titles to back up their experience that they have in creating these type of games. And so that is one reason that we decided to tag team with Team Ninja. And the other was that when Kujiraoka-san came to me saying that I want to create a new Dissidia title, it coincidentally was at the same time that Hayashi-san from Team Ninja reached out to us asking us that they wanted to do something with us.
Ah, that's cool. All right, cool. I got one more question before we get into the gameplay. And that's basically about the logo. So it's Dissidia Final Fantasy NT. Can you explain what NT stands for?
NT の意味を教えていただけますか。
新しい物語か、ニューテイルっていう、はい、意味です。このタイトルの本当に一番の売りの部分っていうのは絶対3対3のバトルっていう今までにないものだと思うのね。だけどちゃんとそのファイナルファンタジーの主人公たちが集まったからこそできる新しいストーリーっていうのをちゃんとご用意をしているので、それで、そのタイトルをつけた感じでございます。
So NT stands for New Tale, and we have a new story accompanied to this game. And of course, I do think that the selling point of this game is the 3 versus 3 battle, but we also have all these protagonists from Final Fantasy, and I believe that there is a new story that we could create only because we have these characters in our roster.
So Final Fantasy fans, I'm sure many in the audience are, they can look forward to a brand new story.
ということは、ファイナルファンタジーファンは新しい物語をこうなんですかね、期待できるのでしょうか。
もちろん。
Yes, of course.
Cool. All right. So in case you guys weren't aware, so this game does come out on PS4 exclusively in early 2018, so not too far away. Cool. So with that, Kujiraoka-san, would you mind kind of taking us through the gameplay mechanics and kind of doing a deeper dive on that?
クジラ岡さんゲームプレイを使用してご紹介いただけますでしょうか。
はい、じゃあここでやりましょう。
Alright, cool.
So we'll use the monitor there.
ちなみに使ってほしいキャラクター。
So is there a character that you guys want to see me use?
1キャラクターで。
There's one character. スコールとクラウドとか多いですね。
スコールが多いです。
スコール、クラウド、ライトニング。
スコール、クラウド、ライトニング。
3キャラクターじゃねえか。
じゃあ前の生放送ではクラウド使ったんで、今回はライトニング。
So since we used cloud in our previous just the live stream that we just had, we'll use lightning this time then.
Are you able to kind of talk us through the battle set A and B?
ではバトルセット A と B の違いを教えていただけますか。
そうですね。今回はこのデモ用にプリセットしているものなんですが、本来はもうちょっとセット数があってユーザーの皆さんが自由にカスタマイズできるものとなってます。でカスタマイズできるものとしては HP 攻撃、今回はキャラクターにつき1つ装備をすることができます。そして EX スキルと言われるのが今回初登場となるシステムで、いわゆるバフデバフに当たるものをユーザーが自由にカスタマイズしてバトルに出撃するというものがまとまったのがセットになります。
So for this build, we because it is a demo that we have for E3, we have preset 2 different battle sets, and when the game comes out, you'll be able to freely customize these sets. And what they have is 1 HP attack per character, and EX skills, which is new for this game, which is more like a buff and debuff that you could add on to these characters.
今回は A でやってみます。
So we'll go with battle set A this time. すごい静かです。
そうだね。
でこれ本当は各ユーザーさんがオンラインでマッチングするということになります。
And so for the actual game, you'll be matched up with other players online.
今回は敵3人と味方の2人も全部 CPU で3対3なんだけれども、プレイヤーはクジラコさんだけだ。
And so for this stage, Kujirako-san will be the only player, and the other 5 characters, 3 on the opponent and 2 on the ally, will be controlled by an AI.
ステージはファイナルファンタジー12。
はい。
And the stage that has been selected is from Final Fantasy 12.
召喚獣。
And which summon would you like to see? もう3秒しかない。
シバかな。
シバか。
So Shiva.
これ音って出ます？
Can we turn the sound on?
Yeah. なんかお客さんからのオーダーに応えるのちょっと面白い。
で、操作方法とかいろいろ説明してはいくんですが、PSP のねバージョンをプレイした方だったら割と基本操作が似通っているので、
我々が負けるような相手ではない。
入れるんじゃないかなと思います。
So I'll also explain the controls on stage here, but if you play the PSP version, it's quite similar to the PSP version.
ターゲットを変えたりとか、で前作と同じように空中でもジャンプができたりとか、でダッシュがかなりフレキシブルに対応できるように、2種類のダッシュが簡単な操作で出し分けられるようになっています。
So you could target opponents, jump, and you could dash, and there's actually 2 different types of dashes.
そして、そうですね、ブレイブシステムという重要なチップがあるんですが、これもご存知の方は馴染みの深いものだと思うんですけれども、ブレイブ攻撃で自分のブレイブを高めていって、でその数字を HP ダメージとして相手に与えるというのが基本なルールです。
And we mentioned bravery system earlier, but so if you've played the PSP version, you might be quite familiar with it. But what you want to do is increase the bravery points to deal HP damage, because the number that is shown there will be the damage that you deal with an HP attack.
そして今作の、特徴的なところである召喚獣を呼ぶためには、こういったバトル中に出現する召喚コアというものを攻撃して壊すことで画面の右上のゲージがたまるようになります。この取り合いもこのゲームにおいて重要なポイントの一つになります。
And summons are very unique to this game as well. But to call a summon, you want to fill up the summoning meter at the top left of the screen by destroying or breaking summoning cores.
で今召喚ゲージがたまりました。でこれでタッチパッドを押すことで召喚詠唱ができるようになっているので、このゲージがたまると召喚獣が呼び出せるようになります。
So our summoning meter just filled up, and so by touching the touchpad, we were able to summon Shiva.
で召喚獣を呼ぶと、この召喚獣が一緒にしばらくの間戦ってくれるんですね。
And by summoning Shiva or summon, they will fight alongside you for a short duration of time.
Each summon is completely different, yeah?
各召喚獣は全く違うんですよね。
そうですね。ただどれもド派手な攻撃をしてくれる頼もしい仲間となっております。
Yes, so each summon will be a little bit different, but each summon will also have a flashy attack that they would do to aid your ally in your party.
あと召喚獣には特殊な効果がありまして、いわゆるパーティーにつけるアクセサリーみたいな立ち位置で、選んだだけでその召喚獣ごとにいろんなバフ効果がパーティーにかかるようになります。
And each summons will have a special effect of their own. You can think of it as like an accessory added to your party. And just by selecting a summon, you will gain a buff that is associated to that summon.
続いて、今作で追加された EX スキルなんですけれども、キャラクターの顔のグラフィックの横にアイコンが3つ光ってると思うんですが、これを三角ボタンで出し分けます。
And the next that I want to introduce you is the EX skill, which is newly added to this title. You will see 3 different buttons next to the lightning space on the bottom left of the screen, your character's graphics. And you are able to use those skills with the triangle button and the triangle up and down button.
でデバフを味方的にうまくかけながら立ち回ることでパーティー全体が有利になったり、それで勝利を目指すと。チームワークが重要なゲーム性になりますね。
And by using those EX skills to add buff or debuff an opponent is one of the biggest strategies in this game. And so that's where you want to cooperate with your party members to figure out the good timing, the best timing to use these skills.
はい、こんな感じでしょうかね。
I think that sums it up.
Cool. Cool. So the bravery combat system, I think, is one of the most unique things about this game. Can you explain a little bit more of where that inspiration came from?
ではブレイブシステムというのが、今作でとても独特なシステムだと思うんですけれども、そのインスピレーション、そのブレイブシステムを作られたインスピレーションとはどこから受けたものですか？
そうですね、もともとこれも午前中に別の生放送でお話はしたんですが、もともとこのゲーム、キングダムハーツ2のアクションゲームを対戦ゲームにしたらというところから実は開発がスタートしてまして、で、その中でキングダムハーツを遊んでる方たちが遊べる対戦ゲームとは何かというところからまず考え始めました。
So we mentioned this earlier in our show as well, but where this all started from was the idea of taking the Kingdom Hearts 2 action system and turning it into a fighting game.
そして、爽快なコンボを決めるという気持ちよさは当然担保した上で、その攻撃を食らった側がすぐに負けてしまうようなことがないように、要は HP 攻撃さえ食らなければ生き残れるわけですから、その中でチャンスを無限に見つけ出せるようなゲーム性を作るためにこのブレイブシステムっていうのを採用しました。なので、ブレイブをやり取りしてってもしくは違う方法でも今のスキルのような方法でもいいのでブレイブを高めていってそれを HP 攻撃として当てることができればどれだけブレイブ攻撃を食らってようが勝つチャンスはあるわけで、実際このゲームは実際日本のアーケードでね稼働している中でも大逆転みたいなものがかなり起きやすいゲームになっていると思うので、最後の1分1秒までかなりエキサイティングなゲームが楽しめるんじゃないかなというふうに思ってます。
And we thought about what kind of game the Kingdom Hearts 2 audience would be able to play or enjoy playing. And we did not want to lose that feel-good combo that you get from Kingdom Hearts 2. But we also did not want to create a game where you would quickly lose to an opponent. And so in this game, because we have the bravery system, you could stay alive as long as you're not attacked by an opponent with an HP attack. And so there's an infinite chance of you winning. And so you want to raise your bravery points regardless of if that's your attacking an opponent or using the skills to raise them to increase the chance of for you to win. And this game is already released in Japan as the arcade version is already released in Japan, but we see that this is one of the games that you have a chance to win till the last minute, and I think it's one of those unique titles that does have that kind of an opportunity.
That's cool. All right. So I wanted to ask about the UI and the HUD, as it's pretty intimidating. At times there's a lot of bars, there's a lot of numbers. Is that going to be kind of the final UI that users are going to see?
UI や HUD がちょっとこうなんていうんですかね、威圧的というか、圧倒されるような感じがあるんですけれども、今後それはこのままの状態で発売されるんですか？
そうですね。
Sorry.
このさっきの UI は日本のねアーケードって結構派手さとか見た目のねそういった力強さを求める傾向があるので、それに最適化している形ではあります。で、家庭用に持ってくるにあたって、実際シンプル化をしようかなという話を開発側でプロトタイプを作っているところです。なので、今よりも変な話ごちゃごちゃせずにシンプルな形で皆さんにお届けできるようにはなるとは思うので、期待してもらえればと思います。
So the current UI that you just saw is for the Japanese arcade, where it's mostly about how flashy it can get, or you want to be as flashy as possible. So it's optimized for the Japanese arcade. But for the home console, we do feel that simplifying it is important. So we are thinking of simplifying the UI a little bit.
Cool. All right. So we have a few guests, but before we bring them out, kind of wanted to see if you guys could show us how it's done. Two pro Japanese.
ゲストを2人今回お呼びしているんですけども、その前にお二人の日本のプロのディシディアプレイヤーにどういう風な対戦ができるのかっていうのをお見せいただきたいんですけれども、大丈夫でしょうか。
まあプロだからね。
We are pros, so we should be fine to do that.
じゃあやりましょう。
やろうか。プロね。
Can we get their screens up on the big screen?
狭間さんは何を使う？
狭間プロはね。
狭間プロ。
狭間プロはどれでいこうか。さっきせっかく名前出たから俺。でもどれも使ったことないな。
Kujiraoka-san, who are you going to choose?
クジラオカさんはどなたを選ばれるんですか？
僕はじゃあスコールを使う。
じゃあ俺クラウド行く？
So Kujiraka-san will use Squall and Hazama-san will use Cloud.
クラウド使ったことない
な。使ったことない。
Hazama-san has never used Cloud before, so we'll see how it goes. 今かけた方がいいですよ。勝ち負けにかけた方がいいですよ。
どっちが？どっちが？
俺もうハルトもないよ。
Who do you think will win? スコールが勝つと思います。いや負けたら狭間さん反対側にまた別のタトゥーをお願いします。
こっち？
はい。
首から上がちょっとアクセント多すぎないか？
Doesn't he says that he has way too many things happening from his neck up, don't you think?
召喚獣は今回 OD。
俺 OD にしてみた。
狭間さん OD。
まあでもどっちが呼べるかわかんない。
僕らは無理。
今回のステージは14だね。ボルタデクマーナ。
ボルタデクマーナ。
So we have Odin and Ramuh this time.
And then playing on stage from Final Fantasy XIV. And then one of the cool things.
僕ら日本で8000戦とか7000戦やってるんですよ。
So they've actually played about 7,000 to 8,000 times in Japan.
I played about 7.
マットは7回か8回だそうです。
おお、嘘。いった。ちょっと早くない
？So one of the ways you can tell the difference between bravery versus HP attacks is when it turns into an HP attack, there will be kind of like a new text menu that appears above the character type. And one thing about the UI also, so the blue arc bar.
うわ、ちょひどいな、うちのディレクター。
But our director is mean.
プロデューサーに対しての敬意が足りないんだよ。
He doesn't have any respect for the producer.
ちょっとこのチーム大丈夫？やっていける俺ら。
I'm not sure if I could win with this team that I have right now.
僕はもう尊敬しますよ、プロデューサーのことは。
もう呼ばれた。
3人揃えば一瞬で呼ぶことができるので、息を合わせることが大事。
So when you're trying to summon, it's quite slow when you're doing it by yourself. But if all three in your party tries to summon at the same time, it's very instant. So you don't have to stand there for a long time.
でスコールはタイミングよくブレイブ攻撃を入力するとステップが爆発になって威力がアップするっていう原作のジャストなんですよね、トリガーの入力の設定も採用します。
For Squall, he has the just timing as the original Final Fantasy VIII did, where if you input his attack controls at a good timing, you'll see a burst on screen and his attack will become stronger.
よしよしよしよしよしよし。まだいけんじゃねえのこれ。
few other things to note about the UI. On the upper left, you'll see kind of 3 blue bars and 3 red bars. Basically, what that signifies is you have to defeat the opposing team 3 times. So you can beat the same person 3 times, or you can kind of divide and conquer.
ひどいな。
And defeat 3 different guys.
嘘。下まで来るんだ。ちょっとバットがかけた。ちょっと殴られっぱなしじゃない俺。
危ない危ない。お。オッ
ケー。よっしゃ。やっとだよ。
Finally.
お。オッ
ケー。あらら。
さあこれどっちが勝つの分かんなかった。
もうだんだんね。いやでも最後はもう。あった。いや。あら。あららら。いや。人を気遣うことができる良いディレクターだと思うよ。
He's a very good director with a lot of respect for his producer.
でも今とどめさしたのコムでしたけど。
そうだね。
But the one that defeated our team was a UI controlled character, not our producer.
実は今コムね、あんまりまだちゃんとね。
これは皆さんが楽しめるようにかなり弱めのコムになっているので、まあ本当はねもっと連携するようなチームバトルができるといいんですが、今回は1対1ということだったので、まあこういった形になりました。
Yeah, so we have adjusted this game as a demo for the UI to be not UI, the AI to be a little bit weaker, so that you will be able to enjoy the battle. So that's the type of balance that this demo has for E3.
Cool. So we wanted to bring out a few friends of ours. So if everyone could give a round of applause to Mr. Justin Wong and K. Brad. So I'm sure many of you guys know Justin from famous things like Evo Moment 37. Been following K-Brad through the Street Fighter V kind of circuit. Very well respected within the fighting game community. But I just kind of wanted to ask, what is your guys' familiarity with Final Fantasy, Justin?
So my first one was Final Fantasy VIII growing up. I loved Squall and Renault. That was like my favorite love story ever. And then I started playing Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X, and all my friends tell me, what are you doing? You need to go back to 7. So I went back to 7, streamed it, and it was really fun, especially when the stream told me, hey, go fight that thing over there in the sand. So I fought it. It was the ruby weapon, and he one-shotted me. And yeah, it was pretty hard that time.
All right. Favorite Final Fantasy though?
Favorite Final Fantasy is probably 10, just because of the love scene in the water. You guys know what I'm talking about. The water scene right there is done.
Awesome. K-Brad, what about you?
I played pretty much all the Final Fantasies, but like 7 was my first, and then like I beat the game like so many times. I just can't stop playing the game. So it's a dream to be here working with Square Enix, because last year I was like, man, you know, like they're gonna show something for the remake. I'm ready, you know, I'm so ready for this. Then I was like, that doesn't make any sense. They would show it for the 20-year anniversary. This is the 20 year, and then you know, here we are. We didn't see it, you know. so we're here to play some sick Dissidia. But Final Fantasy VII is my favorite for sure. and I love that, you know, you made Cloud kind of cheap. He's kind of ridiculous in this game, so I'm pretty happy about that.
All right, so we are running out of time. We did want to have a bunch of matches, but we'd love to get Justin, you and K-Brad into a match. Is that cool?
Yeah.
Oh. So K-Brad, who are you going to use? I'm assuming
Cloud, man. Cloud Strife.
Are we able to get the PS4s on the screen? Justin, who are you going to use? Squall?
I gotta go with my first love with Squall.
Oh, another Cloud versus Squall. And then how many games have you guys got to play so far?
We played a couple of games. So we played 3v3. Me, K-Brad on the same team versus some of the Square Enix guys. I think we worked really well to get on teams. So when this game comes out online, we get to team up and play with each other. We're definitely gonna body everyone out here for sure. That's 100%. Oh, you're done. I got lightning on my team.
You got lightning?
Yeah, you're done.
召喚獣を選ぶクポン
昨日ちょっとブース来てもらって
So, Fujioka-san, who do you think of the two teams, which has the more balance?
どちらのチームの方がバランスが良いと思われますか？
そうですね、キャラクターに4つのタイプがあって、そのバランスが優れてるのは、クラウドの方ですね。で、ブラッドの方。
So there's 4 types associated to the characters, or the characters are associated to 4 different types. And just looking by that, I believe that K-Brad's team has a fairly good balance of the party.
ここにも結構マークスマンっていう遠距離から攻撃できるタイプがいるかどうかで結構戦い方が変わってくるので、それがいるK-ブラッドの方が一応バランス的には優れているということになります。ただコムなのでいいように置いてくれるかどうかはちょっとわからない。
So characters that are under the marksman type, they are really good at doing long-range attacks, and having one of those characters in your party changes your strategy. And so K-Brad's party has a marksman type character in there, so I believe that that is very, it will work in his favor. But at the same time, that marksman is a UI AI controlled, so I'm not sure how much of a help that would be.
えらい隅っこで。
So it seems that the marksman character is all the way in the corner doing something that we can't tell what it is.
でもコツコツメテオレインを当てるっていうか、でも
It seems that it's been using a meteor rain from time to time, so that might be good.
ちょっと受けづらいんです
でこのゲームは、特にちょうど今ジャスティンがヒナをね強いに狙ってますけど、タイプによってこの組み合わせだとどのタイプが有利とかっていうのがあるので、今ちょうどこれはアサシンがマークスマンを狙ってるんですけど、これすごくいい攻め方になるんですね。
Oh, wait, what happened?
What do you mean?
I was fighting.
Cloud happened, bro.
What happened?
Cloud happened.
I didn't even die.
I told you.
What? I was about to kill Terra.
He's too good, man.
That's not fair. The computer definitely helped you against me. That was not fair.
It's Cloud Strife. He's so sick. Cloud Strife.
So I apologize. We are kind of running out of time right now. So we do kind of have to say bye, but Justin, K-Brad, Kujiroka-san, Hazama-san, Eileen, we'll kind of all be around afterwards if you kind of want to come up and ask them any questions and their thoughts as well. So we kind of have to say bye right now, but we just want to thank everybody for coming out today.
Coming up next, Behind the Storm, Fortnite's epic journey from Epic Games. Then we will have Spider-Man for PlayStation 4, a special panel on Project Scorpio hosted by Major Nelson, and finally, Jack Black in conversation with Tim Schafer at 6 p.m. tonight. We'll be right back with Behind the Storm. Now it's time for our next panel, Behind the Storm, Fortnite's Epic Journey. Please welcome to the stage, Jack from Achievement Hunters.
Hey, what's up, audience? How you guys doing? Am I on yet? Hello, can you hear me? There we go. Awesome. Hello, E3 2017. Hello, Facebook Live. Hello, Los Angeles. How you guys doing today? Excellent, excellent. I am very, very excited to be here today. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are talking about Epic's new game, Fortnite. Great game. I've had a chance to play it. It's going to be available for early access on July 25th for paid for early access, and you get a 4-day early head start if you pre-order it now. So please, if you would, make some noise for some people here. We got Zach Phelps, the executive producer of Fortnite, and Darren Sugg, the creative director of Fortnite. Have a seat, gentlemen.
How cozy are we?
Yeah, I thought maybe, like that. Yeah, no, you have to share a seat. Right. That's all right. We could sit right on top of each other. That'd be ideal, actually. Whoa, okay. Oh my! So, I think everyone smile. Look pretty out there. All right. Awesome, awesome. How many of you out there is this your first E3?
All right,
wow.
now we're talking.
Welcome, welcome. Hope you have fun. So you picked the right place to be because it's nice and air conditioned in here. It's hot as hell outside right now, so we're gonna check out some cool stuff. So you guys, you're pretty damn close to the release of your game. You excited for that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I am ecstatic. So I'm super glad that everybody's finally going to be able to play. If you guys want to get in the boat and row around with us and have fun, we are glad to have you. And I'm glad that the time is coming.
Yeah, you're just over a month away until the thing hits. That's exciting. So, well, for those of you who might not know what Fortnite is, we're going to check out a trailer right now so you kind of get an idea of it. Okay, so let's check out the trailer real quick.
If you're out there, we need your help. The storm came, the monsters followed. They took everything. Our towns, our families. The few of us left are in serious danger. Now, it's time to fight back. All we need is a leader. And that's you. Sure, it'll be dangerous. I mean, yeah, there's monsters. A lot of monsters. But we've got massive forts. Killer traps. And piles of loot. If we stick together, they don't stand a chance. This is our world, and it's time to take it back.
There you go. Man, that looks freaking awesome. Make some noise for that. Now, I got to say, after watching the trailer, where the hell is that loot cave? Because I played it a bit. I didn't find anything like that yet.
Yeah. Our players, some of our elder players were in this morning asking me exactly the same thing. And I have no idea. So.
Awesome. Okay, so we saw the trailer here. So what would you say, what is Fortnite exactly? Like, explain to someone who might not know what the game is, the type of game, what would you say Fortnite is?
So we refer to Fortnite as a cooperative action builder. And that's sort of like the name we made up because it created elements of third-person action slammed together with fast-paced building. You get to craft, loot, and ultimately build giant fortresses while defending them from awesome monsters. And you get to do it all in a procedurally generated world. So that means every time you're playing, it's always a different experience.
Oh, that's awesome. So like everything changes every time you spawn in, basically. So you might have a completely different experience on a map than I would.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, that's awesome. And so it's also cooperative too. Like you can play it online with friends.
Yeah, it's designed to play with a group of people. You can sort of share the load, decide like what kind of roles people want to play, and then ultimately, even if you're like, sometimes we have people on our team that like to play by themselves. We support that too, but everything's better with friends, right?
Yeah, well, depending on your friends, I guess, really.
That's right. You were telling me experiences about that.
So,
all right.
So how many of you guys know Achievement Hunter out there? Awesome. So we've already recorded a Let's Play in this game, which was great. And believe it or not, Jeff really trolled the hell out of everyone which is a thing in this game. We'll get more to that later, though. So now the actual fort. I was talking to you guys before, and you were saying like this game kind of harkens back to like when you were a kid and like building forts to protect yourself, like out of pillows and sheets and boxes and those empty Christmas boxes that nothing was actually in. So no, it's very sad. That never happened. So what was that like? I mean, is that where inspiration was drawn from? Like being a child and protecting yourself from like a younger sister?
Well, it was for me, like you said, a lot of people have experiences with the couch forts. I was actually thinking about this as we came out, how crazy we'd be if we started making one. But anyway, or blanket forts, or if you were like me, you had that patch of wood at the end of your street. You got on your bike, you pedaled down there, and you found all these rusty nails and busted 2x4s. I'm not joking. This is a true statement. And you hammer them together, and then you spend all afternoon defending your fort from imaginary creatures. And it was just like an awesome experience, and everybody had it. And then we see that echoing in movies all over the place. Whether you're Harry Potter and The Last Stand for Hogwarts against all the creatures there, or you're Aragorn on the battlements of Helm's Deep. Like, this is something that resonates with everybody, and we wanted to make a game that everybody would be able to craft their own experiences with that.
So you're basically saying you've made Home Alone the video game.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's a fair statement.
There you go. Throw that on the box when it comes out. There you go. Quote me.
We'll put you on your quote.
Okay, awesome. Now the style of this game, it seems very kind of fun, a little bit more kind of like happy, like it's very kind of rounded characters, not super realistic, kind of goofy. Was that a very active thing? I mean, was that your plan in advance, or how does this happen?
Well, the thing is what's cool about Fortnite, across its all development is that we're sort of over an ever-evolving beast. And so initially, the really awesome artists at Epic Games said, hey, we've come off making Gears of War. What would a survival game look like? Brought to you by Epic Games. And so they really made a bunch of concepts, and I think we have some here to show, of the way the world looked in the very, very beginning. And man, it was dark and awesome and super and what you'd expect from those guys. But a bunch of the artists got together and they were like, you know what? We really want to make something more stylized, more colorful. They felt like they really landed that at the end of the Gears of War era, and they really had destroyed beauty down. And so they wanted to try something else. And so Fortnite's evolution continued, and then they began making the sort of new style.
That's cool. So how many developers went from something like Gears of War onto this game? Like, how many on your team do you have from those guys?
Oh man, like it's been, the weird thing about Fortnite has just been an evolution. So we've added new blood over time, and some people have moved on and some people have stayed. So it's like the team now is a blend of the awesome guys from back in those days to a bunch of new people that have come on board with tons of new enthusiasm to sort of make the new game.
Yeah. So like you were saying, Epic Games typically are kind of that gritty, realistic feeling. What was it like pitching this sort of like more of a lighthearted fort building game with your buddies, in this kind of more colorful world? I mean, did you have any trouble? Like, did any of the uppers kind of come at you or anything?
Well, by the time I showed up on that discussion, I guess had already been won. I wish Pete Ellis, our art director, was here. He's doing some family stuff this week. He could tell you the gritty nuances of it. But by the time I showed up, we had already moved into that direction. So I think over time, it's actually been a surprise to the players that we would make such a change. And so, but it seems very positively responded to. So.
Yeah, and you guys have been kind of tweaking and working on this game for a long, long time. I mean, I remember personally about 4 years ago at PAX Prime, I actually got a chance to check out like a way, way early build of it, and I remember kind of more of that creepier aspect to it. And it was like the version now is a lot more, not arcadey, but it's a lot more fast-paced, where it's kind of like, okay, you just build your base, get ready. If someone wants to focus on just base building, if you kind of want to set your defenses, like everything's changed a lot, and it's neat to see how sort of things have evolved. I mean, what's sort of the process behind that? I mean, do you guys sit down? Do you react to feedback? How does that work?
So, honestly, a big portion of this has just been playing the game over and over again, both ourselves, but then with our players. And so we've been out there, 2 years plus in online tests, going over and over again, just playing it and getting into the game, playing with the players, getting their feedback, iterating, taking it to the next step.
there's nothing that we want more than make something that our fans are going to enjoy.
That's awesome. That's cool that you're listening to your fans too. I mean, we kind of talked about that before. Where it's like you feel now, like I mean, I don't know if the audience here, do you feel like now you can actually reach out to developers and actually be heard by people instead of kind of before it was kind of like they live off in mystical fairyland making video games, and now it feels like you can actually reach out and talk to developers. Is that something you kind of you understand? You feel like, yeah, that's a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It matters a lot to us. I mean, we always talk about. I personally talk about the list of all the things, which is all the great ideas that all the community has brought to us, our developers, all the people that are excited about the game. And we really do keep track of an awful lot of that stuff. We're not able to do everything right away, but it goes into the hopper, and you never know like when it pops up. And as an online game and as a game that we're going to continue to develop after we launch, every month we're going to make it bigger. We're going to make more stuff. We're going to get to that stuff as we go, and that's all because you guys care enough to come to us and throw out your ideas and say, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we did this thing? Like, we love for that.
Yeah, I mean, that's something where it's like if I play, it's kind of a range character, I'm like, hey, it'd be kind of cool if you could add a sniper tower, if that was like a built-in asset. I could tweet that or kind of like draw something up, tweet it to you guys, and there's a good chance you would read that and actually respond to it, right?
Guaranteed chance. At the very least, we'd definitely read it. Whether we respond, depends upon if it was like already in plan or not. Sometimes like our players are always coming up with the idea that we just had, it's like, or just ahead of us, right? They're like, hey, what if we had an ability to send our heroes out to be able to go gather and collect stuff while we're offline? We're like, that's an awesome idea. And then like literally 2 weeks later, it's in the game. We'd been developing it for probably the last 6 months. So
that was just coincidental at that point. But you guys are reacting to immediate feedback though, right?
Oh yeah, all the time. We are changing the economy of the game right now. What it's the harvesting rates, how quickly can you get cards? It's like we will continue to iterate based on the data from people playing, and because they care to be there.
So you're saying everything I've already done in the game and worked all those hours is gone now, is what you're saying?
That is true. We are doing one more reset for our paid early access, but then after that, we are not resetting ever again. We will continue to version the game, which means you'll keep all your stuff forever. So yeah, it won't be any more resets. So the guys that have been there playing for 2 years, who I've been playing this game with for about 20 months, that we keep resetting are amazing. The fact that they will put up with it, we've reset their progress, and then they do it all over again. And I'm just like amazed that they're putting up with us. So I appreciate all of it.
Well, there's something to be said about having a fresh start too, because you always think like, okay, the next time I play, I know how to get through those first early levels really quick now, or like I know some techniques that work a lot better and stuff. So now let's talk a little bit about the heroes in the game, because the one thing I really loved about the game is the fact that there are different heroes which all have kind of different classes. Like some are more for building, some are more for attacking, some are more kind of like a general assault character where they can kind of do everything. So where did that come into play? Like when did the whole idea of like different heroes or different things?
I think our heroes, we began experimenting with basically class-based versions probably about, I don't know, 3 years ago actually. But I think the modern version of the heroes really came to fruition about 10, 11 months back. And these new heroic, the guys here can see, the new heroic characters made their appearance, and we've got 4 archetypes for them that all the classes are based out of. Your constructor, which amplifies building. It lets you auto repair walls, reflect damage back to the enemies. Then we've got the outlander, which is our explorer character. They have the ability to see loot through walls and generally gather materials quite quickly. Our soldier, who's our badass with AoE grenades and can summon a chain gun as one of their character abilities. And then ultimately we have our ninja, which is our fast-moving melee class that can sort of double jump into combat, drop some smoke bombs, eliminate artillery units, and then bail out all while looking cool doing it.
Nice. Now I have one question for you. The guy on the far right, how do we get glasses on that dude? Because he looks a lot like me. If we can get an Achievement Hunter logo and glasses on him, I think you've got a perfect game.
Probably
we can do it.
Can we make that happen? Okay, you guys heard it here first.
We're gonna we can get him, and we can even name him. Achievement Hunter.
Oh really?
Yeah, totally.
If we could name him Jack, that'll be it. That's game over.
Right, done.
All right, Paul, you guys heard that. There we go. Done. It's happening.
Feedback noted.
Now remember, if you're on Facebook Live right now watching, you can go ahead and send some questions in as well. These guys will be answering questions for you. Now, so you've been doing early access for this game. We were just kind of talking about that before. So how does that affect sort of what you're doing with the game? I mean, like, this is a really interesting concept because you have paid early access, and then next year the game's going to be free for everyone. So kind of this early access group is going to help decide the path of the game before it hits the market. Also, the fact that this will be a free-to-play game, that kind of pisses me off because when I was a kid growing up, we had nothing free. The only free games we had were like you'd find a deck of cards somewhere and have to come up with a concept of game. But anyway, that being said, this looks beautiful, and to get to play this for free is great. So bringing it back around, early access. So what's it like working on an early access title?
It's like I said. I think the thing that's cool is that everybody who shows up at this stage and who wants to be part of the early access on whether it's on consoles or PC, they get to contribute to it, and they're every time anybody gives you money for your games, it's an act of faith. They're saying, I really hope that this game is awesome and is fun. And, we really try to have as much respect for that choice as possible. Like, we like to treat our community pretty well with regards to that. And so I think that act of faith is really important to us. And like we said, people are saying, well, why are you doing this right now? And it's just like, well, we want people always ask us to get in. This is a good way for us to do it. And we're just telling people, hey, next year in 2018, if you're not willing to, if you're not ready to get on board in the boat, I guess is the way I say it, hang out for 2018, we're going to be free for everybody. But if you're hardcore and you want to get involved in this process and be part of the community right now, this is your opportunity to. And so it's a way to shape the game.
Yeah, to me, this is the first time in my career where we've been able to participate with our players in the most meaningful way ever. Like getting their feedback now in this online test period, but then expanding it out to anyone that wants to give us feedback. Like we're in global chat, we talk to our players, we listen. It's incredibly intense and stressful. Like constantly having those eyes on you, and the feedback is almost always like, no matter what, it's always heartfelt, negative or positive, it's always heartfelt, right? And so getting that now before we go into this next phase is amazing. Calling it early access is just our way of being really clear the game's not done. We're still working on it, and we're working on it with feedback from everyone that wants to be involved.
So what is your what sort of meetings do you guys have? Like, do you have like, here's a bunch of Twitter suggestions we got, here's what our forums are saying? Like how active are you in actually responding to comments and feedback from the audience or from the crowd?
Normally it's a forwarded email from Darren directly from our players right into our team that says, get on this, guys, right now, fix it.
I generally spend, and I think as we get more people involved, it's going to be harder and harder for me to do one-to-one responses in the way that probably I'd been able to now. But I read, I stay up late, I read all the feedback channels. There's a little button in the corner of the game right now, and we're going to continue to have that where you can go in and you can type your feedback and you can say a bunch of stuff, and it comes in and it ends up in my email box, and I do go through and I read it, and sometimes I'm like, man, this is awesome, and sometimes I'm like, holy crap, we have a lot of work to do. But that's okay.
Well, what's the most I don't know, extreme piece of feedback you've gotten that you were like, what the hell is this person thinking?
Man, the most extreme piece of feedback,
or kind of off the wall, maybe.
The off the wall is usually like, it would be awesome if like I could completely fly into around the world and then teleport and then get drop bombs that do like that harvest all at once. Like it's literally like that level of like, and you're like, well, I don't know how to respond exactly to that kind of feedback, but I mean, and some of the harshness is like, I think actually I love hanging out with you guys. So, by the way, I have very little filter when it comes. When I'm in the chat room with people, I say all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to say something. It's just they're like, "Why aren't you making the next Gears?" Like I'll get that every now and again, and I was like, yeah. So I like there's just random stuff that comes in. Like it's funny, but it's like, hey, it's cool.
Yeah, I'm sure literally everyone working on Fortnite, that's the entire team that would be making Gears instead, right?
Yeah, it's not quite how it works in this age, but it's just funny because people want what they want, and to your point, everybody wants to be heard. That's the best we can do.
Absolutely. And like you said, like you're still kind of a smaller, I mean, your team with an Epic it's small. So it's like it's very flexible. I'm sure a lot of everyone is involved with the process of making the game. I'm sure everyone wants to make the best game they possibly can. Whereas you see some larger games, you've got seven different groups around the planet working on one game and different elements of it. A little bit trickier to kind of tie it all together. But I'm sure if you guys are all in the same room or all in the same building, that's got to be the way to go, right? Or at least for a game like this, it's got to be the way to go, right?
Sure, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we work with a bunch of different people at all different spaces. So
The feedback's always the feedback, no matter where it comes from.
Wherever it comes from, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Actually, let's get some right now.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You guys want to do some feedback? You guys have any questions in the audience?
Yeah, let's do it.
Who wants to ask our guys here, Darren and Zach from Fortnite? It's been a lot of fun playing it. Here we go, right here. All right, we have a mic coming your way, so you'll be able to be heard on the stream. So say hi to your friends on Facebook Live. And also, again, if you're on Facebook Live, we're taking questions too. So feel free to ask them over there. Hi.
Hey, you said the game's going to be free to play. Do you know what the revenue model's going to be like, or have you decided that yet?
Revenue models, all right.
Yeah, all right. So I love these questions. These are my favorite. No, really, they are. I'm glad people care. So we are effectively a card pack game. We use pinatas, but basically players can acquire in-game currency. They can either play and earn it, or they can go to the store and buy it. And then they purchase these card packs and schematics, items, heroes, all kinds of cards come out of those packs. And that we're basically relying on that as a place to start from the free-to-play model, and then for Founders Packs, we're just giving you tons of those stuff in advance.
Yeah, and specific cards in the Founders Pack model. So that's where we're going to start, and then we'll iterate forward. We know players want to be able to have more determination in sort of how they find things in the game, and so there's definitely going to be quests and other things as we go into this next year, where we're going to have these awesome events that allow players to really directly get to certain items that they want.
Cool. So where did pinatas come from?
It was basically somebody. So, well, go ahead. Do you want to we had a okay. So somehow one of our concept artists, they came up with some amazing pieces of art. One of these things was a pinata. We put it into the core game where you strike this thing and resources fly out of it, and you get all these items on the ground. You pick them all up and you get resourcing, right? So it was cool. It was fun. Players loved it. This is like a perfect example where players were just like, this is so fun. It's so awesome. So then we got into, hey, what are we going to do for our loot boxes? And somebody was like, I know, let's put a loot box in the game. And we're like, okay, and they drew up the box, and it was a cool box, but it was a box. And then somebody else was like, what if we used the pinata from the core game and put this in there? And then, of course, the artist made this awesome-looking pinata. We're going like, dang, man, that'd be weird. Yeah. That would be awesome. Like, why don't we do it? And then everybody was like, no, we shouldn't do it. And we're like, no, let's do it.
And I was like, okay, we can do it as long as they talk to you. So our pinatas, they talk to you. You can click on them. They say funny things. You can just keep poking them, and they'll eventually say more things. I have it in. I'm going to say this for the world. I have it in my heart that one day we'll make a pinata called the Jaded Game Developer Pinata, and you guys can just poke them and then smash it, and loot will come out of it. That's what I'm hoping for in the long run of Fortnite.
I want to see that. Yeah, hitting the pinata is something that's very, very nice about that. Very stress relieving. Any more questions? The audience down here. About right here. I don't know where our microphone is, but there, right there.
Hello. So I know it's supposed to be a cooperative kind of game. So out of curiosity, is there going to be any like PvP aspects where team versus team, or is it just up against environment and zombies?
All right. So PvP or PvE strictly.
So yeah, I think the way we'll end up is we will end up doing probably PvE competition. Obviously, the game is ripe for fortress defense. So you can see how many waves you can live through, how many resources you can't spend. I think that's where we're going to start. We have experimented with PvP modes in the past. However, we have a pretty high bar. Probably you can tell, how long it takes us to bake stuff. So I'm not sure when that's going to come out, but it wouldn't surprise me that in somewhere in the next 5 years, there's some awesome PvP thing that comes out.
Just wait 5 years; it'll be great.
I can't, I like to be clear.
Maybe 10.
All right, there you go. All right, so again, the game is coming out. It's going to be early access, paid early access, July 25th. You can pre-order though for a 4-day head start, and it's coming to what platforms will it be on?
Epic Launcher, PC and Mac, Xbox One, PS4.
Wow, so damn near everything. That's fantastic. So, well, thank you very much, Zach and Darren. Make some noise for these guys. Check out Fortnite.
Everybody. Thank you.
It's a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enjoy E3.
Coming up next, swing behind the scenes with the new Spider-Man for PlayStation 4. Then Project Scorpio, Major Nelson and the Project Scorpio team will be with us. And finally, Jack Black and Tim Schafer at 6 o'clock. We'll be right back with Insomniac Games and Marvel for Spider-Man PS4. It closed the press conference last night for PlayStation, and they'll be here to give you guys a first look. Three big panels still ahead, but right now, as you can see on the screen, it's time to take a trip into the world of Spider-Man. Please welcome your host, Agent M.
Hello! Hello, 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 hello! Hi. How's everybody doing? Excellent. I am Agent M, but I'm not the star of the show. Spider-Man and the people who make Spider-Man are the stars, so let's bring them on in. Bill Roseman, creative director. Brian Intihar from Insomniac. John Paquette from Insomniac.
Writer.
And, this is just a good time. We're relaxing. Nothing big has happened for this game
Hey, Ryan.
yet in a while.
How are you?
I'm doing well.
What brings you here?
I am here to talk to you here in Los Angeles, as well as on Facebook and the internet about Spider-Man, PlayStation 4. So excited.
Yes.
Gentlemen, please tell the audience what you do.
Okay, so I guess we'll
Bill, you
go
go
this way. So my name's Bill Roseman. I've been lucky enough to be working with Marvel since the early 90s. Helped write comics, edit comics, market comics. About 2.5 years ago, we kind of reassembled the Marvel Games team. I leaped out here, and one of the first things I heard about that we were making was this game, and I was totally psyched, and it feels, in a weird way, that my whole life's journey has brought me here today to work on this, because I'm a true dyed-in-the-wool, love Spider-Man since I was in kindergarten. So as creative director, I just work with all of our partners, like our friends Insomniac, who are only 10 minutes away. So we go over there at least once a week and just help make our games authentically
15
Marvel.
minutes of traffic.
Yes.
Yeah, 15 minutes of traffic.
John, how about yourself?
I'm John Paquette. I'm the lead writer on Spider-Man PS4. I've been in Insomniac for, I don't know, 8 years.
Yeah.
8 years. Thank you,
Yeah,
Brian.
you're welcome.
Previous to this game, I worked on Sunset Overdrive, Ratchet & Clank, Resistance 3, and then I was at EA before that for many years.
You're also like my shrink.
I'm your
half the
shrink,
time. Yes,
yeah.
half the time. Hi everyone, my name is Brian Intihar. I'm the creative director at Insomniac, working on Spider-Man. I've been at Insomniac for over 9 years now, thanks to Ryan Schneider for hiring me. He's back there. And like Bill, this is a dream come true to be actually sitting in front of you guys and be able to show you more of Spider-Man, something we've been at Insomniac really passionate about. So, and the reaction so far has been awesome. So we'll just start talking about the game.
Let's do it. Yeah. So I've been a fan of Insomniac's for a while, from Ratchet and Clank to Sunset Overdrive, which one of my favorite games of the past couple years. And so when I first heard that we were teaming up together for Spider-Man, flipped. I legitimately lost it. Got really excited. Almost punched Bill in the face. Loving punch Bill in the face.
Oh,
but
that's how we show affection at Marvel.
Sealed the deal creatively working with Insomniac?
I think it was the
my smile.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the excellent variety of refreshments in your kitchenette. It's
Oh,
quite
yeah,
refreshing.
it's a great kitchen, yeah.
So no, it's exactly what you talked about. All their heritage of the games they've worked on. When you talk about quality, when you talk about gameplay, when you talk about storytelling, and most importantly for a character such as Spider-Man, fun. A sense of fun and humor, and that sealed the deal. And we couldn't be happier to working with our friends at Insomniac.
Yeah, it's what just happened.
Whoa,
that's a celebration.
We're
of how
so
fun
excited.
it is.
Someone pop the champagne.
Pop
I was
the
like, ooh, all right.
Stuff is exploding.
Perfect timing.
Brian, I've heard you tell this story before. It's kind of like a story of how parents meet, and it's like this wonderful story, like you tell people over and over again. But for the crowd here, for the crowd watching at home, what was your reaction? What did you do when you heard about this partnership?
All right. This is it's one of my favorite stories. So we were finishing up the game, and development's hard sometimes, and you can get a little blurry-eyed. And I was happening to walk near Ted's office. Ted Price is our CEO, and I said, "Hey, so what's going on?" He's like, "I had a really interesting conversation," and it was this idea of working with Sony and Marvel on a game, and my eyes just. And I was like, we got to do this. We got to do this. We have to. And then halfway through the conversation, I said, oh yeah, and I'd like to be the creative director on the project. And he was like, all right. And that was it. That was really it. What? This is that hot.
Spider-Man to the rescue!
Oh, there it is.
Wow. This game is super hot. As you can tell, yeah. Don't worry about the fire. Woo. Okay, so I'll back up for a second. So, went to Ted's office, asked him let's do this, creative director, and then the rest is, fast forward to today, and
we're blowing things up.
And we're catching things on fire, and yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, John, you're writing the game. You're working on the story for one of pop culture's most popular characters. What's that like? What's that feeling?
Well, kind of similar to Brian, I had a moment early on in this game. I was actually working on a scene from home, one of the first scenes that I wrote, and when I first typed Spider-Man into my computer, my hands started shaking, and I had to stop and go into the next room and tell my wife, I'm writing for Spider-Man. This is amazing, because like everybody, I was a huge fan as a kid. I subscribed to all the Spider-Man comics that I could, and yeah, it's a privilege, but also, I hate to overuse the word responsibility, but I do feel like I have a responsibility as a storyteller to make sure that I do my best and we do our best as a team.
Yeah.
Guys, hold on. We're going to take a small break here just for a technical thing. We're going to go to a slate, and we're going to clear the stage real quick.
The best part is I'm the one sitting closest to it.
As Stanley would say, to be continued.
We're going to be back in business in about 12 minutes, everybody. We're going to continue our live stream, and we're going to continue Coliseum E3. Cameras, headsets, please.
One, two. Good news, guys. We're back in business. Sorry about that delay. And now we're going to welcome back once again the team behind Spider-Man. Thank you so much, guys, for your patience and understanding. So glad we can just roll ahead with the panels. So we're going to bring these guys out. We'll pick up where we left off with the Spider-Man panel, and then on to Project Scorpio, Jack Black, Tim Schafer. So enjoy the rest of the Coliseum, and back to you guys.
Oh, thanks, bud.
Over to you.
Thank you.
So, anything happen in the last like 15 minutes or so? Seems pretty normal. Chill stuff happened.
I'm Brian.
Okay, cool. Cool.
This one? Oops, thank you.
I want to thank the man in the Scarlet Spider costume out there for leaping into action.
Yeah.
Thank you, Spidey.
That is awesome.
Thank you.
That's awesome.
Thumbs up. Only you can prevent stage fires.
That's awesome.
All right, are we rolling? We're live. We're up again. So we had so much planned for you guys. You had no idea, but we're gonna cut
It was
going to
be awesome.
One of the things we wanted to do was show the amazing gameplay that we debuted. Was that just last night?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
So we want to show that, but also let these gentlemen talk a little bit about it, give you a little bit of a behind the scenes, like a commentary on the video so you can see like the process behind it. So let's run that and we'll go from there.
I thought they were looking at me though.
Yes. Oh, look this way. Nice logo. Better logo.
Whoa.
Kidding.
Whoa.
We kid
What's going on
we kid because
I
we
got
love.
his back.
We kid because we love. Better, right? Right. At the street. Look at that sign.
Construction.
Storytelling.
And some guy.
Nice spider.
He must work
How many
out.
iterations of the costume have you guys gone through to reach this, what I think is really, really cool, really iconic and different?
A lot.
It took a few, yeah, we did
Yeah,
a
I
big,
mean, I think we wanted something that definitely people understood this is ours. This is our game. You know, it stood out from, you know, other forms of, you know, comics, movies, you know,
so when
cartoons.
you'd see him, you'd say, that's Spider-Man from
Yeah.
Spider-Man PS4.
Yeah.
He's got a nice butt too. We talked about.
We
the
worked
nice-
on that for
a
even
lot.
longer.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's true. The butt technology is fantastic. What happened? The butt was too much?
The butt is on fire. I like Spider-Man's butt, and I cannot lie.
We can skip ahead. Or we can talk about logos again.
Let's go back a bit. Let's take a step back. Let's experience it again.
What is the forget about it sign
Forget about
over
it.
there?
The
we,
pizza
we have
place.
we have a lot of
A lot
fun
of Easter
signage.
eggs throughout. Look to the signs, people. Whose construction? Fisk.
So I think that's important to talk about at the beginning of the game. Spider-Man takes down Wilson Fisk.
That's right.
And
So,
a new threat emerges.
That's right. So as you see later when he's on the phone, you see Wilson Fisk in the orange, and you realize, oh my gosh, Spider-Man is taking down Fisk, and it creates power vacuum. Who steps in? The inner demons. Who are the inner demons? That's what the scene explores.
You're good, Bill.
Why? But we really did think about the storytelling of this as we were going through. Is it clear? Do we know where the building is? That's why you get the Fisk sign. You get the names on the back of the workers, Fisk. So you know who they work for.
And I'd say for this section is really about showing that it's not just high intense action the whole time. Spider-Man can kind of manipulate the situation with his abilities, whether it's webbing guys up, using gadgets here like the web tripwire, which by the way, there's a lot of uses to that. just shows that one way. But you can also, the cool thing is attach it to enemies, and if they're close together, they'll slam into each other. Or like some people do, they'll stick them to the wall, kick someone up in the air, and then while they're in the air, they get slammed into the ground. So.
And then using his environment, as we just saw, using the crane, slamming it into the demons.
Environment action is a really big emphasis for us.
In the testing that you guys have just been doing internally and playing around with it, have you seen uses of the gadgets of the environment that you didn't even really think of?
Yeah, so
Totally.
I'll tell you a little, as we got ready for E3, we kind of we had tryouts to see who was going to demo the game, because we have a couple different areas we're playing the game, and people would play it, and then we would review the videos, and you had make the cut list, right? And some guys and some people just made awesome videos, like, oh, you can do this. So it was really cool to see people inside the studio experiment and try different things. So we were really
and those of us
excited.
who aren't as good at the game
Talk about it.
Yeah, when we see these other people play it, we're like, man, how do you do it? Show me how you do that. That kind of thing.
It just goes to show you how improvisational
Yeah.
Spider-Man's fighting style can be, and how you can be as Spider-Man.
And one thing we talk about, we
Here's the
want
Wilson
people
Fisk
who
on the phone
just pick up the game and play, feel powerful like Spider-Man, but want that extra level of stuff that you can do to really feel creative and really master the game.
So there's Wilson Fisk, a.k.a. the Kingpin. You may have enjoyed his exploits in Daredevil's Netflix Daredevil. In our story, he's been put away. And again, here's this force stepping in. And Spider-Man now must figure out what's going on, who these people are.
Yeah. And one thing is, we're showing, him saving just one guy, two guys in this demo. The actual mission has him actually exploring this entire area for more Fisk men he has to save. So it's actually a much bigger mission in the final version.
And we just saw a moment ago him using the girder to take them out. Again, Spider-Man's always using his environment.
And he would never let anybody fall to their doom, so he pulls them back.
That's right.
Yeah, that's an important part.
One of the lessons Bill
It is.
Rosen
I
has
said,
taught us.
you
over the
cannot knock anyone off the building.
Yep.
So they were careful to make him web the guy, pull him back on. Here's the heavy.
So I think one thing about the heavy, the bruiser that we call, I think it's a good thing is that people say, how are you going to make the game challenging? Because you're a superhero, you want to feel powerful, but we want enemies that challenge Spider-Man. The negative powers that he's imbued with allow us to have enemy classes that are really challenging you, force to mix up your strategy like he's doing here. And you're gonna see that throughout the entire game and see more different types of inner demons as you play the game.
Yeah, the inner demons, for those of you who know the comics, writer Dan Slott and many amazing artists have, put years of story behind these characters, who we're going to see shortly. Martin Lee, he's tied to Feast, which we can see on the show floor.
I want to talk about something because I know Bill's going to talk about it, but I want to sound smarter for him than one time. All right, so there was a reason why Pete says Martin Lee instead of Mr. Negative, because he knows that Martin Lee is Aunt May's boss, because Aunt May works at the Feast shelters that Martin Lee started.
That's right.
So, one thing we talked a lot about, actually, it was the first conversation we ever had with Bill, was the best Spider-Man stories are when Spider-Man's world and Peter's world collide. And Martin Lee's a great example of that, and which is one of the reasons why we love the idea of Mr. Negative, because the inner demons are awesome. They're great enemies to fight, but Martin Lee brings that human story, that Peter story that he can collide with Spider-Man. So it's something really, really important to us. How did I do?
You get an official no prize. Yeah, Mr. Negative is a villain that a lot of people don't know about, but really, our attitude at Marvel and Marvel Games now is we're going to use our games to help spotlight and elevate characters that you may have not seen before. So it will be a mix of characters that like the Kingpin, but we want to take someone like Mr. Negative and really put the spotlight on him and show everyone why he is so cool. He's a villain that's only been in he's been invented about 6 years ago, so he's only been in a handful of comics really in the history of Marvel. But this game is really going to put the spotlight on him, and he's going to become one of your favorite villains.
And I think we've only really scratched the surface of his story that we're saying in here. There's some subtle hints here and there, but his story's pretty complex when we dig into it.
Speaking of complex, this sequence, we missed some of, my favorite. I think the first time I saw
the crane?
I was like, what is even happening? When you're going on the crane and all those things, it's mind-blowing. What was that sequence like?
Well, we have an amazing animation team, and one of the things that we do a lot at Insomniac is iterate. We try out ideas, we see what works, and that is through the collaboration of a lot of people, a lot of ideas. That's what comes out of that. Another example of that is we don't have the audio on, but there's a lot of dialogue, a lot of stuff that Spider-Man is saying in here. and we actually wrote like over 400 lines, for this mission. We're actually only using about 40 of them, but that's another example of, you got to iterate to make sure you get the voice right, make sure, you're getting the tone right. Spider-Man is a guy who, he likes to have fun, but he's also in precarious situations. So, it's a fine line to try to get that right.
Hey Ryan, I think they're flashing saying go to Q&A.
Oh, but look, Spider-Man's butt. We've got so much more butt. Let's let this play behind us. We'll keep going with that. Q&A, we've got some stuff coming in from the Facebooks. We've got Matthew Theroff asked a question about sort of the openness of this game, the cityscape, and I think we've seen some of like Spider-Man traversing the terrain, going completely vertical. What does the city look like for Spidey?
Yeah, some people, if I was watching the reactions like at 3 o'clock in the morning last night because I want to see what everybody thought, and when I heard some like, oh, is that a linear experience? It's like, no, our world is very open to explore, and it's, it wouldn't feel like a Spider-Man game if we didn't have a massive Manhattan for you to swing through. So you're definitely going to be able to swing around this section of the city and more with all the freedom you want.
Yeah. There's a question in here from a Garrett Merciel. Wants to see, there's a question from Angelina Montanari, asks, what other characters will we see from Spider-Man's world? And I think even in this sequence, we see Spidey is swinging through, he's saving everyone's lives. He's also taking a phone call.
Yeah.
He's taking a phone call with a Captain...
That's Captain Yuri Watanabe, another character who is fairly new to the Spider-Man mythos, and she is his contact on the police force.
Yep.
And again, we wanted to do that mission, that mix of longtime familiar faces, and also introduce some new characters to you that Spider-Man interacts with.
The cast is really big. All right, I mean, we're not, these are the characters we're talking about today, but you'll see, I mean, I remember Bill and I were doing a presentation a couple weeks ago, and we were walking our way through a story, and I came back to talk to John, and I was like, John, this is a really big game. It's a really big story, and this really just scratching the surface. And I think, as Bill said, it's a healthy collection of like characters you really love and know, and ones that we're introducing you to. Like,
and here's our stinger.
Almost on cue.
Wow.
Speaking of characters that you know, who's that? Miles. Miles Morales, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Also in the game. That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's such a great last moment of that video. Last question we're going to pull in is from Sofian Rahim asking, what are the swinging options like? What is the traversal through using his webs and that throughout the city? Is there boosting? Like, you see some of that as you're going through. What's that?
So a couple things. So we knew that nailing the swinging was integral to making a Spider-Man game. It had, and that's the fantasy, right? That's one of the largest parts of the fantasy. So, we wanted to do it justice, and obviously physics-based. Webs do attach to the buildings. That's a big question that everybody asks. But at the same time, we wanted to expand his moveset, and you saw some of that. Remember, we're talking about a Peter Parker who's 23 years old. He's been doing it for 8 years, and for our game, we want to keep up that momentum, that fluidity, and make sure there's no obstacle that he can't overcome. So you saw some of the parkour elements that we've added, and while we show that in an interior section, that same system applies to if he's on a rooftop, if he's on the ground, he can leap, jump, and just keep on going. We really want to push that sense that he's mastered that ability to.
And there is player skill involved in that as well. Like in this playthrough, you saw that the player kept up with the helicopter, but you need some skill in order to do that, and you can lose the helicopter if you're not good.
Yeah, as we're doing the demos for E3, I'm working with our producer Scott, and he's been playing the game, and every single time I'm like, oh, please don't fail, please don't fail. I mean, you have to keep up with that helicopter, and there's different ways to keep up with it and manipulate the environment to catch up to it.
Very nice. All right, so we want to, where we can find you guys on social media. I think we have a little slide here. You can bug us, ask all the questions you want, all the requests, send them directly to Brian and Bill. They're already getting them, guys. They're getting
Follow
so
us,
many.
Like us, send us questions. I want to say one last thing. This, as you can tell, this game is made by fans for the fans. So we are with you. We love Spider-Man just as much as you do. Thank you for your support. Thank you for coming with us on this journey. The best is yet to come. Thwip.
I love Bill Roseman so much. He is the best. These guys are wonderful. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, John. Thank you, E3 Coliseum. Enjoy your next panel.
That was behind the scenes of Spider-Man, and coming up right now, Project Scorpio, the most powerful place to create and play, hosted by Xbox Live's own Major Nelson. And that'll be followed by Jack Black on stage with Tim Schafer shortly after 6 o'clock. And now it's time to learn more about Project Scorpio, also known as the Xbox One X. To tell us more, please welcome your host, Xbox Live's own Major Nelson.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Jeff Keighley. It's so great to see everybody here. As Jeff said, my name's Larry here of Xbox Live's Major Nelson. I've been on the Xbox team since about 2003. Really excited to sit here with you guys today and on Facebook at home, wherever you are. Thank you for joining us. I've got a really interesting panel for you today. We're going to be joined by some folks from the Xbox team as well as some of our first-party developers to talk about what it is like developing on what was Project Scorpio, but what we now know as Xbox One X. So really excited about that. So we're going to kick things off right away by bringing on a good friend of mine who has been on the Xbox team. I know you'll find this hard to believe because everyone thinks I've been with Xbox forever. He's been on longer than I have. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce Mr. Albert Pinello, Senior Director of Xbox. Albert, come on out. Have a seat, Albert.
Isn't
this fancy?
This is totally normal.
Yeah, this is totally normal. We got a whole crowd.
Actually, how Larry and I have meetings at work.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just anyway. We're excited. There she is.
That's my baby.
That's the one. So now, as I said earlier, Albert's been around Xbox longer than I have. Albert, you were involved in the original Xbox. Let's talk about that.
I started in October of 2000.
Okay.
So I started a year before we launched the first one.
Not right after you graduated
the first
high school.
Xbox
After
one.
you graduated high school?
That's right out of high school.
Do the math. You used to work in Electronic Arts beforehand.
That's right. Every paying job I've ever had has been in the video game business. I was a store manager back in the day, and then I was in marketing at EA for many years, and then came to Xbox.
And came to Xbox, worked
So if you're out there, if you work at retail, it can happen. You too, you can make it. You can do it.
It's really been an amazing journey that you've been on, and I've been along for a little bit while with you. You know, we've had now 3 generations of Xbox. We have, you know, the original Xbox, the Xbox 360, which is so near and dear to my heart. Now we have the Xbox One family, which now has been increased by 1 with the Xbox One
Got a plus
X.
1.
How do you feel about that?
Well, look, you know, we've been working on this for a long time, and I think the thing about it is that I'm just like nervous and excited to talk about it because I haven't been able to say very much for so long. I still call it Project Scorpio, even though like I make these mistakes all the time. I'm just been so excited to just talk to people about it and finally talk about all the hard work we put in and how much thought and care we put into building this for the fans and for developers and the great reception that we've had at E3 I think has been awesome, and I can't wait for people to get their hands on it when it comes out this year.
Now, anybody that follows you on Twitter, you're at Albert Pinello. Last year, after we announced Project Scorpio on stage at E3 just about a year ago, which was then known as Project Scorpio, you quietly updated your social media, like your icons, to the original Xbox branding.
With our original logo.
With the original logo
saying.
and the original saying, which I'll let you deliver.
There is no power greater than X.
As part of the original Xbox team, what did that slogan mean then, and what does it mean now?
It's funny to think about the parallels of the original Xbox to Xbox One X because if you kind of rewind who has had an original Xbox?
Oh, look at that!
Oh, I love you guys so much. Thank you. It was about bringing PC gaming to the living room, right?
Right.
It was originally the Direct Xbox. That's where the name came from, and it was a PC in a console, and it was at that time about all these Western developers, and everything was happening on the PC. A lot of energy on the PC, and we wanted to bring that kind of technology in the living room.
Yep.
And there's a lot of that same DNA in Xbox One X about bringing high-end 4K graphics, and there's just these amazing assets and textures and resolution that's available on the PC, and we wanted that goodness back in the home. So we thought it was very fitting that that the product shared some DNA. And that the names share some DNA together as well.
Now, new console launches are exciting. I've done 3 now. You've done 4. They tend to be disruptive. We look at them at Gen 6, Gen 5, Gen 7, Gen 8. How is the jump to Xbox One X different?
It's funny because I talk about working in retail, and I actually was working in retail when, and this is really going to date myself, when the 8-bit Nintendo and Genesis and Super NES were coming out.
Right.
And a lot of my thinking has been influenced by that time, watching parents and families come in and wrestle with like their investment in their old stuff and how hard it was to like lose that investment to move. And when we thought about what we were going to do with Project Scorpio and introducing a mid-generation console, the team really took to heart, like, we have to do this right. If we're going to go ahead and introduce a new level of performance in a console generation, there's just things we have to get right. We have to get the compatibility right. We can't make people feel dumb or make it difficult or make people who bought an Xbox One feel like they bought the wrong thing.
Right.
And so much of the time and effort and energy we put into developing it was really influenced in making it part of the family. And even as you guys have probably heard me say, even where the ports are on the back of the box,
Yeah.
and the fact that we share the same power cord as an Xbox One S, and all the ports are in exactly the same place so that I can set my Xbox One X and just reach behind and plug it in and upgrade. It was just really, we really wanted to do this right. From game compatibility, making your old games better, and it's just been something that was with us from the beginning. And I really love the reception that we've gotten to what we're doing today.
We're going to bring out a couple of developers in a minute, but I want to know if you would share with me, and I don't think we've ever told this story publicly before.
Okay.
About, because you've been involved with all the Xbox.
Larry and I have a lot of stories. So.
You've been involved with a lot of the Xbox, obviously all the Xbox, branding and so forth. But you were involved specifically with Xbox One, the controller S.
Oh.
Let's talk about that. So does anybody remember the controller S, which was the smaller version for the original Xbox? That's right.
Not Duke.
Not Duke. Not Duke, right. So let's
the
talk about...
The code name, by the way, of that was Akibono.
Akibono was a controller S.
Does anybody know who Akibono is?
No.
He is at the time was the Japanese sumo champion. So he was like the largest sumo in the world. And he was Hawaiian.
Okay.
And so we thought it was fitting that an American sumo champion would go from a big controller to a small controller.
But I want to talk about, because that we marketed that, or your team marketed this as the Xbox controller S.
Xbox controller S.
S.
That's right.
Okay.
That was the very first time we used it.
So that was that concept of bringing this single letter forward is a thread that goes through a lot of things here, right?
There's a lot of it is fun because there's a lot of history. A lot of people have been on the team for a long time, and so we have to keep ourselves entertained. And so it's nice to have a history that the S that started the Xbox controller S,
right?
Then years later became the Xbox 360 S,
right?
When we did the redesign, and then
hello. Somebody just booted.
Man, someone is awesome who's doing this. And then we did the Xbox One S.
Right.
And so, yes, that name has had a little bit and it started with a drive to work one day where
This is a fascinating story. Listen to this.
So people think, man, they're Microsoft. There's got to be thousands of people and all these people that are thinking hard doing testing on names.
And there are.
And there are today. Back then, I was just driving to work, and I needed to come up with a name for this thing, and like an Acura Type S was right in front of me. I was like, yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That sounds right. Like, it's like sporty, and maybe it means smaller, and maybe it means second, but I just needed to get it done that day.
Right.
So it was controller S. Now the engineering team, they hated it so much.
Yeah.
They posted sticky notes around my wall saying "Marketing Guy S" was all over my wall.
Laugh now.
So yeah, that's right.
Anyway, so yeah, it's you've had an amazing career with Xbox, and we really appreciate everything you've done. It's been a lot of fun.
I love you too, Larry.
I feel like you're retiring, but you're not.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm out.
But I want to get moving along because we don't have a lot of time, unfortunately. But I want to bring on Mike Rayner, who's the technical director for the Coalition. Mike, come on out here. Now, for those of you that don't know, of course, the Coalition is the amazing studio behind the Gears of War franchise now. So, Mike, thanks for joining us. Now, you're the technical director. Tell me a little bit about your past, because you also have quite a checkered past.
Yes, I've been making.
Bring it in a little bit closer to your mouth.
I've been making games for over 24 years now. So I've been through a number of console launches, all the Xbox launches. Previous to the Gears franchise, I worked at Electronic Arts. Was involved in similar to Albert, similar time frame back in the late 90s, and I was involved in the PlayStation 2 launch.
Yep.
I was a lead rendering programmer on a launch title called SSX.
How many remember SSX?
And
you've used Mike's work.
Yeah. So and involved in engine development. Worked on the Frostbite engine at Electronic Arts, and of course now I work on Gears of War at the Coalition.
We announced yesterday that that Gears of War 4 will be released on Xbox One X as an enhanced title for free for existing owners. What does that mean, and when did you start working on the Xbox One X version?
Well, really, we've been working towards it throughout Gears of War 4's development.
Sure.
We built the game for Windows 10 for PC and Xbox One, and we knew that Xbox One X was coming. And so we put a lot of effort into ensuring our engine was as performant as possible, and it could scale across different performance profiles, all the way from sort of high-end PCs, different GPU memory specs, and of course, when Xbox One X came along, we were able to take advantage of that work. And now we have Gears of War 4 running on Xbox One X. We've been showing it here at E3. It's running in 4K resolution with high dynamic range and wide color gamut. And with,
all the bells and whistles.
All the bells and whistles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to point out that you started working on this quite some time ago, didn't you? The Xbox One X version.
Yes, I mean, we a lot of the engine work and the development we did really sort of enabled it so that when the Xbox One X was available to us, we were able to get it up and running, really quickly.
It's interesting because you started out your game development background with Gray Matter, which is a PC developer.
That's right.
Now, that was back in the 90s. Now, here we are, fast forward, it feels like things are going full circle because you went over to console, and now it feels like you're going, PC. What does that feel like?
Well, if you look at the Xbox One S and the Xbox One X with its different performance profiles, and you look at PC development, I kind of think of PC development as really the ultimate platform in terms of having to support and develop for different, high-end GPUs, different
Sure.
CPUs, and now console developers, as they're building their games, with a common set of tools, common APIs, same pipelines, but making them scalable so they can take advantage of the different performance profiles like on Xbox One X. I would say it is kind of come full circle from that standpoint. However, one difference that I think is still there for console development is at the end of the day, this is an embedded hardware. We know exactly how it works, and we can push the performance even farther than you could with perhaps an equivalent spec PC because we can optimize to the metal that much more. And console developers have always been doing that, and we've certainly been really impressed with how much we're able to do with this box with Gears.
I'm here with Mike Rayner, who's the technical director of the Coalition, as well as Albert Pinello, part of the Xbox DNA now. Where if you're watching this on Facebook, we're going to be taking your questions, so be sure to post them there. Mike, I want to talk about what it means to develop on the console. We've heard stories now that the stories are starting to come out about, hey, we got our Xbox One X development kits up, and we're able to get a version of our game up and running in a day or 2 days or an hour. Let's be clear, that's because of the power that we put into the entire production pipeline, right? Can you explain that?
Sure. I mean, from a console development standpoint, so I sort of like think back to previous console launches. Typically you'll get early hardware and you'll get an SDK and you'll spend
software development kit.
Software development kit,
Yep.
and you'll spend a couple of days just getting something basic like a triangle up on the screen.
Hello, world.
Yeah, exactly. And then maybe a couple of weeks to port your engine to the new graphics API, change your pipeline to support all the graphics formats, and at that point, your game will be up and running, but it's not going to be performant, and you're usually going to spend months and months to really tap and
tweak.
Tweak and get the performance out of the box, usually right up to launch.
Right.
A lot of times, you'll see the spec of the console you're going to get, and then once you get the hardware, it may not perform exactly the way you expect. You might have to lower your expectations, or you have to just really optimize so much more to get it. So going back to Xbox One X, for us, when we got our hardware, we had our game up and running on it the same day.
Yeah.
The same engine code is running, the same pipelines, the same tooling.
We see it just behind us. We see this is a wall of Xbox One X development kits.
That's right.
So that's what you see here. This is what kind of looks like when you're testing games, right? You're stress testing things.
Yeah, and the dev kit gives us a lot of advantages. It has some for both fast iteration as well as being able to kind of automate a lot of our testing.
Albert, there they all are. There's the family. That's the development family, right?
That's right.
The
That's all of
Xbox
them.
One. Those are the days. Sidecar. I remember that one, the one at the top. Right.
And so for us, we're able to get things up and running really quickly. And what we found is, once we had it up and running, certainly everything worked. Multiplayer worked right out of the box. But the first thing we did was bump it up to 4K resolution, and we found that we had it was running with more performance headroom on Xbox One X than it does at 1080p on Xbox One S.
Wow.
So we're able to use that additional horsepower to add additional graphical features to the game. We've enhanced our dynamic shadowing system, screen space shadows, improved the reflections.
Oh, I can see it right here.
There you can see, yeah. And the game, glossy reflections, and of course, high-res texture assets. We're able to show all of our assets in the source resolution that the artist created the art in. So now we're able to kind of show it the way they've intended with the boosted visual quality.
But I want to point out, from a development perspective, it's not like you go in. It's not like, okay, file, export, Xbox One X, right? It's not like that. There's work that has to be done.
Well, yeah, there is work, but what's really sort of a really different experience with this console launch is we had to modify maybe a few lines of code, and we're up and running with the same code that's running on Xbox One S.
Right.
On Xbox One X. So that is really, it's really kind of unprecedented when you're dealing with a new console launch to have that kind of experience.
And that's what, Albert, you were talking a little bit about earlier, about making it easier for customers where your content goes with you. So the games, obviously, that work on Xbox One S obviously work on Xbox One X, but some of the developers are going to be able to unlock some additional potential, right?
That's right.
Yeah, certainly it's the time that these guys get to spend on the enhancements is not time they're spending fighting with the tech. And so the result is more time, better games, more chance to fine-tune, less time trying to get triangles up and running.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've been able to add, other features beyond just the graphics enhancements. We're now supporting Dolby Atmos for enhanced, spatial audio, which is on Xbox One X as well as Xbox One S.
Yeah.
And that's if you have a Dolby kind of home theater setup, of course it's super awesome.
Yeah.
But that also works with headphones. There's a new support for Dolby Atmos for headphones, which basically models the way audio moves in to your ears, the speed of sound, and the transfer of sound around your head. And through that, we can actually get an enhanced 3D audio with headsets, which is pretty cool.
We have this image behind us, which is all about the Gears Pro circuit, which is the esports coming up. And I want to, it's got like a $1.25 million prize pool, according to this paper. What impact do you think that Xbox One X will have on the pro sports and the esports scene?
Well, esports gaming, especially competitive multiplayer, a shooter like Gears, frame rate is king. So it's 60 frames per second. 1080p is Gears of War on Xbox One S, and on Xbox One X we're 4K at 60 frames per second, uncompromising on our frame rate. But with the additional fidelity that players will see at 4K, I think what we're going to see is a new era of 4K spectating and 4K streaming that I'm certainly excited to see in our feature with Gears.
Well, certainly we've talked a lot about Gears and what you guys will be doing. That'll be a free update coming later this year. But what we showed at the briefing was the Forza Motorsport 7 trailer. So I'd like to bring out right now Chris Tector, who is the studio software architect for Turn 10. Oh, Chris. How you doing?
I'm doing good.
You guys have had a good week.
Yeah, it's going well. Yeah, there's a lot of work to get here, but
now I wanted Chris. You're the studio software architect, so I imagine that implies that you're responsible for making sure that all your developers start using all the new hotness with Xbox One X and so forth. Or
Yeah.
wrong, or am I wrong?
No, that's what it is.
That's
It's
part of
really,
it.
We have to look far enough ahead in the future to know what changes are going to come, and then try to steer everybody so that we're heading in the right direction. It's a big job to line up with what hardware changes are coming, what platforms changes are going to come in the OS and other bits of software that we use,
Yeah.
and how we're going to really maximize that to exploit it for each game that we do. And now that Forza is between both Motorsport and Horizon, it's an annual title. It's really this interesting path that we weave between the two titles and trying to keep up with the changes.
I also want to point out you've been with the Forza team since you started.
Yeah, since Forza 1.
Yeah, Forza 1. And
came out on the prototype.
You and I were talking backstage, and Albert, you probably remember this. I remember when we all got together in the cafeteria and we announced we were doing Forza as a franchise. We're going into the racing business because there was a lot of players in that space, and you guys have there was a race there, but you have pulled so far ahead now with all the extraordinary work you've done there. It's incredible. And then look at that, right? That beautiful GT2 RS Porsche
Yeah.
coming to Forza Motorsport 7. That's also an exciting element, right?
Yeah, that was a big moment for us. I mean, the relationship we've had to build with all the manufacturers has been a long time coming, but we've really done a lot of work to build that level of trust and let us pull off something like that.
Now, a year ago, we had this Project Scorpio video that went out. Can we talk about that? Now, Albert, you were involved with that. I was involved, but I got cut. I got cut for some reason.
I did not get cut.
But you had one. You had one of the interest. You had a quote that a lot of people remember, especially on Reddit. Do you remember what that quote was?
Yeah.
What was that quote?
These are the highest quality pixels that anybody has ever seen. Thank you.
I have to apologize to Chris every time because I was in charge of editing that video.
Yeah.
And this guy weaved the most beautiful, heartfelt story. And we're just looking at it going, man, this is awesome. And we knew what he meant. And so in the end, we cut this moment when he talks about it and then realized nobody else had any context for any of the other things
just
that
this
he
random
said.
statement.
And then, I got two of the smartest guys in the world about graphics, and I just made this guy, people go, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Highest quality pixels. He knows what he's talking about, believe me.
So you know what? Now you can tell your story. What does that mean?
Really? Do I get to? This
Yeah.
is awesome. All right. So the whole point, the story, because we were getting to wax philosophical because we're gamers at heart, and we had to talk about how excited we were about this hardware. The story is that most people have seen 4K, and they've seen it in theaters. They've seen it if they can see it at home when they watch a film. But those they're like 24 frames a second. They're 30 frames a second, and they've been compressed. Even in a theater, those movies have been compressed. And so if you're seeing games, just in general 4K games, those 4K games, they've never been compressed. That was the uncompressed part of it. And they're running at like 60 frames a second. So you're seeing the best images you've ever seen at 4K. And what Scorpio has been able to do is bring that to people in their homes on a console instead of having to invest in a huge PC in order to actually experience that really just, it's such a raw and powerful experience when you get to play a 4K game. So.
What's a T-flop?
What's a teraflop?
I don't know. We got 6 of them.
We use
you know
all
the
of
story.
them.
Chris, I want to talk about bringing up the Forza on Xbox One X. We talked a little bit earlier about Gears and how
Sure.
the team brought that. Can you tell us about the journey your team went on?
Yeah, a lot of that started back. We knew that we were going to head into PC development a few years back. And we knew that we wanted to help shape what was going to be the new way of being able to program graphics on PCs to make it more like console development. This was a movement that's happening, across a lot of developers and within Microsoft, the development of Direct 3D. It's the graphics API we use. And so we came and we helped, prototype that with Direct 3D 12 at the Game Developers Conference back in 2014. And that was our first step heading towards there. And then we really put everything into it because we wanted to bring a title out and see what it was like to scale the Forza engine across everything that you can get on PCs. And so we brought out Forza Apex, and all of this started happening more rapidly. And Apex we wanted to give away for free because we wanted as many people to play it as we could get. That way we could really tell how well we were doing at that scaling.
Right.
And then we actually shipped a product, a PC and console product with Forza Horizon 3. And so this is really the culmination. We've done a lot of work, and Forza 7 is the is the title that we've built from the ground up for 4K, and we've really engineered it. We've authored all the assets to be at that level of quality.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. I mean, here we see this. This was released. This we saw back in when the Digital Foundry article came out, correct?
Yes, that's the shot, the first shot that we shared with everybody.
And this is, I mean, it's stunning. And then we have another shot as well, right? Yeah, here's the one that was released yesterday. So you can see it's just gets even better and better. I mean, look at the rain. It's stunning.
Yeah, and you have to play it. I mean, it's intense, and you just. I know I've gotten to play it a lot, and I still get hit by how powerful that is.
Yeah.
The tension of driving in the rain. It's like when a thunderstorm hits and you're driving down the road and you just, you tense up inside. You just feel it playing this. It's really visceral. So it's been a big shift for us.
What is the, I want to talk about, you both have had the opportunity to develop games on the Xbox One X platform, and Albert and I don't, that's not what we do. But what are some of the myths out there from people who haven't had exposure to the platform, from developers? Could you each of you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I think the biggest one is that people think that if the platforms are so similar, that it means as developers, we're just going to write one game, and that's going to be it, and it's going to run great on Xbox One S, and then we won't have really pushed it on Xbox One X. But like Mike said earlier, with a console, we know what that hardware is.
Right.
And so we can push it as far as we can. And as longtime console developers, we know what we get when we push things to that limit. And so we'll get all of our testers, all of our artists in the studio working in order to push things to that limit and bring that experience to our players. So to me, I think that's the biggest myth, that we aren't going to push it hard enough on X, but we really are.
And you've pushed it quite hard, and you still have a little bit of headroom left, like you said earlier.
Yeah, initially, I mean, that's what that screenshot earlier was showing, was when we first got up and running, and we were running with 4K assets, models and textures and everything, and actually rendering at 4K. But we still had that 30% headroom, and that really meant that we could spend a lot of time heading forward, and like Mike said, we had the same experience where we were already running at performance on the first day. That meant that we could really spend that time tuning and really pushing for quality rather than pushing for performance. We've had to do that on other console launches, and we know the difference. So
and a lot of it really is as a result of this, which is the Scorpio engine.
Yes.
Which, I mean, certainly there's a lot of things going on in there, but it's this, right, Albert? That's the
so pretty.
That's it. This is what really does. This is a custom chip that allows the developers like yourselves to really maximize performance and writing to the metal. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I would just say, the same thing as Chris. I mean, as I said, with a console, we can always optimize and push our games as far as we can, and we don't compromise in any way. We're all gamers, and we want to, push things. And the tooling we have with things like picks that we use for, analyzing, fine-tuning our game.
Right.
We tune it, so to get the most we can get out of this box, as well as the most we can get out of Xbox One S.
Right.
And so, yeah, it's an uncompromising approach when we build our games for these things.
Chris and Mike and Albert, unfortunately, we're going to have to wrap it up now because we had a little technical issue earlier. We're not going to be able to take Q&A from the audience. But, yeah, unfortunately, well, it's blame lights. And we wanted to turn the console on, but I don't think the house is going to be able to handle it, I'll tell you, with all that power. Anyway, so we're going to have to wrap it up now. We're looking forward to seeing what you can do. If you have any questions, you can always find Albert and I on Twitter. Right, Albert?
That's right.
That's right,
We'll
anyway.
answer.
I want to thank the gentlemen as well, Mike and Chris, for coming out here. I know you guys are working on your games, so I'll let you get back to that. Thank you very much, guys. Everybody watching at Facebook, thank you for your time, and everybody here in the audience in LA. Thank you. Xbox One X comes out November 7th. Thank you very much, everybody.
Coming up next, the one and only Jack Black in conversation with Tim Schafer. Stick around in just a few minutes. Day one of the E3 Coliseum concludes, and then tomorrow we've got another full day of programming starting at 10 a.m., going all the way through the day, including a special appearance by Hideo Kojima, and just added at the end of the day, director Neil Blomkamp, and a performance by Low Roar. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final session of E3 Coliseum Day 1. And now, please welcome to the stage Jack Black and Tim Schafer.
Hello.
I don't know. I sit on the special couch.
Oh,
You
sorry.
sit on the regular couch?
This is all part of it.
Is there seating arranged? Have
yeah,
people been
come sit
sitting
right
in
here.
special places?
Mr. Buck.
Does this look? The host sits over here. It's like The Price is Right, where I'm looking. Which chair? Which one?
Thank you for the help. Thank you for the help in seating. That's amazing.
Ding ding ding. This
Look at all
feels
these
right.
people. It's awesome. Welcome to E3.
The thing is, there's so much room here. We could have had like 5 more people on this thing.
Do you? Can I ask a quick question? This is the first year E3's been open to the public. How many people here work in the games industry? Anyone? Would make some noise. Okay. Who does not work in the games industry? Oh, real people. This is real people.
Was that a surprise for you?
That was exactly what I was hoping for.
You were expecting, though, 90% industry insiders.
Industry people to be like, yes, I'm from the games industry. Yes.
Yeah, so good. So now we know that there's a lot of non-industry, just lovers of games.
Yeah, people who love games. Like
Because
you.
I'm not even going to ask how many lovers of games. I know it's 100% lovers of games. What did you say? Oh, brutal legend.
Yeah. Not a fan. Too violent.
Oh, is that?
Yeah. I'm a father, and I just don't like that kind of video games lead to
You left
rock
that
and roll,
that part of yourself in the past.
violence. Yeah. I'm not going to do that anymore.
Um,
So I don't know if you can tell, we were offered a professional interviewing services of Jeff Keighley, and we said, we're going to wing it. We're going to do it, so you're welcome.
Is Keighley in the wings?
If we need him, I think we can pull a cord and
At
he'll
any
appear.
time we could pull
He'll
the
just-
Keighley ripcord and he'll come out and save us?
Yeah, he'll be like a hologram, like Tupac. So
what the hell is going on here? Who's interviewing who? First of all, who's interviewing who? I think I'm interviewing you. This is your home turf. This is E3.
Yeah. I'm gonna ask the first question. then.
What?
Yeah. Is this your first E3?
It's my first E3.
What did you? We just walked the floor. Yeah. It's their first E3 too, is what we're saying.
Yeah, it was tight out there.
We
It was
walked
tight.
the floor.
Yeah.
And you saw some stuff. What did you think of E3 so far?
I was, I definitely felt like I was on the bleeding edge of technologies. I saw some things that I didn't expect to see. Games. I saw games.
We didn't warn him about that. There's gonna be hella games and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, now you get to ask a question.
Am I turning red? I feel embarrassed. I feel a little hot. Well, listen, I prepared some questions and I wrote them down on my phone.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Because I know it's cool to be off the cuff, but I just really wanted to penetrate deep into the soul of Tim Schafer.
Okay.
Oh man, that's a dumb question. I'm not going to start with that one. You want to hear a dumb question? I just wrote these down last night off the top of my head. The first one, oh man. Do you remember the first time you played a video game?
I think so. I think so.
Let me guess. Was it Pong?
No. It was this game called either Space Race or Race in Space. It's
Really?
really old, and it's like these two spaceships going up a screen. It's black and white. It was like the second video game.
Wait, wait, is this like right after Space Invaders?
Right after Pong.
Oh, right after, before
Yeah, yeah,
Space
yeah.
Invaders.
Before Space Invaders.
That little space between Pong and Space Invaders. That's where Tim Schafer
Yeah.
picked up
Still
the
black and
ball.
white. And we had, before the Atari, we had an Odyssey.
Oh,
Odyssey
yeah.
1, Magnavox Odyssey 1, where the graphics were printed on plastic sheets that you had to stick with static electricity to the television screen. Television screens used to have static electricity. There's a lot to explain to
There's not.
the young kids. And you had the controllers were so heavy they sat on the floor, and you twirled little knobs on the side.
Yeah.
People think I'm making this all up. They're like, this never happened. But the Odyssey was great.
Was it you that said, I gotta have an Odyssey, or were your parents like into it too?
My dad was like somehow knew about the stuff, and
Yeah.
we went to the arcades together and played like Night Driver. Remember Night Driver?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
was like three-dimensional graphics of the street coming at you and stuff.
Well, yeah, and you could pick up oil slick power, right? Didn't you have an oil slick? What was that?
that's like
Night Spy Rider.
Yeah, that's a Spy Hunter.
Yeah, way before that, Knight Rider.
Hey, Jack Black. Do you remember the first game you ever played?
It was Pong. And it was a friend of mine, don't remember the friend's name, in Culver City, and he lived around the block, and he had an awesome Black Sabbath t-shirt on. This was before I even knew who Black Sabbath was. And so he had all the best things. He had Pong and Black Sabbath. He introduced me to two amazing things.
So you'd put on like Master Reality and then be like playing Pong.
And Pong was just such a mind blower. I was like, oh, this is, you know.
It was very exciting back then.
All right, hold on. I'm going to go to my next
That was a
mind
great
blower.
question.
It turned out
That
to
was
be a great
really
question.
Great question.
What's your favorite? This is another winner of a question. If you could have any superpower, what would it be? Sorry.
Not that.
I'm not known for my interviewing skills.
You want to answer that one first?
I got it.
Yeah, you know what you're.
I mean, it's boring, but you can't beat power of flight. If I could just levitate, that's levitation, Holmes.
Yeah.
Nothing's more impressive than me just levitating right now.
Yeah, and people often debate whether
teleportation,
people like
bamf. And you're in France.
Bamf, you're in France. People always say it's either flight or invisibility, and I don't want to say invisibility because that people say that means you're kind of a sneaky person,
Right.
or a liar, or
Oh,
a
yeah.
pervert.
Right. Well, for sure.
And I'm not going to say any of those things, but invisibility would be cool.
Yeah.
Like I could be up here and I could be just, you couldn't see me and you'd be talking to yourself.
It's an awesome one for shy people.
Oh, that's what it is. Shy people.
Yeah.
And flying, you could get hurt. Even, you could fly into a drone.
That's true.
You know?
I thought maybe you were going to say, like, psychic powers.
That would have been a great promotional opportunity.
Just because
Yeah.
my introduction to Tim Schafer was the incredible Psychonauts. Anyone play Psychonauts? Genius game.
That was professional interviewing right there.
It's a
That was good.
camp of kids with psychic powers. It's
yeah.
a summer camp, very exclusive, only kids with psychic powers allowed. But this one kid sneaks into this camp.
He has psychic powers.
But he wasn't invited, right? He kind of snuck in, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Thanks for playing.
I love it.
Amazing.
Love it.
Raz was raised in the circus, and I keep grabbing the bottom of the microphone, and they flash. By the way, don't grab the bottom of the microphone.
Don't grab the bottom?
No.
All right.
Don't.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Don't grab the
It's
bottom,
not my
people.
first microphone. I know you hold the tip. I mean,
You've ruined microphones for me forever. But people ask how we got. People often say, like, how did you get Mr. Black to be in Brutal Legend? And I, from what I was told, it was Psychonauts. You'd played Psychonauts.
oh yeah.
Do you remember?
Well, I remember who turned me on. It was Liam Lynch, my good friend and director of my movie. I don't know if you ever saw a little movie, Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
And Liam was always like my touchstone for like the great games. He always had the tip on the latest secrets, and he told me you gotta play Psychonauts. And then around at the same time, I heard you like being interviewed on a very fancy radio station. It was like NPR, National Public Radio. We're doing a special expose on a video game, Psychonauts.
For smart people.
It was for smart people. And I thought, okay,
No.
I'm getting it. The universe was telling me that I had to enjoy some Psychonauts, and it blew my mind. You know why? Because I'd played a lot of games. I consider myself a gamer. But when I stumbled upon Psychonauts, it was like, this is a little bit more creative. It's a little bit harder. It's a little bit smarter. It's like the New York Times crossword puzzle of video games. You know what I mean? It's just a little bit. It's a
Not like on a
finer
Friday.
wine. The vintage of the Double Fine Magic, and yeah. So I was in, and I don't know how you heard that. I mean, you approached me, right? Or did I approach you? Who approached who?
I think we approached you, and I don't know how we made contact. All I remember is showing up on the roof of the Four Seasons with my little binder full of concept art.
Yeah.
Because Brutal Legend was not even a game yet.
Yeah.
And we were designing this character that was like, well, we kept talking about, it's a Jack Black, kind of like Tenacious D, like character, kind of Jack Black and like a love child of Jack Black and Glenn Danzig a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Like not like a love child. But I was like, not like they had a baby, but like they just made out a little bit.
You had some unbelievable artwork that you brought to the Four Seasons.
I had a 3-ring binder, and I was flipping through. I was like, okay, and you're in this world, and this thing is like this guy an eyeball popping out of it, and it worked.
Well, the thing that I was impressed with Brutal Legend is that I was already deep into the heavy metal, my Black Sabbath roots we just talked about. So I between heavy metal music and Psychonauts, I was already in. It didn't really matter what happened at that meeting at the Four Seasons. But then you brought this artwork that was like mind-blowing, and it was all my favorite things. And the idea of like rock music not just being a badass thing to listen to, but like it had its own like power was very special to me.
Fight, anti-heal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Classico Domingo? Is that the same dude that yelled earlier? Classico? Are you talking about Tenacious D song Classico? Oh, there you are. He wants me to talk about Tenacious D.
Yeah, let's talk about Tenacious D.
Enough about Brutal Legend.
Yeah.
Enough. Now Classico. Talk about I'll tell you something about Classico. There's three. It says written by Tenacious D, right? Or did we give credit where it was due? Because Classico there's three composers that we stole from. We stole from Beethoven, Bach, and Mozart. And then we just like rocked it really hard, but it's obviously just a ripoff. But here's the thing we learned about music. If it's old enough, you don't have to pay no one. We get all that sweet corn. And if you're going to steal from the best.
Yeah.
What do they say? They say the great ones borrow, but the geniuses steal. Something like that. That's not the quote. Something like that.
Now the Beethoven estate is going to come after you.
But funny thing about Brutal Legend.
Oh, way to bring it back.
We did Brutal Legend. Sorry, back to Brutal Legend. And we did that game, and we were thinking, how should we promote this game? And me and Kyle of Tenacious D thought, what would be great is if we wrote a song. Brutal Legend is about a roadie. He's like the guy who's working for the band behind the scenes, and he's not famous. He's in the wings, but he's the real badass of the, it was like a glorification of this mythical figure. And so we loved our roadie because we'd been on the road for many years before, and we thought, I'm going to make a song for Joe Beebe, our roadie.
Can you name the roadie?
What if I couldn't remember his name just then? That would have been a guy that worked for us.
We wouldn't know the difference. We would assume Joe Beebe's his name.
But Joe Beebe, we thought he deserved a song, and it's like this is going to happen. So we wrote this song about Joe called Roadie, and it was going to be coincided with the release of the game. And we thought, what we need to do, it was a very involved promotional plan. What we need to do is me get dressed as the character that looks like me but way more muscly. And so we paid for a special muscle suit to be built for me. And it was expensive. It cost a few coins. And then I was going to be the roadie, but I wanted to go to a legit heavy metal show and roadie for them, mix in with the other roadies before. And we're like, who's playing in the next, 4 to 5 days? Because it was so last minute. The game's gonna drop on Sunday. We need to figure out who's gonna. And Motorhead was playing here at this venue.
Not here on the stage.
Was it not this venue?
Well, maybe.
Oh no, you're not this one.
Let's stick to that. I'm sorry, I messed that up.
No.
Here. Where you were all sitting, they were out there.
But right around the corner from here. It was at, what's that? Microsoft Theater. Oh, it used to be Nokia. But Nokia. Poor Nokia. So we go over, we call we have our manager call Motorhead's manager and say, we got this song called Roadie. Could we come out and play it before he goes on? And they were like, sure, yeah, we're gonna put you in the paper. It's gonna say Tenacious D is opening for Motorhead. And we were
Wait,
like,
what?
yes.
Did you? Okay. Okay. You did a little mini concert before the Motorhead concert?
Just the one song. So the thing was, I came out there and I was roadieing for, pretending to roadie. I don't really know what to, I was like pointing at things going, plug in the flange. And I was just in character.
But can I back up? Are you friends with the late, great Lemmy Kilmister?
Did
you know him?
I did not know him before that night. I went backstage before we went on, and I said, Lemmy, I just have to say I'm a huge fan. Ace of Spades, forever. You're the king. Thank you so much for letting us come out and play this song before you guys go on. And he was like,
he's like, you're doing what?
That's cool. Who are you again?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, we're Tenacious D. We're just a band, and your manager said it was cool if we opened for you. Come again? Who said what? I'm in charge here. Tell me again what's happening. And there was a little kerfuffle, and for a second, we were not going to perform before. I was like, what did I do? I shouldn't have come in here. And he said, and he let it go. And
because when I saw you doing that, I was like, Lemmy doesn't seem like he's prone to hijinks or shenanigans.
No,
he goofing around.
He took his metal very seriously.
Yeah.
He's genius and also dead serious about rocking.
Yeah.
But we got out of there by the hair of our chinny chinchilla, and launched the game in a very fun and peculiar way.
And you know what's funny about that whole story? I didn't know anything about any of that.
Yeah, I didn't tell you.
No one
I
didn't know that was happening. And I heard the song. I was like, they're doing a song about a roadie. We should have had that in the game. We should have put that in the game. That would have been a great song.
The manager never told Lemmy that he had a new opening act. So Lemmy was understandably pissed off. He was like, what the fuck? No one runs anything by me anymore. And then we were like, I don't know if we should go on. And the manager said, it's okay. Just go on. He's not paying attention right now. And I was like, all right. I said, and then we were about to go on, and I was like to Kyle, what if he gets furious and comes out and like kicks the shit out of me? And Kyle's like, it would be awesome. Great promotion for the game. No such thing as bad publicity. I said, you know what? You're kind of right. It would be one of the greatest things ever if Lemmy came out and like
and a great story.
Blasted me.
How did you get that scar?
Mid-song.
Oh, Lemmy's bass. You just hit me on the face with it.
I kind of wish he would have done, but anyway.
Super nice guy. He was a great guy. Is he?
Hold on, I'm like that bar mitzvah boy.
He did a voice in the game too, We recorded Lemmy Kilmister. He played the bass. It was awesome. I got to go to his apartment afterwards and hang out.
Did you?
Yeah. He was super friendly. Super friendly. He was like, do you ever want to open for us? We'll let anybody do it.
It's great.
I did. Classico.
Can you tell us anything about Raz's new adventure in Psychonauts 2? Did you know there's a Psychonauts 2 coming around the corner?
Yeah. Yeah, we are working on it. Yeah.
You can't tell me nothing?
No. We Raz, it's really right after the first game.
Yeah.
And we did a VR game that tells us a mission in between. And then Raz is a story about a psychic and an acrobat who can jump into people's minds. So every level in the game is set inside someone else's head, and it's all about their weird mental problems and fantasies and stuff like that. And you get to fight their demons. And the first game was set in a psychic summer camp. And the second game is set at Psychonauts headquarters. So you're going to actually go meet the Psychonauts in their natural environment and go on actual missions with them and find out that there's some secrets going on there, international intrigue.
Are you going to do an NPR exclusive interview at some point?
Mm-hmm. That's how we rope in the top talent.
When can we expect this to drop?
We'll talk more about that later.
Oh, yeah.
We're not showing it this year. We haven't shown that much. We did just do a backer update, and we showed
Yeah.
the new Raz. He's got new clothes and everything, and he looks awesome, and he's all modern.
Oh, man.
Looking up to date.
I can't wait.
And you, should I remind you that you said...
That I said I would be in it?
Yeah, you said
I'm waiting by the phone.
Yeah.
Yeah. When do I come in to record?
I got some parts in mind. I got to write dialogue for it. Stuff.
You know, you always you say jump, I say hi. But
good to know.
Yeah. It's you and whoever those dudes are at Rockstar. Those are my two favorites that I like. Look forward to the next title dropping. That's how it feels.
What are you playing right now? Can I ask you that question?
I don't even
have to look at my phone to do
I've
that.
been playing some Titanfall 2.
Oh yeah, that is a good game.
I really love the one player mode. What's that?
One player mode.
It's not called one player mode.
No, it's called one player mode.
Story mode.
If you really could. From now on, it's called one player mode. We're gonna start a thing with this crew here. That's a good game.
I had some other questions I want to ask you about.
What are you playing, Tim?
What
I'm
are you
playing a lot of
playing,
Zelda.
On the
Yeah,
Nintendo Switch?
On Nintendo Switch. I was trying to sell your kid on it earlier. He goes, I already have that. I mean, yeah, it's okay. It's okay. But it's like the game that I started playing it. Like I'm gonna get through this game, and then I'm like, no, I'm never gonna stop playing this game. I'm just gonna like live in this game now. I'm just like I just wander around that world now, and I know that Zelda's in the castle and she needs my help and stuff. But I'm like I gotta find all these Korok seeds. Like gotta find every single one of them. Thank you. Yeah.
It's satisfying, right?
There's like 900 of them or something.
You want to scratch? Well, that's the key to a
Has
good
anyone
game.
out there actually 100%ed Zelda already and found like all 10,000 Korok seeds? Is that even possible? It's a good game. Yeah. One guy. Really, right there? Really? Do you have your Switch on you right now in the bag? Are you carrying your Switch with you right now? Oh, that's convenient. It's portable, you know. It's portable. I totally believe you. He's like, stop looking at me right now. I believe you.
I wanted to ask you, when did you first realize that you wanted to create games?
That's a great question. Thank you.
Sometimes these dumb questions lead to really awesome answers, though.
That's not a dumb question. We had the Odyssey, and then we had the Atari, and then I got the Atari computer with the little microwave keyboard. You ever seen that?
The
Atari 400.
The
800.
Commodore?
Commodore is
Sorry.
It's far inferior to the Atari that you're...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What was the Atari computer called again?
Well, there was Atari 400, Atari 800.
Right.
People of my old people in the games industry, like when we all started, we had either had an Atari, or we had a Commodore, or we had like an Apple. And those, if you like find a bunch of people who've been in the games industry a long time, you can ask them like which kind you were, and it will like divide the group into thirds.
Imagine.
To this day, they'll be like, "Well, you know, the
team.
Apple was better," and they're what? But the Atari was the best one. So.
I had the ColecoVision Atom, which was like an amazing computer, kind of.
Did you ever try and program on it?
No, God, no.
Did you play games on it?
I did.
What? Do you remember any of the games?
Yeah, they had a pretty good Dragon's Lair.
Really?
It's pretty good.
The Dragon's Lair, like with
the
the
Dragon's Lair, but it didn't have like the cut footage. It was like a.
No. It was a text-based one.
No, it was just a sort of a pixelated version of the original.
That's awesome.
Here's a good question. What is funny?
Did you write that down? What is
did.
funny?
Well, I just think you're funny, and I think your writing is funny and clever. And I thought, like,
You're the professional
what do you
comedian.
think is funny?
I am just I type in the stuff into the games. Obviously, that's not funny.
What makes you laugh? What makes you laugh? What makes you laugh hard?
Yeah, Jack Black's pretty funny.
If I was Barbara Walters, he'd be bursting into tears by now. I haven't even gotten there. I haven't even scratched the surface yet.
That's a really hard question. What do you think is funny?
What do I think is funny?
Yeah.
Blowhards. You know, people who think they know the answer and are super confident or 1,000% positive of something, and then they're just ass backwards wrong.
Yeah.
That's always pretty damn funny.
Oh man. Yeah. That's an average workday for me. That's not anything wrong with I'm not talking about my friends back home at Double Fine, of course.
But
other people.
Do you ever think? I mean, it's a writer that you are.
That was kind of a Yoda question.
Do you ever think about busting out a novel or going into like a different writerly venue?
Barbara, I I do like writing, and I thought I would write that kind of stuff when I was growing. I love like Kurt Vonnegut, like reading books and short stories. And
What's your favorite Vonnegut?
I mean, the first one I read was Breakfast of Champions, and I feel like it sticks with you. But
Yeah.
I think Sirens of Titan might be my favorite one.
Which one has Ice 9? Cat's Cradle?
That's Cat's Cradle.
Come
Also
on,
good
Cat's Cradle, man.
Yeah.
Dark.
And I was like, I'm going to write that kind of stuff. And, he worked at GE or somewhere. He was an engineer, and he wrote in the night. And I was like, I'm going to do that. And so I thought I would get a database programming job, but then I ended up getting a job at George Lucas's Fun Factory.
You're like George Lucas's Fun Factory?
Yeah, Lucasfilm Games it was called back then.
Can we hear a little bit about that chapter of your existence?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah. It was like a job listing at the college. There was like, we need programmers who can write dialogue. I was like, that sounds amazing. And I loved Lucasfilm already because they had made these games called like Ball Blazer and Cronus Rift and Rescue and Fractalus and all these great games for the Atari 800, which is the best.
Ball Blazer.
Ball Blazer. But I
No wonder you like to hold it at the base. He's ball blazing.
Oh, man. Guys, please, we're being serious. I just don't know how to hold this thing anymore now. Like,
It's like a flute of champagne. You hold it up at the tip.
Ball Blazer. But when I played it, it was well, I did my phone interview, and he's like, "What kind of games of ours do you like?" And I was like, "I love Ball Blazer." But what I actually said is I love Ball Blaster because that's what my copy was called. And he goes, "Ball Blaster, huh? That's what it was called when it was pirated."
Busted.
Yeah, totally busted.
And yet you still
somehow I got that job anyway.
Nice.
But I was working at Skywalker Ranch. Have you been up there?
No.
It's beautiful.
Is it still
Yeah,
what it was?
What?
I heard that
Skywalker
I heard
Ranch?
that he had plans to like sell it to make it into something else.
Well, it's like I think he gave most of the land back to like the land trust or some sort of. It's like a state property now, or kind of, or it's zoned so it can't be developed. And his, little Skywalker sound is there. They still do all this, tons of editing of sound for movies.
Yeah.
And the concept art for a lot of the Star Wars movies was done in the main house, and they have a fire department. It says like Lucasfilm Fire Department on it, and Ewok Lake is there.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. It was a nice job.
Wait a second. I mean, what makes it Ewok-y, that lake?
I guess it's full of the bodies of Ewoks.
I mean,
they don't bury their dead. They just pop them into the water.
I think Ewoks, like rainforest type of trees. They're all hanging up in the trees, right? With like a Swiss Family Robinson kind of like.
They actually, it's in Marin, which has the giant redwoods.
Yeah.
And a lot of that was some of the inspirations for Endor.
Oh, yeah.
And wait, where do Ewoks? They don't live there. Anyway, woods. Where do Ewoks live? Is it Endor? All right. Yeah, so I was right. And and they didn't film that there, but I was always told they filmed there was an Ewok special, like a TV special.
Is it possible George Lucas is watching right now?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's not. But they filmed some of the Ewok.
Like, Ball Buster!
Buster? No, it was never called Ball Buster. That would be a popular game. Mm-hmm.
Did you ever get to have some face-to-face time with George?
I met him 3 times.
Thrice
I've met. And on the first eve, he came to me.
Were you nervous?
I'm the ghost of episode 1.
Was it trembly, that first meeting?
Just trying to remember the first one. He came to look at. We were making a game Day of the Tentacle, and he came to look at our storyboards. Thank you, awesome. And he came, and we were so proud of ourselves because we were doing storyboards like a real movie. We're like, woohoo, we're doing storyboards. And he goes, yeah, storyboards. We do this all the time. It's like, it's hard to make a movie without a script. And we're like, script. That's what we should have. So, yeah, there wasn't a lot of exchanges between me and George.
You don't want to talk about the second and third time?
But second time. I think that was the second time. The first time, I think I said hi to him at the like the 4th of July picnic.
Did you what? Did you blast him?
That's
Ball blast?
dirty. They had amazing 4th of July picnics, and one year Michael Jackson was there.
No.
Yeah.
Where did they do some moonwalking together?
I couldn't tell if you were scatting just then. That sounded like you were scatting.
Was there? Did George Lucas
You know
work
what?
with
I think
him
you're
on a
thinking
thing?
of Captain EO.
Oh, Captain EO.
EO is
Right.
a George, like a Spielberg, Lucas, Jackson jam.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
I caught that while it was
At
still
the
there.
park?
I caught
I think
it
it's
at
back.
the park.
Isn't it back?
I think it's not back now.
No?
No, it's got to be over by now.
I think it went
Is
away
it
and it
back?
came back. Maybe
It
went
went
away.
away, it came back, and now it's gone away forever. It's back again?
This is like a really helpful audience. You guys know everything. That's amazing.
Hold on. We only got a couple minutes left. I got a really good question I want to get to.
Are you trying to get out of here early?
Where do you live?
I got a real. That's a good question.
I just imagine your house has got a lot of cool secret passageways and stuff.
Oh, that would be awesome.
Is it not have a not one secret tunnel?
It does have it has like a weird, like a light well with a little trap door that you can go.
I called it. I swear to God, I did not know.
Yeah. And it's, I don't want to say it because my daughter's listening, but we used to call it Alice in Wonderland because
Yeah.
it was like a little hidden place that she could go into, and she called it, but when she was really young, she pronounced it Asses in Wonderland. I'm sorry if you're watching this, but it was you know, little kids, they say that it's so innocent. I want to go to Asses in Wonderland. Feel free to use that for a song title, if you want to. Anytime.
How do you like being a parent now? You're a parent. Oh, she's literally watching though.
She's backstage with your children.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're scheming.
I have to say, one of our favorite games at home with the kids when we play together was Connect Party.
Connect Party, yeah.
Now this is a game that is a very
That's both the people that bought it. Thank
anybody.
you.
Look, anybody that has kids and a Connect player, you have got to get yourself a Connect Party.
Yeah.
There's no controllers, and there's literally like 278 different games that just sort of happen
Yeah.
one after the other.
It's like remember the Kinect, you guys? Yeah. So you just it shows your living room, but it shows your living room back at you. But we fill it with lava, or we fill it with balls of balloons and
magical.
and, like giant buildings, and you smash them like Godzilla. It's
For
one of
hours.
the best things we've ever made. People just like every time you have a party, like a birthday party for kids, you turn it on and they'll just play in front of it for hours and hours and laugh and sweat, and it's gross.
Yeah, I sweat my.
But great, and your grandparents can play it. Like if the family dog runs in the room, they can pop bubbles. It's go back in time.
Oh, that's a good one. My boys, especially Sammy, has shown a lot of interest in designing games himself. He wants to get in that world because he's thinking games and he's very creative. What advice do you give to do kids ever come up to you and say, how do I do what you do, Mr. Schafer?
Yeah.
That's never happened?
No, yeah.
What do you say? What's your go-to advice for a young aspiring game designer? Or even a 40-something aspiring game designer?
I mean, it sounds really cliche to play a lot of games, but I swear a lot of the ideas I have, it sounds like I steal a lot of them, but I do. I steal a lot of them.
The geniuses steal.
Yeah. From Beethoven, listen to a lot of Beethoven. But like,
all the best games
playing
come
a lot
from
of
Beethoven.
games, and nowadays you can you don't have to know how to program as much. Like there used to be all these barriers to make a game, but now you can download an engine like Unreal or Unity or like Game Maker or Creator or one of these. There are all these engines that can help you make a game if you're just an artist, and and you can watch a YouTube video about how to do it and make a game, and so you can practice and make something. And they have programs in school now, like college degrees in game design. Didn't have that back in my day. When I was
So your advice to kids is to practice? That's the advice? Practice?
Help me make that a more fun answer, because I don't. What do you say when people ask you what they should do? You say practice.
I do say, well, I say that writing is the key. Anyone who wants to get into acting, they better start writing their own parts and just doing it, because that's all my favorite comedians and and people in the industry now are writing their own stuff. And yeah, I recommend.
writing
Well, I didn't.
you mean
I'm not
Tenacious D?
known as a writer, but yeah, I didn't get anything really cooking until I started writing songs and sketches with Tenacious D. That's when I found my voice. So anyone who asks me, but let's say I wanted to practice my game making. You say you'd take a course.
No, you don't. I mean, if you're in school, there's courses now in colleges or high schools sometimes. But yeah, you can just learn it from the internet.
Coding.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean? But you're saying now you can. There's
I'm
ways
saying
around
like,
the whole
there's-
coding thing.
There's visual programming languages. There's ways to get in if you don't, and you can learn a simpler programming language. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
All right.
And play a lot of games.
What? Can you have a picture? Now's not the time or the place. Well, can you just like do the? No, don't come up here. Yeah, do that, and then hold it like that. If you have a really good. I'm gonna multitask. I'm gonna look at my next question while you take that picture.
Thank you. I mean,
You wanted a hug. What games are you looking forward to other than your own games coming out?
that's professionalism.
Bringing it back.
Games. I was excited to play. I didn't get a really chance to play the new Mario game.
Oh,
Did
yeah.
you?
No, I didn't.
You didn't play it? Your kid played it.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He seemed like he was into it.
I like to play any new Mario game. I saw some cool things that A Way Out. Have you seen that? It's from the people who made Brothers. It's like a jailbreak, and you play it co-op even if you're not in the same room. It's like a split screen all the time.
Way Out?
A Way Out.
A Way Out.
Yeah, it's like a jailbreak story. You can jailbreak. We could do it together. We could jailbreak together.
Dude, we should make it's too late now. Well, I was going to say we should make a Jumanji game, but it comes out in like 3 months. We
Wait.
don't have time.
So they're not making a game for that right now?
No, isn't that dumb?
Isn't there
It's a
a game
movie
in-
about a game. Duh. It's the most obvious thing you make a game.
But it's kind of a warning about how those games are dangerous, right?
That's true. But, you know, Tony Hawk, they always used to say at the end of whenever you conquered a Tony Hawk skateboarding game, now get out and skateboard for real, kids. Like they would always give you the anti-video game message at the end of the...
Yeah. These kids playing Rock Band and Guitar Hero, just it's not the same thing like that.
Yeah.
Did we talk about your favorite games yet? Outside of Psychonauts, like games?
My favorite games?
Yeah. Games that have meant a lot to you and Brutal Legend. Games that have like meant a lot to you when you were growing up that you're like, oh, I want to be in a rock band and not make video games. But
my favorite game of all time? I mean, other than Psychonauts, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I really love that Red Dead Redemption.
Yeah.
Takes me into the world.
Yeah.
I love getting fully immersed. And there's kind of a storyline, but kind of just wandering.
Yeah. What kind of cowboy were you? Did you do bad things?
No, I was mostly a righteous cowboy.
You never like jumped on top of a moving train, then just killed everyone on the train.
You know what?
You can
That's
do that.
What
and
I
the train
do.
will just keep going.
I'll go through the entire. Here's my go-to. I'll go through an entire game on the easiest level if there's a choice, and I'll conquer the whole thing as righteous and as good as I can be, and I'm going to heaven at the end. And then after I conquer the game, I go back in, but this time I'm a totally different person. I'm the evil devil boy that is there just to.
On hard mode.
Yeah, I'll skip. I'll never play medium. It's super easy, and then I skip to absolute insane mode. That's my go-to.
He's not kidding. I sneakily got a hold of your Xbox friend code, right? I saw, and I could see at night whenever I go on there, you were on there playing. You didn't tell me if you're playing easy mode or not, but you'd be playing games all the time. It's always playing video games.
I love you.
That's not really.
I feel
that
like
wasn't really a good question. I don't have.
I think this is happening now. A high five with interlocking squeeze. It's been great chatting with you. Was there anything else that you wanted to say? I asked all of my questions.
Oh, really?
Pretty much. I'm not going to ask a couple of them. Are so dumb. I can't.
Oh, come on.
You thought those other ones? No. They start getting so dumb. It's like a peek into my soul. Should we bring Jeff out? Is it time to be?
Wait, is Jeff? Are you nearby? Jeff, you're welcome on the stage.
Jeff?
Or we could take an audience question if you want to take an audience
those golden
question.
loads. Oh yeah, audience questions. Right there. Wait a second. Did you hear that?
I wish. I know some people might have thought we were going to announce that, but
it does feel like it. Seems like it. Jeff should have thought of that.
Yeah. But we're not. I would love to, but we're not. That'd be great.
I know.
Yeah. That's gonna be someday. We'll make that game. It's gonna be an expensive game. It's gonna cost money.
Yeah. What's your question? Oh, thank you.
Doesn't work. Oh, now it does. Okay. My name's Miss Busby. I'm a teacher and a writer. And in college, I started writing poems and making songs for my classroom because I saw School of Rock and because I saw how inspired. So I've been very inspired, and I actually recently started composing music to go with those songs and made a song that I did in a talent show with some of my kids. And if I didn't watch School of Rock, I feel like that might have not happened. And maybe this isn't really a question, but thank you.
Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. That was the sweetest thing I've heard all day.
That was awesome. Aren't you glad we took an audience
feels
question?
good.
That was beautiful.
I am.
Now, what's your question?
I'd like all. Oh, do I want to listen to your song? I mean, it'd be, of course.
Do you want to take another question? I see a hand right there.
You, sir.
Big fanboy also on LucasArts in the 90s. That was all I did, your adventure games.
Closer. Don't touch the bottom of it, though.
In the 90s,
Just
your game.
grab it right around this top area.
All right. One, did you ever see the Yati Crenshaw review of the first Psychonauts? He's only give positive reviews to 2 games, Portal and your Psychonauts. Zero punctuation.
You're going to ask about reviews. That's always awkward.
But if you've never seen it, I did have a specific question about Psychonauts 2. I got the impression that is it going to be exclusively VR? That's what it kind of
Oh, no, we made a VR exclusive game called Psychonauts in the Rhombus of Ruin, and it's on PlayStation VR, and that's already out. And that's like a one mission. It's the shorter story in between Psychonauts 1 and 2. And you don't have to have played it to play Psychonauts 2. You should play it. It's great. It's awesome. But Psychonauts 2 is going to be on other platforms. It's going to be everywhere, and not VR. Later. And I have seen that review, and it was good. I should have just stopped right there and not watched anymore.
I see too many hands. Let's go right that guy.
That guy?
Yeah.
That guy? Yeah.
Hello, is this working? Okay, I have a big question. I was wondering, when are we going to see Tenacious D2 and the Bong of Destiny?
Oh, when Tenacious D2 and the Bong? You've already got the title. The Bong of Destiny.
You got the Bong ready. I hear you see it.
That will probably be a very low-budget affair. As the first one, as many of you may know, nobody went to see it. But you did, apparently.
Big fan.
You probably saw it on YouTube.
Everybody here saw that movie.
Thank you. Well, we don't
like
have
twice
plans
as
for that.
popular as Connect Party.
We do have plans for a musical a post-apocalyptic musical comedy to be released in the near future, animated series that no one in Hollywood wants to make, but that we're making it. I did all the drawings, and it's really bad. And also,
did you really do a bunch of drawings?
Pretty darn good.
I did get one question from the internet
Yeah?
before. People wanted to ask when there's going to be a Heat Vision and Jack game.
Oh, Heat Vision and Jack game. Thank you. See, that's why it was a pilot that I did that never came out.
It came out on the internet.
That came out on the internet. But those guys that wrote and directed, Ben Stiller directed it. But the guys that wrote it and created it, Dan Harmon and Rob Schraub, are these like geniuses that have gone on to like superstardom. I don't know if you ever heard of this cartoon, Rick and Morty. But that's Dan. I think there's a lot better chance of a Rick and Morty game than a Heat, Vision, and Jack, unfortunately. But I'd work with those guys anytime. Those guys are so funny. But next question. Oh, sorry, dude. I was running that way.
Yeah, we were going to ask this guy, but this guy yelled, so fair is fair.
Hey, Jack. My name is Ray. I'm a big fan. I've always loved your music and your acting. Question for you a little bit deeper than video games and stuff. Just as you further your career, are you coming back to music? Are you still doing it? And has acting and music, as a father, have you changed the way you act and the way you perform your music since you are, a father now? Has that changed at all the way you do that?
Yeah, it's always been part of my. Acting and music always kind of went hand in hand for me from the very beginning. I was doing musical theater, and Tenacious D was kind of my entry into the industry in a way, and all of my best movies seem to have music. So once in a while I'll do a movie with no music in it, but I'll always end up coming back to music. And Tenacious D is cradle to the grave. I'm going to,
Can I get a solid medal from you?
What's that?
Can I get a solid medal from you?
Metal! Metal! Woo! Yeah, that was pretty solid.
That was a really good medal.
It was a solid falsetto, I think you'll have to agree.
Yeah! So
I shouldn't have gone for the second one. The first one was more solid.
But you asked about kids too. Now you don't swear anymore, right?
Yeah, I've let a few go tonight, haven't I?
No, not that I noticed.
Yeah, I got kids, so I still will do movies that are not for kids. That I still do both.
They haven't watched those.
But what's
Pick
that?
of Destiny, are they?
No, they haven't seen Pick of. They've seen parts of Pick of Destiny. I'll fast forward through the inappropriate bits, the kibbles and bits. But
This
yeah.
guy really wants to ask the question.
Hey,
He's
is your
hurting
kid,
his arm.
Do you think your kid is going to be a gamer? Is she showing an interest in game design?
Yeah.
She gonna follow in the footsteps?
She has drawn some games out on paper, and she started her own Zelda save game, her own game. She used to watch me playing it, but now she's playing it herself. So I've taught her, like, the best thing to do on a warm, sunny day is stay inside and play video games. Trying to be a good influence. Yeah. That's the secret right there.
So I got a question for you both. First one's for Tim. And I wanted to know, what was like the first program you wrote that worked, and you were just like excited that it?
The first program I wrote that worked. I remember the first program I wrote that didn't work because I didn't have a computer. I was reading a book on basic programming, and I wrote this program that would just draw rectangles on the screen. Very exciting. And I went down to my local Radio Shack, which you have to ask your parents about. It was a store. Because the Radio Shack had a TRS-80 in it, and I would ask the guy, or like, if I could break into the backgammon game that was running on it all the time, and type in my own program. And I sat there and I typed in this rectangle drawing program, and I typed run, and it didn't work. And then the guy kicked me out of the store.
Yeah, nice.
So that's my first program that didn't work. The first one that worked was
I made a Connect 4 game once, and it worked, and it was like the most exciting thing, man.
Isn't it exciting when things work?
It worked.
Still exciting to this day when things work.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
Nothing.
Yeah, what'd you say, man?
Now, your second part of your question, please.
Oh, Jack. All right, man. So I know it's been a while since Tenacious D, so are you still in shape, man? Can you still do like the dick push-ups and stuff
you're
like
talking
that,
about
man? Have you tried one of those lately? Deactivate the lasers. Yeah.
Let's bring Jeff out, you guys.
And last we
I
want an encore,
still got
man.
it.
We want a song.
Still got it.
He's not gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. Okay, let's get some professional
He wanted to see
hosting going on here. Are you gonna do one?
You were
This
pretty
is
good
Jeff Keighley.
interviewer.
Jeff
Jack
Keighley,
Black.
everybody. Hello, sir. Take my hand.
Interception.
Yes,
Interception.
I love it right there.
Thank you.
How
Thank
you
you.
doing? That was fun.
That was fun.
So we'll get you in Psychonauts 2, we think, Jack? It's going to happen, I think, right?
Oh, it's happening. It's just a question of if I'm going to be in it or not. He keeps on teasing me with it.
Well, who's this character going to be?
Oh yeah, we'll start. I mean, have auditions and everything.
But do you have that piece of art? You imagine what Jack's
we are
character's going to be?
still creating new characters as we develop all the minds,
Okay.
and there are a couple that I think Jack would be amazing in, but I think we want to get them all. Maybe provide some options. See what kind of stuff you want to do. Yeah.
He'd
Hi,
be.
Jeff. Thanks
Hey,
for having
Tim.
us on
Thanks
your show.
thanks for all you guys coming out to E3 Coliseum. It's been tons of fun. Thanks to Jack for hanging out with Tim. It's so fun to hear about all the games you like to play and the inspirations between both of you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this interviewing thing, you're pretty good. I prepped your questions and everything.
I did prep some shiny new questions.
Yeah. I'm sorry I touched the bottom of the mic so much.
It's all right.
What does that sound like?
Understandable.
Like it's a squealing.
A little feedback
wailing?
online. People are like,
Ah.
what's he doing?
God, Sorry, online.
The receiver, I think, goes out.
Oh,
it's all
Do you
good.
think we covered everything? Because we're amateurs at this.
Yeah, I think we found out about the games and inspirations that have inspired you both. I mean, even, and it's cool to hear you talk about, like, Red Dead. All the Rockstar guys were texting me saying, oh, that's so cool that Jack loves
nice.
the game. Because it's like, even talking about Titanfall.
Yep.
So the Respawn guys were watching the stream. They're like, we
No
didn't know
kidding.
Jack loved Titanfall
Oh,
campaigns.
damn.
That's so cool. And to play all this stuff.
And then all the stuff I said too was cool, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We get to hear from you all the time, though. That's what's fun is this, the
Yeah.
two of you
We
guys
just did it
riffing off each
yesterday.
other.
Yeah.
Exactly. I just had you on the show yesterday, but this is fun. Well, thanks so much for coming, guys, to E3. I'm glad you were walking around the show floor a little bit, right?
I did. I had
Check it
to
out.
dip my toe in.
How crazy? I've been over here all day. How crazy is it over there?
It is insane. I mean,
Yeah.
it's tight.
Yeah?
But yeah, I had my boys with me. And there's not a lot of kids. I don't think they're even really allowed. I
Not
think
allowed.
I bent the rules a bit.
I went to the first
to get my
E3
boys in.
23 years ago, and I was a kid.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
15 years old, and you have to get a special pass.
Yeah.
Because, it's 17 and older. So
That's
you're
so cute.
I know. Yeah, it's
And look at you now.
Look at you now.
Yeah, that's awesome. So your kids had fun?
They told us we should cut our wristbands off because we're not cool if we're wearing them on
yeah.
the stage.
Yeah.
And now,
Sorry.
now we know it's cool to wear them.
Now the host, I messed up.
Well, I think this is my wristband right here.
Jack Black, Tim Schafer. Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. Thanks, guys. And that's going to do it for day one of the E3 Coliseum. We'll see you back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. We got another full day of awesome programming. Really appreciate you guys stopping by. Have a good night.